On ouvre les ports. Tabling of documents. Is this first? Documents, okay. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the bilateral mission to the Republic of Namibia and the Republic of South Africa held in Windhoek, Namibia and Cape Town, South Africa, February 28th to March the 5th, 2016.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honour to table in the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian parliamentary delegation to the Francophonie concerning its participation in the meeting held in Midrand, South Africa, April 26 to 28, 2016.
Rapport de délégation parlementaire.
Present reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that if you were to seek it, I believe you should find consent for the following motion. That in relation to its study on Canada Post, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates be authorized to travel to Surrey, British Columbia, Edmonton and Calgary, Alberta, Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Moose Jaw and Regina, Saskatchewan, and Winnipeg and Scantlebury, Manitoba, in the fall of 2016, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there's no unanimous consent. Motions. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Niagara Falls, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred to Tuesday, September the 27th, 2016 at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
Yes.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present e-petition number 220, which received 1,166 signatures. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to create a national dementia strategy and commit to a concerted effort to address the burden dementia places on our economy, on individuals with the disease, their families, and our healthcare system.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand again today to present a number of additional petitions in support of Cassie and Molly's Law. Individuals across Canada from all walks of life standing up and saying that they want this House to pay attention and to make the choice to protect pregnant women and their preborn children. Thank you.
Presenting petitions.
Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. So I'll just go this way. I understand there is agreement for tributes today, and now we'll call upon the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, when I first arrived in this chamber over 19 years ago, I was filled with awe. It reminds me of what the late Right Honourable John Diefenbaker said, that when you come to Parliament on your first day, you wonder how you ever got here. And after that, you wonder how the other 263 members got here. That is not true in my case, Mr. Speaker. I still wonder how I got here. I'm still filled with wonder and awe at this place, this chamber, the traditions that it represents, this temple of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I would like to believe that when I arrived here as a young 29-year-old rookie MP in 1997, I was filled with a sense of idealism, of optimism, of hope, and a determination not to sacrifice my core convictions. And I hope and believe that today I am still filled with the same idealism and motivated by the same conviction. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I learned as I grow older is that one of the most important virtues in life is the virtue of gratitude. And alors, permettez-moi de...
So please allow me to express my gratitude to so many people who helped me in my parliamentary work.
Of course, thanking my long-suffering constituents who on seven separate occasions have seen fit to express confidence in me as their voice and representative in this place. I can never adequately express gratitude to them for this great honor, which we all in this place share. Of course, gratitude for my family. I think especially of my paternal grandfather, who was Canada's most famous and greatest musician of the 1930s and 40s, of the big band era, who imparted to me a profound and permanent, enduring love of this country. He was a Canadian nationalist who gave up the chance to go and make it big in the United States on the big band circuit because he said he always wanted to raise his boys here in Canada. He played every military base in the country during the Second World War, and he imparted to me a true wonder for the magnificence of this country. And I must admit, he was a lifetime member of the Liberal Party of Canada. In fact, the last time I saw him, he was beginning to get a little confused, and he asked me to he said, get Louis on the phone. I said, who? He said, Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, also, of course, gratitude for my parents, my father, who also imparted to me great patriotism as a military man, a former RCAF fighter pilot, and educator. And my mother, a gracious soul who grew up in humble beginnings, but taught me much about respecting everyone. My staff, Mr. Speaker, dozens of staff who have also been long-suffering and working with me. Anything that I have achieved is thanks in large measure to them. I know all of us would not be able to perform our public service without their participation.
Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to thank you and all of your predecessors, as well as the clerks, the pages, all of the people in the administration and security who make this institution of Parliament work. It's because of them that we can be the voices of all Canadians. And particularly, allow me to thank those who, with an immense amount of patience, have taught me the founding language of Canada, French.
Let me thank the public servants with whom I have worked, Mr. Speaker, in the 10 years that I was a minister in cabinet. I learned to grow year by year in deeper respect for the tremendous professionalism of our public service, and in particular, in my last year of the government as Minister of National Defence, there could be no greater honour than to work with our men and women in uniform who are the greatest Canadians. Yeah, yeah. Let me thank all of the parliamentary colleagues with whom I have worked. I have been blessed to have friendships across party lines. I wish I had had more, but sometimes we all know the stress and impatience of this life impairs those relationships. Even with the caucus, there are still people I've been here with 15 years or longer that I don't know as well as I ought to. And so one of the counsels I offer to all of my colleagues is take that time. There's always a reason to be rushing around. Take the time to know the people around you. I remember being in this place 18 years ago when a late friend, Shaughnessy Cohen, expired on the floor of the House of Commons. I think it reminded all of us at this time that whatever our disagreements, we are all in this together as proud Canadians and must respect one another accordingly.
And allow me to thank the leaders with whom I have served.
My leader when I arrived in this place, Preston Manning, who brought to this place new ideas about democratic reform and fiscal responsibility that I think have made an enduring contribution to our public life. And let me thank the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, for the opportunity to serve Canadians in his cabinet in many important and worthwhile capacities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say a word about this institution, which I revere. John Diefenbaker said once that one moment Parliament is a cathedral. At another time, it ceases to have any regard for the proprieties that constitute not only Parliament, but its tradition. I've seen it in all its greatness, and I have wept inwardly when it is degraded. And so, like any institution, Mr. Speaker, it has its ups and its downs, but ultimately, it is made up of the people who serve within it. And so I appeal to all of my colleagues from all partisan traditions, first and foremost, to respect this institution and this chamber as a place of deliberation. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I have not always lived up to that standard, I apologize. If I've ever grieved fellow honourable members, if I've not always lived up to the highest standard that I expect of us in this place. But I think we can collectively do better. I really, truly do. You know, I would, as a helpful suggestion, encourage members of this place to watch Question Time at the Westminster Mother Parliament. And you will see quick and pointed, thoughtful questions, typically substantive answers, and no boorish heckling and no applause. Mr. Speaker, I'll accept the applause today. But I think that there are ways in which we could improve the decorum of this place to match the expectations of Canadians. My counsel to members of opposition who have never been in government, I have had the great privilege of having served roughly half of my time here in government and half in opposition. My counsel to opposition members is to understand that sometimes in government there are no good choices. Sometimes, frequently in government, there are very difficult trade-offs to be made and extraordinarily complex issues. So while there is a constitutional responsibility for opposition to hold the government to account, there should also be an understanding of sometimes the irresolvable complexity of issues with which members of any government must deal. And there should be, I think, a degree of understanding and patience that flows from that. Similarly, to those who are in government, I say to a lot of the new members who have never been in opposition but sit on the opposite side, please understand that when members of the opposition are asking tough questions which you think are crossing the line or unfair, please understand they're not bad people. They're good parliamentarians. They're doing their job to hold the government to account. Mr. Speaker, so I hope that we can renew, I hope that you can renew the best traditions of this as a deliberative place. And finally, in this point, Mr. Speaker, I remind us all that this is the ultimate expression of our unity in diversity. I have never believed, as a 10-year Minister of Multiculturalism, that it is adequate simply to celebrate our diversity. I think we must aspire to unity in our diversity, especially in this place. One of the great parliamentarians of the 18th and 19th century, Edmund Burke, said this: "Parliament is not a congress of ambassadors from different and hostile interests, which interests each must maintain as an agent and advocate against other agents and advocates. But Parliament is a deliberative assembly of one nation with one interest, that of the whole, where not local purposes, not local prejudices ought to guide, but the general good, resulting from the general reason of the whole. You choose a member indeed, but when you have chosen him, he is not a member of Bristol, but he is a member of Parliament." We should all remember that, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Finally, on this point of Parliament, when I give people tours around this place, I like to remind them of a allusion to history that should govern our actions. You know, John Diefenbaker referred to this as a cathedral, and it sort of looks like that purposefully, not accidentally, Mr. Speaker. Because when the early Mother Parliaments began to meet in the chapter house of Westminster Abbey, they grew too large and they had to move to the actual chapel of St. Stephen's, a place where the monks came several times a day to pray in chapel rows facing one another. And so the reason we sit in these seats opposite one another is an actual historical echo of the monastic foundation of the first House of Commons. So let's remember, if monks could sit there in harmony chanting the Psalms, certainly we could try to emulate a little bit that harmony and not just the discord that we hear in this place too often. A word to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. I leave them with great confidence for the future of the Conservative Party of Canada. This is a party that has gone through a difficult election in recent months, but has emerged with great strength and confidence, thanks in no small part to the brilliant leadership of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. And as a last word about this country, which we all serve, this magnificent country with limitless potential, I'm often reminded, Mr. Speaker, as I worked as Minister of Immigration and Citizenship, Multiculturalism, welcomed refugees to this country, I was reminded of the words of Desmond Morton, a great Canadian historian and a former NDP candidate, who said that Canada is made up of people who have been on the wrong side of history. Our First Nations, at the time of European contact. Les Canadiens Français.
French Canadians, at the time of the conquest.
Les Acadiens.
Acadians, with the Grand Dérangement and all the tragedy of their history.
English Canada was founded by refugees, including some of my ancestors who came here from the American Revolution. Those who saw Canada as the North Star through the Underground Railroad, who escaped slavery in the United States to achieve freedom in this country, sometimes with the scars of slavery on their backs. The Highland Clearance Scots, who founded Cape Breton. The famine Irish, including some of my ancestors, Mr. Speaker, and you can see the Kennys have recovered from the famine. The Jewish victims of the pogroms before, in the early 20th century, and the victims of the Shoah who came after it, after the Second World War. The Eastern Europeans, the men in sheepskin coats, who fled political oppression to pursue new opportunities in settling the Canadian prairies. The Hungarians of 1958, the Czechs of 1968, the Vietnamese of 1979. And with the Chinese Premier here today, we should also remember the Uyghurs and Tibetans and Falun Gong practitioners and those who stood at Tiananmen Square, and so many others right to this day, to the Syrian refugees who we welcome, to the 25,000 Iraqi refugees who came through a program that I established, to the gay Iranians and men and women of all backgrounds, all of them in their own way, losers of history, and yet by becoming Canadian, they have become winners of history. Those people would have cause to live in a spirit of bitterness and recrimination, Mr. Speaker, but instead they have decided not to forget their tragic past, to remember and memorialize it, but to move forward with hope in the future. As Canadians, with a common sense of responsibility for one another. And so I close my 2 decades in this place in quoting the words of the former Prime Minister Diefenbaker when he introduced the Bill of Rights, in expressing a sentiment that applies to all of those losers of history who have built this, one of the greatest countries of history. I am Canadian, a free Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and for all mankind.
Before I call upon the next speaker, I hope the House will permit me to thank the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore for his remarks, for particularly his expression of his hopes for this place. I recall sitting in opposition back in my partisan days when he was a minister, and having great respect. I mean, I know that he clearly loves this place, but I must tell you the respect that I felt for his determination to be here throughout as much as possible throughout the debates on bills within his responsibility, something that I would encourage all ministers to try to do whenever they can possibly be here. That's an admirable thing, and I have certainly respected and enjoyed his participation in debates of this House throughout the time that we've both been here together, which has been quite a while. So I want to wish him all the best in the future, and I trust that he will come back and visit us often. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And first, let me say right off the top that I hate following him as a speaker. You won't hear me use the word monastic. But it's an absolute joy to rise today as Leader of the Opposition and as a proud Conservative with all of us here today to pay tribute to our very good friend and longtime colleague, the member for Calgary-Midnapore. Now, it's no exaggeration to say that he is regarded by all of us on this side of the House as an elder and a mentor, although he is still pretty young. Yeah. But he has 7 years on me as an MP. But that goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that he's much older than I am. But when you think back 2 decades, it boggles the mind the things that he has seen in his career. He remembers an upstart young MP named Bob Rae joining this House, rescued from the downtrodden Ontario NDP. He remembers the time when you'd have better luck finding Franklin ships in Alberta than a Liberal MP. But don't worry, we'll fix that. And of course, Mr. Speaker, he, along with the member for Battleford's Lloydminster and the member for Calgary Forest Lawn, were the very first boys in short pants, way back in 1997. Wow. I'm sure they were trying to catch on to the boy band craze in the late 90s, Mr. Speaker. But nearly 20 years later, and the member for Calgary-Minipur has probably seen it all. And with a career like his, it's difficult to know where to start. But perhaps I'll start with what many Canadians already know about him, his unending energy and commitment to Canada's newcomers. During the 2011 election, the member for Calgary-Minipur became well known to homes around the country as the outreach minister, always being present in communities that were often an afterthought during elections. Même aujourd'hui, peu de membres de la vie publique canadienne.
People in Canada understand the historic forces that forged our cultural communities in Canada, from the diaspora to what the Canadian government did to correct injustices of the past. Often, they worked so hard and constantly.
In Canadian public life, who have a better sense of the historic forces that have shaped Canada's cultural communities, from our diaspora peoples to the Canadian government's acknowledgement of the terrible past injustices, he has often been the loudest voice and the most constant champion. Yet whether those at home knew it or not, that reputation was not lightly earned. His reputation for hard work and late hours helped him earn the distinction of being Canada's longest-serving immigration minister. And it was under his leadership on the file, more new Canadians were permitted to join the Canadian family than under any Minister of Immigration before him. And for both those who needed Canada's protection and those who were concerned about widespread abuse, his leadership was the overdue correction the country had been waiting for. Much-needed reforms shrank backlogs and refugee claimant processing times from years to weeks. And as a result, those legitimate refugees who needed Canada's help the most received it faster. And those abusing the system were turned away or discouraged from targeting Canada in the first place. He launched the first refugee settlement program directed at bringing to Canada persecuted gays and lesbians, particularly those from Iran and the Middle East. He ensured that refugees who had nowhere else to turn knew Canada was a welcoming place. In short, it was a generational shift in the efficiency and operation of Canada's immigration program, and thousands of new citizens will remember and thank him for it. Now, as I say, Mr. Speaker, that was the work behind the scenes. In his interactions with new Canadians, though, he is as warm and as welcoming as the locals. The ease with which he fits into a room led him to earn the nickname the Smiling Buddha from Chinese Canadians. Now, his colleagues never dared to try that one on him, Mr. Speaker, but he is leaving, so. Though I'm told once that on a walk around in China, Prime Minister Harper, seeing a large statue of a grinning Buddha, pointed at it and deadpan said, "I see Jason Kenney is as popular here as he is in Canada." He brought this same unmatched work ethic along with him to the role of Minister for Economic and Social Development. What we most admired was his advocacy for students and young workers in the skilled trades, which I believe will prove prophetic as we continue to fight for good jobs, and especially jobs that cannot be outsourced for the next generation. And as Canada's Minister of Defence, the member for Calgary-Minipur carried the banner for our armed forces proudly, and especially when our allies needed Canada's assistance. Only a few months into his tenure, Canadian troops were sent to Ukraine as part of an effort to improve the military police presence, training, and resources available to our allies. And the member for Calgary-Minipur also took over his predecessor, the lead on Operation Impact, Canada's use of airstrikes against the ISIS threat in Iraq and Syria. It was a job that demanded clear eyes and clear authority, which he delivered. And here in Parliament, I think we could all agree, including members opposite, that the member for Calgary-Minipur never arrived without a keen interest and a deep knowledge of the subjects that drove him.
For example, we all know how proud he is of the role that he played in the founding of the Freedom of Religion Office, an institution that the previous government considered critical for the protection of those who are always persecuted for their beliefs.
How proud he is of his role in the founding of the former Office of Religious Freedoms, an institution the previous government viewed as a critical tool for the protection and support of those still persecuted for their beliefs around the world. His defense of the Office of Religious Freedoms in the House earlier this spring was partly oratory and partly a history lecture, which usually is when he speaks, calling upon such figures as John Diefenbaker, Pope John Paul II, Pakistan's Minister of Minority Affairs, and Parsi Zoroastrians. And I'm not sure who that is. The last one. It was one of his quintessential performances that we have come to know and love, knowledgeable, passionate, and forceful. And that's always been his approach. As a parliamentarian, he's been a model of rigor and determination. And for all of that, he's been honored by his peers in this place and elected as the hardest working parliamentarian, the most knowledgeable parliamentarian, at another point, the best overall member of parliament. And I'm probably missing accolades also include the Moral Courage Award from United Nations Watch for his advocacy for victims of tyranny, particularly in Iran and Syria, and recently the Order of Merit from President Poroshenko of Ukraine for his staunch defense of Ukraine's sovereignty. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I was a more daring person, I might even suggest the member for Calgary-Midnapore learned how to be the best overall MP at the knee of our friend, the current Liberal Minister of Public Safety, for whom he once served as an aide in his early career.
That's right.
So if my colleagues on the other side of the House might roll their eyes while I heap praise on a Conservative, they can thank the Liberal Minister of Public Safety for helping him put him here in the first place. Mr. Speaker, as an Albertan, I know well the kind of devotion that Albertans can inspire in their public officials. And in return for his hard work, they sent him back to Ottawa 7 times, often with historic margins of victory. In fact, he always used to like to tease Mr. Harper about his margins of victory being bigger than his. Clearly, my friend from Calgary-Midnapore was also very brave. Mr. Speaker, we've always valued his advice. I've always valued his advice, and I know others here will say the same. C'est un ami de nous tous.
He's a friend to all of us on this side of the House. He has dealt with all kinds of problems, but he also has a sense of great friendship.
Side of the House, he has a streak of Irish stubbornness in him, as he should. Really? We've never seen that before, Mr. Speaker. But also that Irish sense of friendship and an infectious laugh that we will all miss echoing through this chamber. Many who have passed through his office in these last 2 decades see him as a friend, a role model, a mentor, and a loyal friend. But luckily for all of us, his time in public life is just starting a new chapter as he enters the rough and tumble world of Alberta provincial politics. I know we wish him luck and good health in that pursuit. We hope he finds some time to keep up his reading. And it's my honor to thank him on behalf of our entire caucus, including members past and present. He's not dying, Mr. Speaker. He's just going to Alberta. for his work in the Conservative cause for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Leader of the Official Opposition started off by being somewhat hesitant because she was following the former Minister of Immigration, and what he classically does in a very effective way is deliver very passionate speeches to the House. And that is something that I have witnessed now for the last 4.5, 5 years. And I do commend him on just his sheer ability as a parliamentarian to be able to deliver the types of things that he does inside the House. Mr. Speaker, today we bid farewell here in the House of Commons to a parliamentarian who has personified passionate engagement both in opposition and in government for almost 2 decades. Indeed, it is fair to say that the member for Calgary-Midnapore has done a great deal to define the direction of the Conservative Party of Canada. And as I must say at the same time, Mr. Speaker, he's done this while providing directions to every banquet hall celebrating Diwali and Chinese New Year's to journalists across this country. Yet long before he sacrificed his sleeping pattern to his responsibilities with the Harper governments, he was already an unapologetic frequent flyer, working tirelessly for Stockwell Day's leadership campaign. And if one could say anything about his political longevity in comparison to Mr. Day, is that he has proven it pays not to pack a wetsuit. Let us also be said, however, that he revealed to all of us a great talent for engagement with Canadians in his role as Minister of Citizenship and Immigration and Multiculturalism. Indeed, one reporter noted he had cultivated a Bieber-like following in some of those communities. All Canadians thank him for this work. And now, given the honourable member's years on the road and here in Ottawa, it is perhaps no surprise that we've learned he would like to pursue a line of work closer to home as the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party of Alberta. For many of us here who have worked with him over the years, this comes as no surprise. He has always been a passionate Albertan and a tireless advocate, not just for his constituents, but for those across the province. Let me, in all seriousness, note his work on the ground during the Calgary floods of 2013 and his passionate support of those Albertans currently undergoing difficult economic challenges as all the proof anyone needs of his commitment and his eloquence on behalf of those whose voices have to be heard and whose concerns must be addressed. Mr. Speaker, we Liberals may have had policy differences and disagreed on a number of fronts with him over the years, but let me say none of us here have ever doubted his passion, his focus, indeed his tireless work for the people of Calgary, Mindapore, and indeed for all Canadians. He has always been an exemplary politician, parliamentarian. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I say on behalf of all my Liberal caucus colleagues and wish him the very, very best in the years ahead. And on that personal note, one of the things that I truly respected about this particular individual while he was a minister is he always seemed to take the time to be present here inside the chamber. And I know, Mr. Speaker, in the chamber, listening when his bills and issues relevant to his ministry were up for discussion or up for debate. And I think a lot can learn by that. I always sensed a deep amount of respect for this institution from that particular member, Mr. Speaker, and that is something in which I will always remember. I think he did a great service as a parliamentarian first and foremost, and that is something that I respect, and I know members of all this House, Mr. Speaker, and you alluded to it in your comments in terms of just the way in which he gets engaged here inside the chamber. So we wish him all the best in his next challenge and thank him for the many years of working on behalf of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour here to rise and pay tribute to my colleague, the member for Calgary-Mindapore. And I, too, have been elected to this chamber 6 times. The member has been here elected 7 times, so I can really empathize with the fact that our community's best option is to send us away. It seems to be one of the strengths of a community in this place here. Now, I think it was really interesting. I had a chance to pull the honourable member's first speech here in the House of Commons, and I can imagine, I remember my days here, the nervousness, and I am still always nervous, including this day, and I think when you lose that element, then perhaps you might lose some of your sincerity, and I think there's real good example here from this member with that every single day he comes into this chamber and his house, and I was most impressed as him as a minister who would be doing his work tirelessly and also answering and participating in debate, even from other members that were perhaps in a lesser role at the back, not responsible for that critic area, or were just members in the chamber. And I credit him for being one of those few examples that has done this in the chamber in the 15 years that I have been here, and I think it's a tribute to the work that he does. And it's interesting when I think of and look at the speech, what was the member thinking when Mr. Dick Harris, just prior to him getting up to give his maiden speech, said, quote, "First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me assure you, the member from Thunder Bay, that he will never ever find a reformer kissing a Tory. That is certain." and so hence his political career began in this chamber. And I know in this chamber he has been part of several different parties over the years. We've had some that have come in over the number of years, being the Reform Party, the Canadian Alliance Party. In fact, at one point, they decided to get together, and they had a brief marriage, so to speak, but when they discovered the acronym CRAP for themselves, it quickly disbanded. And henceforth, we now have the Progressive Conservatives now in the Conservative Party. But I think it is a tribute to a member who has actually been contributing and also in this chamber through several different elements related to their own political parties and leadership and in putting themselves forward. So I think that's a very strong credit. I listened quite clearly to the member, and I want to quote some of his words, which I think are very apt for this discussion today. He used the words, and first of all, he thanked his staff, but he used the words public servants, professionalism, friends, proud Canadians, respect, thanks, collective, helpful, thoughtful, understanding, patience, unity, diversity, and aspire. And I would add, Mr. Speaker, he also deserves words similar to that in the sense of myself and many other New Democrats, even as a minister, is that he was approachable, he was a listener, and knowledgeable. And he still is. It's not like he's gone forever. He's just gone from here. And it's fair to say, Mr. Speaker, and it's worthy to note, though, the offices and roles that he held as a parliamentary, just some of them: Minister of National Defence, Minister of Multiculturalism, Minister of Employment and Social Development, Minister of Citizenship, Immigration and Multiculturalism, Secretary of State, and Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. And it is clear that he has not been able to hold a job here and might perhaps be having a similar challenge where he goes, but Mr. Speaker, it actually does, in all seriousness, become very much an asset for all of Parliament to have that repertoire of experience for ourselves. From often we have the sensational things that make the news, but it can be some of the most mundane things that you don't think about. A conversation, working on a committee, or doing something else that could lead to something as profound as a family being reunited, somebody getting their support they need, or, quite frankly, their life changed because the government services did something for them. And those things, often not noted in the big headlines, are certainly some of the things the member did and worked on in all of those roles. I know that one of the things that he received awards in several categories, and Best Overall MP is one of them, Hardest Working MP, and it was, quote, talk about a 20-hour workday was one of the reasons that he got that. And I would say that this sleep deprivation may have interfered with some judgment. But in all fairness, there are several and fairly too lengthy to note, but I appreciate on a personal sense UN Watch and having the courage to speak about others in that award. Not being afraid to be, and we have to do this often as New Democrats, is speak truth to the powers that be, being a government of the day. We have fixed this problem where he's going in Alberta, but we're still in work in progress here in the House of Commons. And, Mr. Speaker, I do want to note two things that are important. He often has quoted John Diefenbaker. And one of the quotes, he says, "Freedom is the right to be wrong, not the right to do wrong." And that is pertinent into this chamber here and what's taken place. Now, I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, with saying that I have mixed emotions rising here today. It's glee and excitement. In the sense that I actually know the member's leaving. No, just joking. but truth, Mr. Speaker, there are two things that we can do here today as New Democrats in the House of Commons. And first of all, we can wish him and most sincerely thank, on a personal level, the member's commitment and also his family and his friends and the people in his life that helped put him here democratically in this chamber, that did all those work and did all those efforts time and time out during elections, and the family support. They gave up parts of their lives too so that he could pursue the work here today, which was time well spent in this chamber and for this country. So I do want to say, though, we can't wish you well on a professional basis because obviously the Notley government is something that we are very proud of. And we would, though, make a casual observation that we have Brian Jean, who left this chamber to now be in Alberta, and we had Jim Prentice, who left this chamber to be in Alberta. And I don't know if the Conservative Party is doing this on purpose, but quit sending us candidates from the federal party for us to defeat in the provincial wing. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, though, there's one last quote that I have from John Diefenbaker that I think is a good way to conclude. I never think of memories, I'm still making history. And I want to thank the member for making memories for his constituents, for this country, for this chamber, and as well to wish him well on his next chapter.
Here, here.
I thank all the honourable members who have spoken for their sentiments today. And now we'll go on to orders of the day.
Recommend orders. Up.
Supreme Court standing in the name of Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that the House call on the government to respect the custom of regional representation when making appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada, and in particular when replacing the retiring Justice Thomas Cromwell, who is Atlantic Canada's representative on the Supreme Court. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased and honored to split my time with the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton. Mr. Speaker, I can't really start this without saying how moved I was by the comments concerning the member for Calgary, Mindapore. He has done an outstanding job. I've been very proud to serve in Parliament with him. And I have to tell you, I was particularly moved by his speech. And I would hope that people who study the history of the House of Commons, I hope they will include the speech that he gave here today as one of the great moments in the history of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today in defense of the people of Atlantic Canada and the Prime Minister's questioning of the Constitutional Convention of not having to appoint a representative from Atlantic Canada to the Supreme Court of Canada. I say this, Mr. Speaker, that I'm speaking on behalf of Atlantic Canada, but indeed, Mr. Speaker, I believe everyone across this country has a stake in the Constitutional Convention that makes up the Supreme Court of Canada. So that, yes, if you're from Western Canada, I'm sure it would be just as completely unacceptable to you if the Prime Minister started questioning whether you should have a seat on the Supreme Court of Canada. I believe that would be the case. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the fascinating parts about this is I was recently looking up the information that's on file concerning my great-great-grandfather, Alexander Campbell. He served with distinction as the member of the Legislative Assembly of Nova Scotia for Inverness County. And while they didn't have Hansard for many, many years, and the way that we have it, they were transcribing people's exact words. They would do a summation of what a member of the Legislative Assembly had, and they would publish that. I was fascinated to see, among other things, that he was questioning whether Cape Breton was getting ignored or was getting its, quote, fair share from Ottawa. And I thought to myself, how unhappy and how ironic it is today we are talking about Atlantic Canada being ignored and not being properly treated, Mr. Speaker. And so this has been a constitutional convention for over 140 years. It's something that has worked well, and it's only appropriate. This is a vital part of this country. It has always been since this country's creation. There are 2.3 million Canadians, and to say that they now will not have that constitutional convention in their favor of having a representative of the Supreme Court of Canada is not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that we in the Conservative Party, we are not alone in challenging this. I've had people say to me, well, you just have to understand the Liberals don't like anything about our system. They don't like our electoral system, our voting system. They don't like the composition, the way you compose the Supreme Court of Canada. Well, that's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing frankly wrong with the wonderful systems that we have developed in this country here, and what we have done with the Supreme Court of Canada is actually something we should be very, very proud of. And so it's certainly my hope. And if you'll note the drafting of this motion, Mr. Speaker, it's not intended to be over partisan or to be, angry or unreasonable. What I'm saying, and I'm hoping that along with us in the Conservative Party, that some of those 31 members of Parliament that sit in here from Atlantic Canada will get up and say the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Okay, the Prime Minister doesn't like it, but it's the right thing to do. And certainly, I've had this and seen this deafening silence, quite frankly. And it's certainly my hope that some of the premiers, there are 4 Liberal premiers in Atlantic Canada, and it would be wonderful to hear from them. I said, quite frankly, about a week ago, I heard from the opposition leaders of the Progressive Conservative parties in Atlantic Canada here, and they were unanimous that yes, it should be no surprise, Mr. Speaker, yes, they think it's a great idea that we continue with this constitutional convention, that it's the fair thing to do. Now, what I have been saying to people, Mr. Speaker, is that it's not just us in the Conservative Party who think this is a great idea. There is a groundswell of support for supporting the existing constitutional convention. And I would just like to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, among others who have come forward, I can tell you one judge apparently from Atlantic Canada speaking on condition of anonymity, and I can understand that. It said, quote, universally, people feel that it's a slap in the face. It's looking at leaving Atlantic Canada out, and there's really no need for doing it. That's right. End of quote. I can tell you what René Basquet from the Canadian Bar Association said. He said, we would like to see the highest court continue to represent all regions of Canada. Representation of regions, legal systems, and population all bring the range of knowledge and perspectives that inform the law. And this letter from the Canadian Bar Association. Our highest court must continue to represent all regions of Canada, including Atlantic Canada. Consequently, we urge you, the Prime Minister, to amend the mandate of the Advisory Board outlined in your August 4th, 2016 letter to ensure that Atlantic Canada vacancy is filled by a meritorious candidate from that region. We all also urge you to honor regional representations in filling future vacancies on Canada's highest court. Mr. Speaker, there is no problem with appointing qualified judges from Atlantic Canada. I had the great honor I think I'm the longest serving Justice Minister, certainly in my lifetime, and was involved with hundreds of appointments here. There are outstanding individuals in Atlantic Canada that can do this. And so that's all I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, and this is all my colleagues in the Conservative Party are asking. Let's do the right thing. But we want to reach out to others, and I tell you how pleased I am. There's quite frankly, there's a lawsuit by Atlantic lawyers who are taking it to court because I believe quite correctly they say this is a violation of the Constitutional Convention. There's no question it is. But I have been very clear that, yes, it would be a violation of a Constitutional Convention, but I also believe it's the right and appropriate thing to do to have all areas of this country represented on the Supreme Court of Canada. It's not It's the right thing to do. And so I say to the government and to the Prime Minister, okay, there's many things you don't like. You don't like the electoral system in Canada. There's all kinds of things you don't like about the tremendous successes that we've had in this country. But one of the successes that I think you should leave is the success for the composition of the Supreme Court of Canada. And again, I would say to those 31 members of Parliament, please step forward. Have a look at the wording of this, Mr. Speaker. This is not overly partisan. There should be no problem with this. Yes, step up, step forward for Atlantic Canada. I believe the people of Atlantic Canada will thank you for doing that. Your constituents will thank you for doing it because they know it's the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, and I'd like to first of all thank my colleague, member for Niagara Falls and former Attorney General and Minister of Justice for his service in that regard. The motion before us today suggests that Justice Cromwell is, quote, Atlantic Canada's representative on the Supreme Court. This strikes me, Mr. Speaker, as a very narrow and limited understanding of the role that justices play on the highest court. It somehow is not a Canadian first and foremost. Is it his view that this convention of which he speaks must be automatically and immediately applied in every circumstance? I would remind my friend that at the end of 1978, Justice Spence of Ontario retired, and instead of appointing an Ontario judge, the then Prime Minister tapped William McIntyre of British Columbia to be on the court, and then 4 years later, in 1982, Alberta Justice stepped down from the court, and the Prime Minister replaced him with an Ontario judge. So is it his view that this convention is automatic and immediate in each time? Were those appointments illegitimate?
For Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. Those individuals, regardless of which part of the country they come for, they will speak for all of Canada, and they represent all of Canada. But I believe that it has been an important component of the composition of the Supreme Court that we have honored. We have honored this constitutional convention that all areas of the country should be drawn upon for representation on the Supreme Court of Canada. I would say to the honourable member, if there was no representatives from Western Canada on the Supreme Court of Canada, and yes, there was an outstanding individual in the province of Ontario, I believe he would have a problem with that. I think the honourable member wouldn't be very pleased with that, nor would I. I mean, I love the province of Ontario, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I love Nova Scotia. I love Atlantic Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not just, again, I believe it's a good idea, it's the appropriate thing, but it's a constitutional convention, and I believe that should be respected as well. So I say to the Prime Minister, do the right thing. Stay with this convention. There are many, many qualified people, judges who could take on this role from Atlantic Canada. Appoint one of them. That's the right thing to do.
Questions and comments. L'honorable Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. You know, my question to him is, our caucus just came back from being in Halifax, from having our caucus meeting there recently. It was a wonderful opportunity to see Halifax and to meet the great people from Atlantic Canada. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague could comment on what the ramifications would be for those folks in Atlantic Canada if this convention isn't followed. If not only we would have a Prime Minister who ignored this convention, but the members of Parliament from Atlantic Canada, who are Liberals, also silently not speaking on behalf of their constituents and that region. What would the ramifications be? Because this is not just a short-term appointment. This isn't just for a year or two. This is, I'd like my colleague to comment on the length of this new Supreme Court position. How long would it be, and what would the long-term ramifications be for ignoring Atlantic Canada, both by the Prime Minister and the members who are representing this region?
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you very much for that excellent question, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate that, and she pointed out that just last week, in fact, we met in Halifax and discussed a wide range of issues, and including this particular issue. And as I indicated, the leaders of the opposition from the Progressive Conservative parties in Atlantic Canada were unanimous that this, of course, is the right thing to continue to do. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to respect all areas of this country. I mean, we were just outside the Irving shipyards there, and I couldn't help but think how proud we are that we, as a government, invested in that. It's the right thing to do. They know how to build ships in Atlantic Canada. They know how to do that in Halifax. And again, we were very, very proud, and it was the appropriate thing to do. And likewise with the Supreme Court of Canada. When the Supreme Court of Canada was put together, this was supported, this regional representation was supported by every single Prime Minister all the way through. And as I pointed out in question period yesterday, this is the first Prime Minister that's called this into question. And I say, why is he doing that? What is the problem? Okay, somebody said, yeah, he doesn't like the electoral system, the way you vote in Canada. Okay, I disagree with him on that, but this has been a huge success, Mr. Speaker, something for which we all be very, very proud. And so, yes, I call on the 31 members, please stand up for this. But I say to other members of Parliament for other parts of this country, you wouldn't disagree with it as well. You would disagree with it if they got into the system where you didn't have to have somebody, you had nobody from Western Canada. I wouldn't like it if Ontario wasn't represented on the Supreme Court of Canada. So I say to them, please stand up, do the right thing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this motion to call upon the Prime Minister and the government to appoint an Atlantic Canadian to fill the vacancy caused by Justice Cromwell. Mr. Speaker, since the Supreme Court was established in 1875, every government has respected Atlantic Canadian representation on the court. Every government until this government. Mr. Speaker, if the fact that this government has opened the door to shutting out Atlantic Canada from the Supreme Court is objectionable, Mr. Speaker, on multiple grounds. Mr. Speaker, it demonstrates a total disrespect, obviously, for Atlantic Canada and Atlantic Canadians, not to mention the dozens of high-caliber jurists and lawyers who are eminently qualified to fill the vacancy of Justice Cromwell. It also, Mr. Speaker, shows a total disrespect for regional representation, which has been a staple of the institutional development of the Supreme Court, and, Mr. Speaker, indeed, been a staple more broadly of the institutional development of Canada. And, of course, Mr. Speaker, it totally disregards a constitutional convention guaranteeing Atlantic Canadian representation on the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, it was not more than 2 years ago that the Supreme Court, in the Nadon decision, held that Parliament does not have the unilateral authority to change the composition of the court. Today, it is not Parliament that is seeking to unilaterally change the composition of the court. It is the executive branch. It is this government that seeks to unilaterally overturn the composition of this court by shutting out Atlantic Canada. And a little more than a month ago, the Justice Minister appeared before the Justice Committee, and I asked the Minister of Justice, in the face of the Nadon decision, exactly what authority, exactly what jurisdiction does this government have to unilaterally change the composition of the court? And, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to the Minister of Justice, I did not receive a clear answer at that time, and I have yet to hear, since that time, a clear answer from the Minister of Justice or from anyone on that side of the House on that important question. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, the reason I have not heard a clear answer is that there is a strong legal argument to be made that this government doesn't have the authority to unilaterally overturn the composition and change the composition of the court by shutting out Atlantic Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, what would the implications be if the Prime Minister decided that he would appoint someone other than an Atlantic Canadian to fill the seat of Justice Cromwell? Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously, Atlantic Canada would be shut out of the Supreme Court for the first time in 141 years.
Shameful.
And what's more, Atlantic Canada would be singled out as a region. It would be singled out because it would be the only region on the Supreme Court without representation. And of course, in light of the Constitutional Convention, there would be serious legal questions that would immediately arise, calling into question the constitutionality of such an appointment. It is therefore no wonder that this Liberal appointment process has been widely critiqued from lawyers and academics from right across Canada, from the Canadian Bar Association, from the Atlantic Trial Lawyers Association, and on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. But you know who hasn't raised any objection, who has been collectively silent on the issue of Atlantic Canadian representation on the Supreme Court? Why, of course, the 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada. That's who. Not a word, not a peep from the 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada. Not a word, not a peep from the Minister of Fisheries. Not a word, not a peep from the Minister for ACOA, the Minister for Atlantic Canada. Where is he from again? Oh yeah, I think Mississauga. Mississauga, that's right. The Minister of Atlantic Canada from Mississauga. Mr. Speaker, I guess the memo never got to the Prime Minister that Mississauga is in Ontario and not Atlantic Canada. But nonetheless, the Minister for Atlantic Canada from Mississauga, Ontario, has said not a word in support of Atlantic Canadian representation on the Supreme Court. So what do we have, Mr. Speaker? We have 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada who have been MIA, missing in action. Missing in action when it comes to standing up against a constitutionally questionable appointment process. Missing in action when it comes to standing up for 141 years of Atlantic Canadian representation on the Supreme Court. Missing in action when it comes to standing up for the eminently qualified jurists and lawyers who hail from Atlantic Canada. And above all else, Mr. Speaker, missing in action when it comes to fulfilling the core responsibility that they were entrusted by the people of Canada to do in this place, and that is to stand up for Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, I can say that in the nearly year that I have been here, I've had the opportunity to become acquainted with a number of members from Atlantic Canada. And I can say that I genuinely believe that they are here to do what is right and to do their very best to represent their constituents and their region. And that's why it's so sad and so disappointing that on this critical issue they have been missing in action. But this opposition motion provides those 32 Liberal members an opportunity to join us in the Conservative Party to stand up for Atlantic Canada. They have a choice. They can stand up for Atlantic Canadian representation, or they can stand behind the Prime Minister's constitutionally questionable, objectionable appointment process to shut out Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, the choice is clear. It will be interesting to see which choice they make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my Conservative friend for his newfound interest in Atlantic Canada. I'm here, and yes, it absolutely is fair. Why don't we talk about Senate appointments in Prince Edward Island, my friend? Okay, you want to talk about respect for the regions? Okay, Mr. Speaker, my question is this: has the honourable member read the mandate letter submitted by the minister to the committee that specifically instructs the committee to include candidates from Atlantic Canada? Does this member believe that lawyers and judges from Atlantic Canada are not capable of competing in a national competition? We've got news for him.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for that question. And the simple answer is that the Minister could clear the air by simply appointing an Atlantic Canadian to fill the seat of Justice Cromwell. It's really that simple.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I'd like to thank my colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, who has referred to the Nadon case, a 2014 Supreme Court decision, where he addressed the unilateral alteration of the composition of that court. And he seems to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that case, which involved the constitutional and statutory requirement that 3 of the 9 justices on our court come from that civil law jurisdiction, Quebec, that being somehow similar to what is happening in this convention. Does he not, Mr. Speaker, through you, see a difference between a statutory and constitutional requirement and a simple convention, custom, or tradition?
For St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Victoria for that question. I would make a couple of points in respect of the Nadon decision. First of all, it has been long recognized, including by the court in Nadon, that the composition of the court, which is respected for 141 years, regional representation from all regions of Canada, is integral to the effective functioning of the court and the court's ability to maintain institutional legitimacy. And I would further note that at paragraph 91 of the Nadon decision, the Supreme Court very clearly said that Parliament does not have the unilateral authority to change the composition of a court. The composition of a court for 141 years has included an Atlantic Canadian representative.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's contribution to the debate today. In the last election, we didn't hear from the Liberal Party that they were going to make this change, but we did hear that they were going to empower members of Parliament, and so that they weren't going to whip votes when it came to matters of they would only whip votes on matters of electoral commitments, budget bills like a Budget Implementation Act, or charter issues, Mr. Speaker. So the question I have for this member, does he believe that the government owes it to its own members, especially those from Atlantic Canada, to declare that there shall be a free vote on this issue so that they can stand up and in good conscience stand up for their representatives? Does he believe that that government should make this abundantly clear that their members should be free to vote as they choose?
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I thank the member for Okanagan Similkameen for that question. If this government was true to its word, true to the commitments that it made during the last election, obviously the government would take the position of allowing their members to have a free vote. But we know, Mr. Speaker, that very little of the things that the government promised in the last election they've been true upon. So now that the government, now that the PMO has muzzled Atlantic Canadian MPs in standing up for Atlantic Canadian representation, it is integral on their part, if they truly are here doing what Atlantic Canadians sent them to do, which is to stand up against the Prime Minister and stand up for Atlantic Canadian representation. And the first step towards doing that is to support this common sense motion.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is indeed my great pleasure to rise to speak to the motion regarding the process for the selecting of the next Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, and thank the honourable member across the way from Niagara Falls for his presentation. The motion rightly highlights the importance of the custom of regional representation. It is a custom that has served the court and our country well, and one that I wish to address with care. Before speaking to the issue of regional representation directly, I wish to situate the motion within the Government of Canada's new process for the Supreme Court of Canada appointments. Canadians are extremely fortunate to have been served by judges of the highest distinction and ability since the time the court was established. Our Supreme Court is recognized nationally and internationally for its legal excellence and competence. Its decisions are cited by other Supreme Courts all over the world who look to Canada for leadership in the protection and promotion of rights and freedoms. I would like to take a moment to recognize the extraordinary quality of the members of the Supreme Court, past and present. The justices of the court each have distinguished themselves in their judicial functions, and it is a testament to the great ability of our legal profession that so many have done so with such distinction. The decisions of the Supreme Court interpret our Constitution, they affirm our individual and collective rights, and highlight our responsibilities. The selection process we have established is intended to ensure that the Supreme Court's proud tradition of excellence continues. By enhancing the credibility of the appointment process, we bolster Canadians' confidence in this essential institution. While appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada have been of exceptional quality, the process itself has been open to criticism due to the lack of transparency and accountability. Canadians deserve an open and rigorous appointments process which will enhance public confidence in our highest court. The Government of Canada is therefore extremely proud to have put in place a new appointments process for the Supreme Court that is open, inclusive, and accountable to Canadians. Our new process achieves transparency in a number of ways, including providing detailed public information on the steps to be taken and the criteria that will be used to assess candidates. The identity of those making the assessments has also been made public. Making the process and the criteria for decision-making publicly known ensures that decision-makers can be held to account. To further bolster accountability, the Chair of the Advisory Board and I will appear before Parliament to discuss the selection process and explain the Government's choice of nominee. The Government's process has achieved an unprecedented level of transparency and inclusiveness by allowing any qualified Canadian lawyer or judge to submit their candidacy through an open application process. The body charged with identifying a short list of exceptional candidates is also inclusive in nature. As honourable members are aware, the heart of our new process is a 7-member independent advisory board on Supreme Court of Canada judicial appointments. The advisory board includes a retired judge nominated by the Canadian Judicial Council, 2 lawyers, one nominated by the Canadian Bar Association and the other by the Federation of Law Societies of Canada, and a legal scholar nominated by the Council of Canadian Law Deans. The other 3 members, including 2 non-lawyers, have been nominated by myself as Minister of Justice. The composition of the advisory board was designed to ensure that the candidates would be assessed by a nonpartisan, independent body to ensure that the board includes the depth of experience, expertise, and diversity necessary to effectively apply the assessment criteria. In this regard, representation from the judiciary and the legal community provides critical input into assessing the professional qualifications of candidates. The lay members, who are prominent and well-respected Canadians, ensure a broader perspective and help bring the diversity of views to the board's deliberations. We have carefully selected members with a view to ensuring gender balance, diversity, including linguistic diversity, and regional balance in the committee's composition. It is important to emphasize that the board did not participate or do not participate to represent particular interests of constituencies. Rather, their role is to bring their diverse backgrounds and viewpoints to bear in identifying the best candidates. The critical task of the Advisory Board is to provide the Prime Minister with non-binding recommendations of 3 to 5 qualified candidates and functionally bilingual candidates for consideration, and that must include candidates from Atlantic Canada. The period for applications has closed on August the 24th, and since that date, the Advisory Board has been evaluating the candidates in accordance with the published set of criteria which relate to skills, experience, quality of the candidates, need, and to excel in our final Court of Appeal. The criteria also relate to the institutional needs of the Supreme Court. More specifically, candidates will be assessed based on the following personal skills and experience: demonstrated superior knowledge of the law, superior analytical skills, ability to resolve complex legal problems, awareness of and ability to synthesize information about the social context in which legal disputes arise, clarity of thought, particularly as demonstrated through written submissions, ability to work under significant time pressures requiring diligent review of voluminous materials in any area of the law, and a commitment to public service. Applicants will also be assessed based on the following personal qualities: an irreproachable personal and professional integrity, respect and consideration of others, ability to appreciate a diversity of views, perspectives, and life experiences, including those relating to groups historically disadvantaged by Canadian society, moral courage, discretion, and open-mindedness. And finally, in carrying out their assessments, the Advisory Board will consider the following institutional needs of the Court: ensuring a reasonable balance between public and private law experience or expertise, bearing in mind the historic patterns of distribution between those areas in the Supreme Court appeals, expertise in any specific subject matter that regularly features in appeals and in currently underrepresented on the Court, and ensuring that members of the Supreme Court are reasonably reflective of the diversity of Canadian society. The government is confident that the application process of these assessment criteria will lead to the identification of outstanding candidates for our highest court. As noted, the Advisory Board is tasked with identifying 3 to 5 highly qualified, functionally bilingual candidates from among this pool of applicants, a list that must include candidates from Atlantic Canada. It will then be for the Prime Minister, supported by myself as Minister of Justice, to select a nominee from this list. Our government takes this responsibility very seriously. It will be done following consultations on the shortlist with the Chief Justice of Canada, relevant provincial and territorial attorneys general, cabinet ministers, opposition justice critics, as well as members of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights and the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Once the Prime Minister has chosen the nominee, I will appear before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights with the chairperson of the Advisory Board to explain how the chosen nominee meets the statutory requirements and the criteria. Further to the committee hearing, the nominee will also take part in a moderated question and answer session with members of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the Standing Committee, Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, and representatives from the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party. Our government believes that this process will set a high standard for accountability and serve to enhance Canadians' confidence in our justice system. With the government's new process for the Supreme Court appointments now in view, I turn to the important issue raised by the honourable member from Niagara regarding the custom of regional representation. I thank the honourable member for allowing me to address this important aspect of our new, open and transparent process of Supreme Court of Canada appointments. The motion calls on the government to respect the custom of regional representation when making appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada and makes special reference to the vacancy left by the retirement of Justice Thomas Cromwell. I wish to speak in favour of the motion. Regional representation of the court has been front of mind throughout our efforts to create a new process for Supreme Court appointments. In the Prime Minister's letter to the members of the Independent Advisory Board, he tasked the board with considering the custom of regional representation as an important factor to be taken into account in formulating recommendations. The Prime Minister further ensured that this custom would be reflected in the shortlist prepared by the board in directing that the shortlist include candidates from Atlantic Canada. In articulating the factors that will influence the board's deliberation and in directing the shortlist of names to include candidates from Atlantic Canada, the Prime Minister has affirmed our government's commitment to the custom of regional representation. Our commitment to representation on the court is real. It is a commitment to Canada's regions, but it is also a commitment to Canada's great diversity. As our Prime Minister so rightly says, diversity is Canada's strength. It is not a challenge to be overcome or a difficulty to be tolerated. Our diversity is a source of strength for us as a country. We believe that diversity in all its richness is also the strength for the Supreme Court and the judiciary generally. It is a belief that is shared by the Honourable Chief Justice of Canada when she says, quote, "Diversity within the judiciary is important for two reasons. First, like understanding social context, diversity on the bench is a useful way to bring different and important points of view and perspectives to judging. Second, a diverse bench that reflects the society it serves enhances public confidence in the justice system. A Supreme Court that is not regionally representative will not be a diverse court. It is therefore for good reason that the custom of regional representation has developed and has been respected throughout the court's history. But it would be a mistake to assume that this custom lacks flexibility or requires too rigid of an application. The custom's flexibility, as was mentioned earlier in this House, was manifest between 1979 and 1982 when Justice Spence from Ontario retired and was replaced in 1979 by Justice McIntyre from British Columbia. During the 3 years, the court was not served by the customary 2, but by 3 justices from Western Canada. In 1982, Justice Martland of Alberta retired. He was replaced by a justice from Ontario. She was the first female justice appointed to our highest court. Her name will be well known to many, if not everybody, in this House, Bertha Wilson. Her appointment, which distinguished the court in so many of its great decisions, was made possible in part due to flexibility in the application of the custom of regional representation. Indeed, this precedent speaks to a more general truth. The custom of regional representation requires some flexibility. Without flexibility, Canada's 3 territories will forever be without representation on our country's highest court. Too rigid of an application of the custom would deny our great territories their opportunity to represent on the court. Without flexibility, Western Canada would never have had 3 members on the court. And without flexibility, Atlantic Canada will never secure more than 1 member on our highest court. Without flexibility, we will bind ourselves to the great mobility of Canadians who practice law in different provinces and call more than one region of our great country home. For example, Justice Bertha Wilson was called to the bar in Nova Scotia, before practicing in Ontario and being appointed as a judge of that province. Justice Thomas Cromwell, to offer another example, was born in Kingston and practiced and taught law in Ontario before moving to Nova Scotia and being appointed a judge of that province. These experiences by Justices Cromwell and Wilson and by so many other lawyers and justices across our region, our many jurisdictions, enrich perspectives and contributions to the law. We must not be tempted to discount them by too quickly or to simply classify Canadians into one or another region and denying their allegiances to another of our great regions. We must not be tempted to lose sight of the flexibility in the custom of regional representation. In speaking in favour of this motion, I highlight the government's commitment to a Supreme Court that is representative of Canada's regions and Canada's great diversity. I am confident that this new, open and transparent process for Supreme Court appointments, Atlantic and indeed all Canadians will see themselves reflected in this essential and esteemed national institution. As a member of this House and as a Canadian, I look forward to the news of the Prime Minister's ultimate decision and to the opportunity to hear directly from the candidate. It is incredibly exciting to be part of a process to appoint the next Supreme Court of Canada Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it certainly is encouraging to hear that the Minister and the government are going to support our Conservative opposition motion. And surely, if the government is going to support our opposition motion to respect the Constitutional Convention guaranteeing Atlantic Canadian representation, it follows, therefore, that presumably the government will appoint an Atlantic Canadian to fill the vacancy of Justice Cromwell. Will the Minister confirm that?
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the way and for his participation on the Justice Committee. And I look forward to presenting with the Honourable Kim Campbell at the committee to speak about the Supreme Court process and to speak about the potential or the future nominee. As I've indicated in this House many times, I am pleased that we introduced a new process in terms of the Supreme Court of Canada appointments. As clearly articulated in the mandate letter from the Prime Minister to the Independent Nonpartisan Advisory Board, there is an emphasis on the need to have representatives on the shortlist from Atlantic Canada. The shortlist will be between 3 and 5 people, and there will be members from Atlantic Canada. I have every confidence that the list will reflect the highest caliber of jurists, and there are many high-caliber jurists from Atlantic Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister of Justice for her thoughtful presentation. In it, she spoke about the process for the selection of the government's choice of Supreme Court Justice, and I understood her to say during the summer that the Minister would not consult with parliamentarians or the Justice Committee until after the Prime Minister's decision has been made. And I understand that this will be a non-binding recommendation by the advisory group and then absolute discretion on the Prime Minister's part, as it always has been, to appoint whoever he wishes. So my question is, does the government believe that Canadians' elected representatives, members of Parliament, should be consulted before the final decision is made?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague for the question and for his desire to be involved in the process, which I think is something that all members of this House should be involved in terms of having conversations about this fundamental institution and the gravity of appointing the next Supreme Court of Canada Justice. What we've sought to do in this new process is to build in many different opportunities to engage with parliamentarians on the appointment appointment of the next Supreme Court Justice, including appearing before the House of Commons Justice Committee in the summer. I have committed, as I said in my remarks, to engaging with a wide variety of individuals in terms of the short list for the candidates for the Supreme Court of Canada, and in particular when the Prime Minister has identified a nominee to appear before the committee with the chair of the advisory board to discuss this nominee, to receive feedback, certainly to receive feedback on the process itself. But I am very happy to engage not only with my honourable colleague across the way, but other critics in this House, as well as the Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada and the relevant Attorneys General. I look forward to ensuring that this is an open, transparent and accountable process that will ensure that we have an eminently qualified candidate for the next Supreme Court of Canada position.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her speech and for confirming the government's respect for the custom of regional representation and our party's support for this motion. Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the Justice Committee at the time of the last appointment to the Supreme Court, and there was no involvement from any parliamentarians. Not before, not after, not during. It was a completely opaque process. So I wonder if the Minister might be able to comment on the importance of the involvement of parliamentarians and what were the issues with the last process that prompted the changes that we're discussing today?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. I'm pleased to talk about the process. The short answer to the question, Mr. Speaker, is that there was no process before. What we have sought to do, and the difference in comparing an actual process to having no process, is that we want to institute a transparent, open and accountable process that ensures that we engage with parliamentarians, that ensures we engage with attorneys general across the country, the Chief Justice, that ensures that we have an open process that invites qualified jurists from right across the country to ensure that we are reflective of diversity, which is hugely important, that we have functionally bilingual candidates, and that we recognize that there are extremely qualified jurists from every jurisdiction, and that we have the ability to make substantive decisions about this really important appointment and make recommendations to the Prime Minister. So the difference, again, is that we have now instituted an open process and invite everybody to contribute their thoughts and on that process.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our honourable colleague across the way has spoken about the process being now open and transparent. We just had an intervention from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice saying perhaps perhaps the processes earlier on, the one that has served our country for over 141 years was perhaps not open and transparent. At least that's what was insinuated by his intervention. But I guess my question is has the selection committee, it was a nonpartisan committee that was selected to vet the applications for the Supreme Court. What was the process in terms of selecting those that are sitting on this nonpartisan committee?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. First of all, I'd like to say and to highlight, as long as this fundamental institution of our government has existed, it has exemplified excellence, and I do not want to take away from that excellence. And I applaud it and recognize that as a fundamental institution, we have sought to open up the process for the appointment of new judges to that court, and to ensure that people can participate in that process. In terms of the process that we've instituted, fundamental to that process is the advisory board of which you're speaking about, in terms of having 7 eminently qualified people to participate from a diversity of perspectives to go through the applications based on our publicly disclosed on the website criteria, assessment criteria. I think without qualification, the chair of the advisory board is eminently qualified, in being a former Prime Minister, Kim Campbell, and the other 6 members of the advisory board have been chosen for their excellence in the law from the judiciary, and in terms of the non-lawyers that are on the committee, reflecting the diversity of the country in terms of regional representation and diversity generally. I don't imagine there are many people that could question the qualifications of the advisory board.
Questions and comments. We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the Minister would further comment in regards to the issue of that transparency and accountability. She makes reference to the advisory board, which is an incredible group of individuals that ultimately come up with the or go through the different applications. And what role does the committee here, standing committee, if she can just kind of add any comment to that?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for acknowledging the role of the advisory committee. The role for the committees in the House of Commons, as I said, I was very honoured to present to the House of Commons committee earlier in August to speak about the process for the appointment of the next justice, and to seek their feedback. And that desire still remains. I further indicated that the opportunity to engage with the House of Commons committee will we'll have that further opportunity when the Prime Minister has announced a nominee for myself and for the Honourable Kim Campbell to present before that committee to speak about the nominee, the process by which the nominee was identified, and to answer questions. And further to that, look forward to having a special session with parliamentarians where the nominee will, in a moderated session, be able to answer questions from parliamentarians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The questions Canadians are wrestling with today are about the kind of Supreme Court we want and how we get there. Are we satisfied with the various systems of executive appointments that have been used in recent decades, or is it time for a more open, inclusive, and lasting reform? Is the tradition of regional quotas working adequately today, or should it be considered alongside other values to make the court better reflect the makeup of this great land? These questions shouldn't be used to divide Canadians. Each of us and our friends and colleagues will answer them differently. Canadians in Atlantic Canada are right to be concerned about regional representation on the court. And of course, all the Atlantic provinces cannot be lumped together. As a whole, the 4 Atlantic provinces have supplied 3 Chief Justices to our highest court, yet we've never had a justice from Newfoundland and Labrador, nor has there been a judge from Prince Edward Island since 1924. The tradition of regional quotas on our highest court is silent about how to ensure fair representation amongst the Atlantic provinces, just as it does not guarantee balance between each of the Western provinces. At any given moment, then, the court lacks representation from several Western and Atlantic provinces, and there's no mechanism to ensure that these inequalities are evened out over time. Not surprisingly, therefore, some Canadians wonder whether the system of strict regional quotas is actually fulfilling the principle of regional representation. There is broad agreement in this chamber and across the country that our highest court must mirror the Canadians it serves. And if we accept this principle, then we must acknowledge that regional representation is not the only principle at stake today. We must equally acknowledge the shameful fact that representation of minorities now and has always been lacking entirely for Indigenous peoples and other Canadians' visible minorities. And we must recognize that while we celebrate the increased representation of women on our Supreme Court, women are still far from equally represented in our judiciary. So the question isn't whether or not our Supreme Court ought to represent all Canadians and every part of this country. It's how do we build a system that ensures that representation for years to come. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the motion before us fails to offer a solution. Instead, it seems to seek to divide us. We will be voting in favor of this motion. The motion includes two parts. The first is a general statement of respect for the custom of regional representation. Of course, we agree entirely with that proposition. Regional representation has been said, must continue to be a vital part of the fabric of appointments. But the second part suggests that somehow Justice Cromwell is simply, and I quote, Atlantic Canada's representative on our highest court. This is a narrow and atrophied view that shortchanges what Justice Cromwell has brought to the bench. Professor Peter Hogg, Canada's top constitutional authority, wrote this on the issue of regional representation. I quote, "The nature of the judicial function as understood in Canada and other countries in which the judiciary is independent does not allow a judge to represent the region from which he or she was appointed in any direct sense, and certainly does not allow the judge to favor the arguments of persons or governments from that region." Close quote. It's vitally important that our court as an institution can, when considering a case from a particular region, understand that region's distinctive characteristics. In order to understand how we got here, Mr. Speaker, it's important to remind ourselves of a little bit of history. The Supreme Court was established neither at Confederation nor by the Constitution Act of 1867. Although the Constitution Act did allow for the creation of a General Court of Appeal, that didn't actually happen for another 8 years. Until 1875, our final Court of Appeal was the United Kingdom's. When a Canadian Supreme Court was created, it was established merely by a federal statute. That ordinary act of Parliament governs the court's jurisdiction and composition. So what was that composition? At first, the court was comprised of only 6 judges, and its statute required that at least 2 of those came from Quebec. In 1927, a 7th judge was added, and in 1949, 2 more. With that latest addition, the number of Quebec judges rose to the current composition of 3. The current pattern of regional representation, 3 justices from Quebec, 3 from Ontario, 2 from 4 Western provinces, and 1 from the 4 Atlantic provinces, is in fact a quite recent practice dating only from 1949. The existing arrangement has operated for some 67 years, but it's key to note, Mr. Speaker, that it hasn't operated in an automatic lockstep fashion. For example, as the Minister pointed out in her remarks, in 1978, Justice Spence of Ontario retired and was replaced by Justice McIntyre of British Columbia, not Ontario. 4 years later, a justice from Alberta retired and was replaced by another from Ontario, Madam Justice Bertha Wilson, thus restoring over time the customary balance. So my point, Mr. Speaker, is this is not a straitjacket. This is a convention that has been operated successfully, but not in an automatic fashion. Similarly, the practice of alternating the Chief Justiceship between French-speaking and English-speaking justices, which has generally been followed since 1944, has also not operated continuously. Wasn't followed from 1984 to 1990, for example. So these 2 traditions serve important goals of regional and linguistic representation, but they are neither particularly long-standing nor constant in their application. Each furthers the true goal of a representative court, but not in a cookie-cutter fashion. The Convention of Regional Representation has helped avoid the worst inequities between our regions, but it hasn't resulted in fair representation for every province. As I said, it's a sad reality that there has never been a justice from Newfoundland and Labrador, and it's been almost a century since Prince Edward Island justices were on our Supreme Court. Neither has the Convention of Alternating Chief Justiceship ensured fair linguistic representation because, despite receiving submissions in both official languages, justices are not yet required by the Supreme Court Act itself to be bilingual. Many Canadians would be surprised to learn that this is true. After all, a proposal to fix this was passed by the House of Commons as far back as 2010. Unfortunately, it was gridlocked by Conservatives and never became law. But I must salute the hard work of my colleague from Drummond, who is carrying the torch on this vital reform. This is about ensuring that the future governments respect the basic principle of equal access to justice. That's what inspired our former colleague from Acadie Bathurst, Yvon Gaudin, to fight for this bill in past parliaments, and I'm grateful to the member for Drummond for all his hard work and dedication to see that this goal is achieved this year. In part, we've had to rely on traditions and continual reforms because the statute that established the court and defined its composition imposes simply two requirements. First, the nominee be either a judge of the Superior Court of a province or a lawyer of 10 years standing at the bar of that province, and second, that at least 3 of the 9 judges come from the civil law jurisdiction of Quebec. Many Canadians feel that such an abbreviated statute doesn't capture the range of values that should inform appointments to our highest court. Canadians want jurists of the highest caliber. They want a judge and a court that represents all regions and understands our differing cultural and legal traditions, including, I hope, Indigenous customary law. They want a court that mirrors the diversity of contemporary Canada. And they want a court that offers equal access to justice to every Canadian, regardless of which official language they choose to make their case. That is why, Mr. Speaker, it is so important to move beyond the secretive appointment processes used by past governments, Liberal and Conservative alike, and develop, finally, an open, transparent, merit-based appointment process that will stand the test of time. Sadly, the motion before us does not propose a solution to that problem. Canadians have many different understandings of what makes a good jurist and a diverse court. How do we consider gender, race, ethnicity, age, sexual orientation, religion, and culture when we seek a representative court? Now, just as there were many who resisted the idea of increasing appointments of women to our courts, some will argue that continuing our progress toward representative courts and diversity is somehow just ticking a box and somehow would come at the expense of merit. But to presume that the principles of merit and diversity are somehow in conflict is to do a disservice to the many great legal minds we find in Canada from all backgrounds. It ignores the value that diverse personal experience brings to the bench. Canadians know that for courts to tackle the most pressing issues of law today, they must understand, yes, our distinct regions, but they also need to understand much more. They need to bring the experience of racialized minorities to the justice system, to the language and culture from which Aboriginal treaties arose. So to those who would stand in the way of that progress, we have a simple message. In the 21st century, we expect our courts to be as diverse as our communities. And that's not a lower standard, it's a higher standard. And remember, the gaps to be closed through these appointments are not narrow. For many Canadians, there's still a yawning chasm between their representation in our communities and their representation in our courts. Women have made great strides toward equal representation in recent decades, but still make up just 1/3 of Canadian judges. In our courts and in this chamber, we have a great deal of work to achieve equality. In other areas, the gaps are even wider. A survey of Canada's 2,160 lower court judges, this was conducted this year, Mr. Speaker, found only 3% were racial minorities and just 1% were Aboriginal. In Ontario, where criminal courts struggle with an overrepresentation of Black and Indigenous defendants, and where child welfare cases in particular require sensitivity to cultural differences, just 24 of 334 judges identified as ethnic minorities. In Saskatchewan, Indigenous residents are underrepresented in the courts by a factor of 10. All across the country, Indigenous people are underrepresented in our courts, but overrepresented in our jails. And in Canada today, that should be a call to action. So the question is this: how do we close the gaps and ensure the Supreme Court of Canada accurately reflects and represents all Canadians in all parts of this great land? Canadians will answer that question in different ways, but what's clear is that abandoning the project of developing a lasting, open, and transparent nomination process and returning to the days of secret selection will not accomplish the goal of fair representation. It's also clear that the traditional quotas have not succeeded in delivering fair representation for all provinces. Today, there's neither equal representation for all provinces nor a fair balance amongst the Western provinces or amongst the Atlantic provinces. And what is perhaps clearest of all is that Canadians will not take any lessons from the record of the Conservative Party when it comes to the Supreme Court. This is the party that backpedaled on their promise of transparency, circumvented their own appointment process, ran roughshod over constitutional requirements, and in the Nadon fiasco, impugned the integrity of Canada's Chief Justice. That is not the basis for any model that we should be looking to. Our Supreme Court will not be strengthened by pitting Canadians against each other, nor can we simplify the problem of a representative court to simply a question of geography. Atlantic Canadians are not just residents of a region, they're also Indigenous Canadians. They're Canadians from different ethnic minorities. They're Canadians from the LGBTQ community. And they all expect a court that respects and understands their experiences as well. So let me be clear. Atlantic Canadians deserve fair representation on our Supreme Court, and right now they deserve a straight answer from the Liberals about how the government will ensure that through the appointment process that they have constructed. The Liberals should not be slamming the door on the wealth of excellent jurists of Atlantic Canada, nor can they abandon the principle of regional representation. So I'm heartened by their support of this motion in recognition of that overarching value, one of many key values as we go about support for our Supreme Court. In conclusion, let us all commit to respecting regional representation as a key principle in balancing the composition of our court. Although it's never been a statutory requirement, let alone a constitutional one, it must be respected in the composition of the court. That requirement, that convention, that custom, that tradition has been honored, but not in our history through a lockstep automatic process where it's someone's turn. Rather, over time, our court has faithfully reflected the regional composition of our country, except to the extent that amongst Western and Atlantic provinces, there have been difficulties that I think still deserve greater attention. But Canadians are no longer content with the secretive process of the last Conservative government. So to the current government, let me say this. Don't consider only how the court has looked in the past. Think about how it ought to look in the future. It's time for the bench to include judges who are among our finest jurists across Canada and also happen to be Indigenous or from ethnic minorities or identify as other than heterosexual. This is much bigger than geography. This is about all the values that are needed to build a truly representative and modern Supreme Court for all Canadians, one that is wiser together than the sum of its parts. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd first of all like to thank the member from Victoria for that very thoughtful and well put together, well researched contribution to this debate. It's certainly what we've come to expect from the member from Victoria, but I have to say this is one of his finer moments. There's a couple of points that he made in the speech that I'd like to take up with him. First of all, I understand that the plug for the NDP bill with respect to the bilingualism of judges, I would simply ask the member to confirm or to acknowledge that of the last 15 Supreme Court of Canada judges, 13 have been functionally bilingual at the time of their appointment. So while the bill would be something symbolic, it wouldn't result in any major change in the appointment of judges to the Supreme Court. And the second, I thought, was a very excellent point that he made with respect to the hyperbole that we're hearing from the Conservatives with respect to a 141-year-old constitutional convention. And I would ask the member as to the veracity of a 141-year-old constitutional convention when, in fact, this custom, this tradition has been observed just since 1949 with some degree of flexibility. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Justice for his kind remarks as well. On the first point of bilingual judges, yes, that is something to which this party is committed, and I understand that the Liberal Party is also committed to functional bilingualism. And yes, indeed, 13 of the last 15, depending how you define it, I suppose, have been able to call themselves that. There's some doubt from the discussions in the Justice Committee over the summer precisely whether that means that the applicant is capable of speaking both official languages as opposed to simply understanding it. But that is something that needs to be worked out over time. I understand that. As to the second point about conventions, I couldn't agree more with the fact that a convention is a tradition or a custom. It's very hard for me to listen to the Conservatives somehow suggest that the Nadon case, which of course reflected the fiasco that they created, where the court had to address the fact that 3 of the 9 justices must come from the province of Quebec, that statutory and indeed constitutional requirement is somehow the same from the fact that we have to have X number of judges from Western Canada, 3 from Ontario and the like. It seems to me that they're equating apples and oranges when they do that. And the convention has been, as all conventions are, interpreted in a flexible manner, and history shows that. The example I gave of the appointment of Madam Justice Bertha Wilson is a great illustration of the fact that there has never been an automatic lockstep requirement that somehow it's this region's turn and therefore right now we have to appoint that person. Waited 4 years in that example, and we had another justice to fill that slot and create the diverse regional representation that we require. I think that's a telling example of how the convention has applied over our history.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I went to junior high in Charlottetown, PEI, so I'm very glad to hear the conversation in the chamber today about the importance of Atlantic Canada. I am finding it a little rich, though, I must say, to hear my Conservative colleagues lecture us about Supreme Court appointments. It was so visible in this last couple of years, backtracking on their own promises of integrity, not following their very clear constitutional requirements, and then the very public attempts to undermine the integrity and reputation of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, a woman who we hold in very high esteem across the rest of the country. So, I don't feel that there are lessons to be learned from the Conservatives on how to appoint to the Supreme Court, and so I invite my colleague, the member from Victoria, if he could describe more completely the vision that he has as our justice critic on how to actually get diversity and high-quality appointments to our Supreme Court in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, I thank my colleague for her question and for reminding us about the shameful record of judicial appointments of the last government. You know, the thought that Mr. Justice Nadon could be declared ineligible by our highest court, the fact that Mr. Harper would go on to publicly assail the integrity of Chief Justice Beverly McLaughlin, turning an institutional dispute into a personal battle, another first in Canada, is a shocking, shocking legacy, Mr. Speaker. So to the question of how we can fix it, we should make sure that all perspectives are brought to bear. We should privilege the regional representation as one for which we have a proud history, but we should not use that as a straitjacket. We should ensure that other values are brought to the table, and I think we all agree that talented jurists in Atlantic Canada will rise and shall rise and always have risen to the occasion, but we should be broader in our perspective. Have we ever had a judge from the North? Have we ever had a visible minority? Why is it that Prince Edward Island hasn't had a justice since 1924 on the Supreme Court? Why is it that Newfoundland and Labrador has been shut out since they joined the Canadian family? We need to do better, we can do better, and I'm confident we will.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can't help but to chime in at the mention of Sir Louis Henry Davies, the Judge of the Supreme Court of Canada, for whom our courthouse is named. But I'd like to continue our conversation with respect to the bilingualism of judges and the point that the member from Victoria made in response to my last question. When discussing the definition of functional bilingualism and whether it's an open question as to whether a judge who's functionally bilingual can actually speak the language, the definition that's actually contained in the policy that's been brought forward by the Prime Minister is that a judge be able to understand written and oral presentations from counsel without the need for simultaneous translation. Surely the member would concede that someone whose level of comprehension is good enough to be able to understand legal arguments in written and oral form is most likely also able to be is most likely also to have the capacity to speak. That's not a big leap.
Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been in the Supreme Court on more than one occasion, and I can tell you the real action is when the questioning starts. It's not reading the factums. It's not being able to understand what counsel says. It's being able to pose that question that goes to the heart of the matter and asks that counsel what exactly their case is about. And so functional bilingualism in some capacities may well entail what my friend has said, but in other capacities, particularly that capacity, I'm surprised to think that the functional bilingualism requirement that the government apparently is working on in developing this assessment criteria would not include that critical ability to pose questions.
Very quick question for the member from Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, the member from Victoria, for his very thoughtful contribution to this debate. He mentioned, actually, in his debate quite a lot about the need for diversity representation, in particular, that reflects, I think, the faces of our communities today across the country, and in particular representation from the Indigenous community and the importance of that. I'm particularly interested in these points, and I wonder if the member can expand on how the government can actually achieve these important goals.
60 seconds or less, the honourable member for Victoria.
The ability, Mr. Speaker, to understand the Indigenous customs has been noted over and over again as critical if we're going to move forward with Indigenous communities and understanding their law. That customary law is something that, for example, the University of Victoria is currently studying. That has to be part of the makeup, directly or indirectly, in our Supreme Court. We have to start understanding that we have not just linguistic duality, but we have Indigenous and non-Indigenous legal traditions in this country as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise in the House to speak on behalf of the people of Chilliwack Hope and to engage in this debate today, especially where we're talking about the need for this government to respect Atlantic Canada and to respect the tradition and the convention that has been in place for over 140 years that ensures that one of the Supreme Court justices is from the Atlantic Canada region. And Mr. Speaker, I want to talk today about that, the motion, about the issue of the Supreme Court justice, the Supreme Court and its representative from Atlantic Canada. But I also want to talk about the shocking tendency that we've seen already in just under a year for this government to take Atlantic Canada for granted. And I did want to mention, Mr. Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the member for Durham. Mr. Speaker, we've seen that Atlantic Canadians themselves are very passionate about this issue. They have spoken loudly and clearly that they expect that the convention will be respected, that they will continue to have a voice on the Supreme Court when the vacancy from Justice Cromwell retirement comes up. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to just quote a few. I'm from British Columbia, and we're here speaking about this, but the people of Atlantic Canada are speaking about it loudly and clearly. The Atlantic Provinces Trial Lawyers Association says it's taking the extraordinary measure of seeking a court order in Nova Scotia Supreme Court that would require the federal government to amend the Constitution if it wants to drop regional representation as constitutional convention. So, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Justice Minister's musings in the summer and the refusal to confirm that the next justice will be from Atlantic Canada could indeed provoke a constitutional crisis. The Atlantic Provinces Trial Lawyers Association has gone down that road. We see from the Cape Breton Post in an editorial entitled "We Don't Lack Diversity." They take great offense to the idea that there's no one that can be found in Atlantic Canada that can meet the other targets that this government has set. They said the Prime Minister has said he wants to ensure the top court reflects the diversity of the country, and that's fine. We know it's 2016, but we argue that he would have no trouble finding diversity in Atlantic Canada's population, and that there are surely multiple candidates from many different backgrounds in our region worth considering for an appointment. One can't help but wonder whether or not the Prime Minister, seeing every seat in the Atlantic provinces go Liberal in the last election, is taking the allegiance of the region for granted. And, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've seen from the Liberal members of Parliament from Atlantic Canada. They are taking that region for granted. The Prime Minister is taking that region for granted. There's several examples of that, not only this Supreme Court issue that we're talking about today. How about having a minister create the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency from Mississauga, Mr. Speaker? There's 32 Liberal members, some of them in cabinet, none of them given the responsibility of being responsible for economic development in the Atlantic region. Instead, they weren't good enough to do the job. Someone from Toronto had to do it, Mr. Speaker. And what did we hear from the 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada when that happened? Nothing. We've heard nothing. What other issues? There's other issues, Mr. Speaker. I had the honour for the last year, until very recently, of being the fisheries critic for the official opposition.
For a moment, the honourable member for Hope Chilliwack, I'm enjoying the speech, but I'm just getting buzz from all sides across the hall and from behind the honourable member. I just want to remind the honourable member that to show a little respect and let the honourable member from Hope Chilliwack give his discourse. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, never let it be said that I can't create a buzz in a room, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, I was pleased to be the fisheries critic for the last year, and had the opportunity to interact with Atlantic Canadian fishers in all different sectors. And just last week, when we as a caucus, the official opposition, took the opportunity to meet in Halifax, to reconnect and re-engage with Atlantic Canadians, as our leader has been doing. I believe she's made 6 visits to the region since since she was elected as our interim leader. And Mr. Speaker, as I went out and talked to Atlantic Canadians, they definitely feel that they are being taken for granted by this government. They feel that they are being taken for granted by the very members of Parliament that they sent to Ottawa to speak up for them. An example, Mr. Speaker, is on the Northern Shrimp Quota allocation, the LIFO system, where the system was rigged in favour of one province. All but one panel member was from Newfoundland and Labrador. All but one meeting was held in Newfoundland and Labrador and in other regions that wanted a change to that Northern Quota system. The minister accepted that recommendation. He cost Nova Scotia fishermen, New Brunswick fishermen, tens of millions of dollars with his decision to take away their fishing quota. And what did the member for South Shore St. Margaret say to her fishermen who've lost millions of dollars because of that decision? Nothing. She's been silent, even though she campaigned on keeping the last in, first out system. Since that time, nothing. It was also in PEI, Mr. Speaker. Met with fishermen in Charlottetown, Lehave, Morel, and O'Leary. And Mr. Speaker, what did they say? They said, this government has changed the lobster carapace size, something that Gail Shea never let happen in her entire time as a member of Parliament. She stood up for the fishers in Prince Edward Island, but now she's gone, Mr. Speaker. There's 4 Liberal MPs in that region, and what have they said to protect lobster fishermen in PEI? They have said nothing. The new member from Egmont has said nothing. The Minister of Agriculture has said nothing. The member from Malpeque, nothing. They are getting no representation from their members of Parliament because they're too afraid to speak out, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister speaks for the Liberal Party of Canada in Atlantic Canada. The members who are sent here to represent their constituents have suddenly, as the fishermen, lobster fishermen I met with in O'Leary said, I guess the Minister of Agriculture, the member for Cardigan, seems that he's lost his voice. Well, Mr. Speaker, members from the Conservative Party, be they from British Columbia, Ontario, across the rest of the country, we will speak up for Atlantic Canadians if no one on that side will do it for them. Mr. Speaker, we've heard today the Justice Minister kind of dance around whether or not she will actually insist that the next appointment be an Atlantic Canadian to the Supreme Court. They've said, we're insisting that they be on the short list. That's not what we're asking for today. That's not what Atlantic Canadians are demanding. They're demanding that they continue to have the representation that they've had on the Supreme Court for the last 140 years. I want to quote another issue, Mr. Speaker, another article, this time from The Guardian in PEI in Charlottetown, from Gerard Mitchell, former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Prince Edward Island. And he says, Dear Prime Minister, I'm writing you to ask that you please revise your new policy on appointment of judges to the Supreme Court of Canada. The revision should affirm the well-established convention of filling vacancies with judges from the same region of the country as their predecessor. Merit and ensuring the maintenance of regional perspectives on the court should be the litmus test for appointment. Bilingualism is certainly an asset, but it has never been and never should be an absolute requirement for appointment to the Supreme Court of Canada. The highest court in the land needs well-qualified judges, whether bilingual or not, from all the regions of Canada to bring to bear their perspectives on the great legal issues of the day. Regional representation on the judicial branch of our government is an important aspect of our Canadian democracy. The pan-Canadian composition of the court adds to the legitimacy of its decision-making authority. The new policy, if unaltered, could someday result in all 9 judges coming from 1 or 2 parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, this is from the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Prince Edward Island. We need to stand up for the people of Atlantic Canada. We in the official opposition will do it, even if their Liberal members of Parliament have chosen not to.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Conservative Party for bringing forward this motion, which we support, that talks about the custom of regional representation. It is indeed one that's very important, the one that we support, and the one that we are upholding through the new process. I do take exception, however, to the attempt by my friend opposite to try to drive a wedge within the caucus and the allegations that Atlantic Canadian members of Parliament are not standing up for the region. He spoke fondly about the work of Gail Shea, but his distance between Prince Edward Island and British Columbia, he may have missed the fact that one of Gail Shea's legacies is pitting Prince Edward Islanders against one another with the EI zones. He took a shot at the Minister for Innovation, the Minister for ACOA. Atlantic Canada has done significantly better under this minister than we ever saw under the Conservatives. $237 million in the Halifax Regional Municipality alone. New Brunswick agreements with provincial governments of more than $176 million on 51 infrastructure projects. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I've been pretty busy with funding announcements in Prince Edward Island as well. The question that I have for the member is this. The process that we've announced will allow for Atlantic Canadian lawyers and judges to compete in a national competition. Does he want to repeat and perpetuate the myth of a culture of defeat, or does he think that Atlantic Canadian lawyers and judges are up to the job of competing against everyone in Canada for this seat on the Supreme Court?
The member for Chilliwack.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see that the member for Charlottetown is celebrating the fact that the ACOA minister is from Mississauga. If he's proud of that, I guess he can sell that at home. But we certainly think that the ACOA minister should be from Atlantic Canada. And as far as Gail Shea goes, Mr. Speaker, she never allowed the PEI lobster carapace size to be changed to the detriment of PEI fishers. And I was told by the fishermen I met with that the member for Cardigan, now the Minister of Agriculture, used to thump on the desk and say, "We will never let it happen, Mr. Speaker. Not as long as I'm here. Those Conservatives, how could they even consider it?" Of course, it never happened. Now that they have changed it to the disadvantage of PEI lobster fishermen, not a word from anyone on Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. And as for the idea of a defeatist culture, Mr. Speaker, I think it's defeatist to think that there's not enough judges and lawyers in Atlantic Canada to fill the entire selection list for the Supreme Court position. This has been a convention for 141 years, and they are now saying, let Atlantic Canadians compete for a position on the court. We're saying that they should be guaranteed that position, Mr. Speaker, that has been a convention that no Prime Minister before this one has ever considered backing away from Atlantic Canada in the way that this Prime Minister has. And once again, Mr. Speaker, we hear nothing from Liberal MPs in the region because they're taking the support of Atlantic Canadians for granted. And if they won't stand up for them, we will, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Portage-Lisker in 45 seconds or less, so that we can give 45 seconds to the honourable member.
I want to ask my colleague if he's hearing what I am hearing today, because back in August, the Prime Minister's office confirmed that there's no guarantee the Cromwell seat will go to someone from the region. In fact, they said applicants are being accepted from across Canada. Not just from Atlantic Canada, across Canada. This was the Prime Minister's office, in order to allow a selection process that ensures outstanding individuals are considered for appointment to the Supreme Court of Canada. Today, we are hearing that the Liberals agree that the government should respect the custom of regional representation for making appointments. So are they kind of trying to have it both ways? Or I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what are you hearing? Is this the PMO speaking? Has the PMO changed their mind? Was the Prime Minister wrong? Do they know what they're doing across that side?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's only one voice, obviously, for the Liberal Party of Canada, and that's the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's office decided that this seat may not go to Atlantic Canada on the court, and maybe today he's going to let the Liberal members vote a certain way. But for between August and now, The Prime Minister's office has made it clear that they will speak for this caucus, that Atlantic Canadian MPs will remain silent, and when the Prime Minister wants to hear their opinion, he'll give it to them, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to follow my good friend from British Columbia, who in his last number of months in Parliament have been a strong advocate for Atlantic Canada, and his role as fisheries critic for the Conservative Party brought attention to a range of issues which shows that if you're a parliamentarian here with knowledge and passion, you can represent all Canadians and indeed a region on the other side of the country, Mr. Speaker, that has not received such representation despite 32 members of Parliament. Every single member of Parliament from Atlantic Canada is a Liberal member, and I'm going to highlight some of the hypocrisy that some of the members are demonstrating with their lack of commitment to equality for Atlantic Canada on one of our key institutions, Mr. Speaker. In particularly, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, who feigned outrage regularly if you touched the Supreme Court of Canada Act in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but now he describes the long-standing Constitutional Convention to have an Atlantic Canadian jurist on the top court as just a custom, Mr. Speaker, when before he expressed it as a requirement of our diversity as a country, Mr. Speaker. It's actually disappointing profoundly, because I like a lot of these members from Atlantic Canada. As someone that spent a lot of time there myself, I know they're well-intended, but it's about time that they start to speak up to their Prime Minister and their Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker, correct this major omission, and start showing that there's more than just silence of the lambs in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker. I'm passionate about this, as you can tell, Mr. Speaker, because I'm a product of the outstanding legal system and legal education system in Atlantic Canada. Dalhousie University, Mr. Speaker. Dalhousie Law School, now known as the Schulich School of Law, is the oldest law school in the British Commonwealth, Mr. Speaker, founded in 1883. And in fact, the early classes from Dalhousie Law School in Halifax, those graduates became the deans for most of the early law schools across the country, including in Alberta. And Alberta still has a tradition of sending a number of great young minds to Halifax for their law school experience, starting with many people like Joe Lougheed, and son of the former Premier, my friend Luke Day. That mix at Dalhousie, one of the finest schools, produces great legal minds. And it is the law school for Newfoundland and Labrador, Mr. Speaker. There's a special admission provision. And between Dalhousie and University of New Brunswick, some of the best legal education in the country, Mr. Speaker. And from the early days of our country, those lawyers, those judicial minds have forged Canadian law, both here in Parliament, in legislatures, and at the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And for the Prime Minister to just wave that aside is rather insulting, Mr. Speaker. For someone that claims diversity is a fundamental tenet of his government, geographic diversity and the tradition of an Atlantic Canada seat to secure that geographic diversity seems like an afterthought. Atlantic Canada's first Justice, William Johnstone Ritchie, Mr. Speaker, a Nova Scotia-trained barrister who became the Chief Justice of New Brunswick and was an appointment from New Brunswick, was appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada by Alexander Mackenzie, the first Liberal Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Study history, 32 from Atlantic Canada. The history is there. It was Sir John A. Macdonald, when he returned to office, a Conservative, that made Ritchie the first Atlantic Canadian Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker, and some of that early jurisprudence is still referenced today. These are important traditions within our country, Mr. Speaker, and to think that they can be so callously swept aside, even when the entire Atlantic Canadian geography is represented by the government party, is astonishing, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask them to go and think about that. You can visit the grave of Justice Ritchie at Beechwood here in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, which is emblematic of the significance of the Supreme Court to this country. Sir Robert Borden, a Nova Scotia-trained lawyer, Mr. Speaker, and my favorite Prime Minister of this country, holding a country together through the challenges of the Great War, started the Canadian Bar Association, Mr. Speaker. So, in fact, Atlantic Canada blazed the trail for common law jurisprudence and, in fact, our legal education and judicial structures in Canada. No question about it. Punched well above its weight since the earliest days of Confederation. In fact, Joseph Howe, Mr. Speaker, the father of representative government, granting to Nova Scotia the first standalone representative government of a British colony at that time. In Howe's tradition, I would ask the 32 to start speaking up, because they're not living up to the ideals of the men and women who have come before them, Mr. Speaker. And most recently, someone I had the honour of meeting, Constance Glube, who just passed away this February, another Dalhousie law grad, Mr. Speaker, and the first female Chief Justice of a provincial court of a superior court in Canada, Mr. Speaker. I could go on, but it's disappointing that I have to give this primer to the Minister of Justice, Mr. Speaker, because she, and particularly her parliamentary secretary, should not disregard this important tradition and this convention as easily as they're doing. I'm going to show that hypocrisy from the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker. The MP for Charlottetown, who I like, who's a lawyer, and we practiced for a time at the same firm, although I was a student and he was a partner in Charlottetown, said of this in February 2014, I say that because the Supreme Court of Canada Act is also a piece of legislation that be considered of the utmost importance, given how the Supreme Court influences all our institutions, it's a matter of national importance. And that's when he was complaining about changes through a private member's bill. We have no bill before this House, Mr. Speaker. We have the Prime Minister deciding on a whim to erase a century of history. Yet the MP for Charlottetown seems quite fine with that now. At least with a private member's bill, we had debate in this chamber. We had to bring this debate here through an opposition day motion. He then went on to say in that same debate, in normal times when matters regarding the appointment of a Supreme Court justice arise, we would be assured that the process would unfold in a manner that was inclusive and meaningful for Canadians, as they expect matters of the Supreme Court to be, and for appointments to be made to ensure proper linguistic, gender, and regional balance as part of the process. That's the MP from Charlottetown who's taken part in this debate today, who now just calls that a custom. There was a custom of having a judge once in a while from Atlantic Canada. I'd ask him to stand up, Mr. Speaker. It's time for a couple of them. The Minister of Fisheries, another graduate of the Atlantic Canadian legal education system. In June 2015, the member from Charlottetown also complained that the Supreme Court Act had an amendment made in the Budget Implementation Bill, Mr. Speaker, and he feigned quite a bit of outrage at the time on that. We don't even have legislation before this chamber, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister feels that he can do what he wants, and so far the 32 from Atlantic Canada are allowing him to govern that way. Nothing highlights it better, Mr. Speaker, than a legal action brought by the trial lawyers of Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker, saying that the Prime Minister's conduct constitutes an amendment to the Constitution of Canada, Mr. Speaker. What they're doing is actually, in the view of leading Atlantic Canadian trial lawyers, is unconstitutional. Where's the member from Charlottetown on this, Mr. Speaker? This was filed September 19th. Specifically, they cite Section 41D, the composition of the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker, an essential feature of our Constitution directly and through convention, Mr. Speaker. The composition for over a century has had Atlantic Canadian representation, and Justice Cromwell, a distinguished jurist, was just the most recent example of that in the long line that goes back to Chief Justice Ritchie, Mr. Speaker. So it concerns me that in and amongst the photo ops and press conferences that the Prime Minister feels he can not only disregard a century of constitutional convention, can disregard the profound and in fact leading impact made by Atlantic Canada to our modern judicial system, Mr. Speaker, and claim that he's doing this with diversity in mind. Diversity is as much in our regional differences and our viewpoints that comes from the lived experience in these regions, Mr. Speaker. That's why it's a convention. It's just one seat. To take that away from the part of Canada that actually gave us our modern common law is atrocious. And now is the time for the 32, led by the MP for Charlottetown, to show some backbone and say no to this Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. La Salle-Mar Verdun.
I'm sorry, La Salle-Mar Verdun.
Member for his comments. Just curious in his interchanging use of the words custom and convention, if perhaps he could elucidate us on the actual difference between those two words.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And had I had more time to do a little more research, I would have checked to see if the School of Law at McGill, where I know my friend taught for many years, had its early dean as a Dalhousie graduate. I would go out on a limb to say likely, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I think McGill was one of the later law schools to adopt the case law approach trailblazed at Dalhousie, Mr. Speaker. And Dalhousie followed the Harvard tradition, so it really goes back that far. As the member well knows, our Constitution is both written and by convention. And that convention is reinforced and reinforced the longer the practice is maintained. And in this case, I would suggest, and I hope he would agree with me, that in terms of constitutional convention, that also fits with the spirit of Section 41D of the Constitution Act 1982. This is probably one of our oldest and most profound constitutional conventions, Mr. Speaker. I highlighted the word custom because in the last Parliament, the MP from Charlottetown found that the diversity, having the Atlantic Canadian Justice on the Supreme Court of Canada, was fundamental. Now he seems to be backing away from that, Mr. Speaker. I would say for somebody that is a well-spoken and thoughtful MP trained in the legal system by Atlantic Canada, he should now stand up for it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our honourable colleague for his eloquent speech. And I don't profess to be an expert in the legal system, but I have listened intently to the interventions throughout the morning, and language such as open and transparent, high quality, have been used from members of the government and the folks across the way, and indeed our colleagues from the NDP, which has tended to, I guess, cast shadow or doubt on the quality of the applicants that we've had previously, or the Supreme Court justices that we've had previously, or the processes that we've had, or as my honourable colleague has just said, perhaps that the quality of the talent or the jurists that we might find in Atlantic Canada might be in question. And is he indeed actually hearing the same when we're listening to the interventions from our honourable colleagues from across the way?
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend from Caribou Prince George, and particularly having visited that part of the country this year. Passionate people represented by a passionate advocate, Mr. Speaker. And that's why he's concerned about this as a BC MP, as are some of my BC colleagues with me here today, apparently more than the 32 Atlantic MPs, Mr. Speaker, because I don't see them speaking much other than the MP for Charlottetown, who's under strict orders from the Minister of Justice not to stray from script. But he's raised a good point. I think the lawsuit or the legal action asking for an order from the court declaring the Prime Minister's conduct unconstitutional, it's from the Atlantic Provinces Trial Lawyers Association. So he asked me, is there an impression that this callous act by the Prime Minister is having a negative impression in Nova Scotia? Well, a legal action suggesting it's unconstitutional by the people, the men and women who make their livelihood advocating and defending people in our courts, that's a pretty good indication that they feel It's an affront, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest the parliamentary secretary, the MP for Charlottetown, is likely still called to his bar there. He should talk to some of his colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inform you that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Honor for me to speak on this motion today, in part because of the way in which the Supreme Court of Canada has touched my life. I had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, of being a clerk at the Supreme Court of Canada in 1989-90 for Mr. Justice Peter de Carteret-Corey, and it was one of the formative years of my life, Mr. Speaker. Justice Corey's picture remains hung in my office, and he remains a daily example of what it means to be an ethical human being, and every day I think about the way in which Mr. Justice Corey treated me and my co-clerks and other judges, counsel in front of him, and I try, imperfectly I know, to aspire to be as good as he is. Mr. Speaker, the motion today, and it's an important point, is about a long-standing custom that we have respected in Canada since around 1949 in more formal terms, that the composition of the Supreme Court of Canada be composed in a certain way, and including one judge from Atlantic Canada. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that it is a custom, it is not a convention, and we have departed from that custom in the past. Let me say that I speak as well as a former law professor at McGill University, where I taught for 20 years, and also as someone who has not only seen the inside workings of the Supreme Court as a clerk, and seen the way judges struggle with legal interpretation, but I've also argued before the Supreme Court and worked in preparing documents for pleading at the Supreme Court, at both oral and written. I'd also like to point out to my friends across the way that I spent my first year teaching, my first professional year at the University of New Brunswick, and it was a wonderful year, the first year of my married life, and was a wonderful experience for me to be teaching and thinking and reflecting about law in Atlantic Canada with Atlantic Canadians, particularly as my students. Mr. Speaker, the important point here is diversity. And with diversity, the idea that there will be additional perspectives added to the Supreme Court. C'est vrai qu'on a eu jusqu'ici.
It is true that to date we have had great linguistic and cultural diversity in Canada. We have a rule whereby 3 of the judges must come from Quebec, and that is very important to respect the traditions of civil law in Quebec, as well as the French language in the arguments and presentations before the Supreme Court.
Bilingualism is a critical requirement, and let me defend the passive bilingualism that our government is putting forward in this motion. It is de facto and de jure what we have done at McGill over the past 20 years. I have worked with counsel preparing for cases. I have seen counsel plead. I have seen the debates over each and every word that goes into both oral and written pleadings. I have never heard a top quality advocate, and I've interacted with many of them, say that the language that they are choosing for their oral or written pleadings is not important. So, Mr. Speaker, forcing those arguments to go through a translator after so much thought has been put into them is not fair. It's unjust to the clients and to the lawyers who are putting forward those cases. So it is a necessary precondition that judges at the Supreme Court of Canada, with respect to oral and written pleadings, be able to understand the nuance of the language in its original language without the benefit of translation. I disagree with my honourable member across the way who previously said that they ought to be able to ask questions as well. Yes, that would be desirable, but It is the understanding of written and oral pleadings and the understanding of all the work that goes into each and every word, time-limited and page-limited arguments in front of the Supreme Court, that makes the functional bilingualism requirement an absolute necessity for fairness in this country. Donc, j'aimerais passer, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, now I would like to go on to the principle of regional representation. It is true that it is a custom that a judge, ever since 1949, has come from the Atlantic provinces.
From this tradition, Mr. Speaker. In 1978, then Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau appointed Bud McIntyre from British Columbia to the Supreme Court of Canada, even though it was Ontario's pick. And it was only 4 years later that when Mr. Justice Ronald Martland from Alberta stepped down, that Ontario got its third seat back in the form of the appointment of Justice Bertha Wilson. So there isn't a good argument, and this is a legal argument, I know, that's been advanced in certain quarters, that this has crystallized in some way into hard and fast law. I think the better legal argument, Mr. Speaker, is that we have had no such crystallization, that while this is a custom, and it's a custom to be respected, and it's a custom which our government is committed to respecting, Mr. Speaker, there is still some flexibility for us to depart from that custom where circumstances require. I would say, Mr. Speaker, in my experience with the court and teaching law over the past 20 years, that gender diversity, which we have already tried to achieve at the Supreme Court of Canada, has been fundamental to the progress of law in Canada. The impact of Bertha Wilson, of Claire Leroux-Dubé, of Beverly McLaughlin, Louise Arbour, Rosalie Abella, and Suzanne Côté has been capital in the way in which we have reconceived a number of different doctrines in public law, private law, criminal law. Think of reproductive rights, think of the criminal code, and also private law, where the fact that we have had this diversity has made us a better country, Mr. Speaker, and has made our laws more just. The glaring absences right now, Mr. Speaker, are an Aboriginal person on the Supreme Court of Canada and a person of color on the Supreme Court of Canada. Let's reflect upon the impact that including these perspectives, and I'm not saying representation, it's not representation. It is bringing perspectives in, because everyone we expect on the Supreme Court will be a jurist who decides cases based on the merits, but in bringing their perspective to the case, we will get fuller understandings and more just decisions. And we need, as a country, we need as a government, to recognize that the evolution of Canadian society is such that these absent perspectives on the Supreme Court of Canada has a negative impact on the very concept of justice in our country. We owe it to our citizens to hear these perspectives. We owe it to our citizens to enshrine, to some extent, the principle of getting these perspectives into various positions of power, including the Supreme Court of Canada, where they can be elaborated. I won't speak to the process. Other colleagues have spoken to the process, but we are trying to get a transparent, open process back into the appointment process of Supreme Court judges. So is there a value in regional diversity, Mr. Speaker? Yes, there is. And we recognize that Atlantic Canada has had a seat on the Supreme Court of Canada for many, many years, and that this is a custom which we ought to respect, all other things being equal. But, Mr. Speaker, let me say that there are other competing values of diversity, including gender diversity, including cultural diversity, including linguistic diversity, which also have to be in some way represented on the court in order for us to ensure just decisions. One of my other mentors, Mr. Speaker, was Roderick MacDonald, long-standing professor and dean at McGill, who was also the chair of the Law Commission of Canada. He wrote a fundamental report on residential schools in Canada that had an impact on the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. What I'll call him Dean MacDonald, used to say was, who bears the burden of justification? Mr. Speaker, we will have a group of candidates, 3 to 5, that the selection committee will put before this House, and our government will gladly bear the burden of justification should, in fact, we feel we have to depart from the custom of Atlantic representation. But that being said, we fully support the motion that this is an important value and this custom ought to be respected where possible.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've listened to the debate all morning, and to be quite frank, the Liberal position is getting very, very confusing. In August, they talked about having applications from across the country. And I think they've probably heard from Atlantic Canada fairly loud and clear that they've got some significant concerns in terms of the convention of having representation from Atlantic Canada. Today we're hearing they're going to support our motion, but then we hear a lot of kind of words around, but, we're only going to, it's only one thing of diversity. This motion, I think, is pretty clear to me that the short list should be all Atlantic Canadians, and there should be an Atlantic Canadian that's chosen from that short list. Can the member confirm that that indeed is the case when they support this motion?
Great. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
In answering that question, I'd like to refer to a question that I had posed to my honourable friend just a moment ago. The motion today talks about custom. Custom can be departed from under a variety of different circumstances. We are not talking about a convention here that has crystallized into a legally binding norm. That is not the case. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we would like Atlantic representation to be one of the criteria that is looked at by the committee. It will certainly be a primordial criterion upon which the ultimate decision is based as to a choice of Supreme Court justice. But and there will, in all likelihood, be a large number of strong Atlantic Canadian candidates for the Supreme Court. But we're talking about custom here. We're not talking about convention. And therefore, there is still the possibility, based on merit and these other considerations, that perhaps the best candidate for the job may not come from Atlantic Canada this time.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue this discussion on what seems to be the centerpiece of most of the Conservative speeches, the chest thumping around a 141-year-old constitutional convention, and the wording of their motion, where the words constitutional convention do not appear. What's in the motion is the word custom. And we are indeed supporting the motion. We are indeed supporting and respecting the custom. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is if he could elaborate a bit more on the difference between a constitutional convention and the custom, and if he could also address the contention that this constitutional convention has been around for 141 years.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and member from Charlottetown for his question. This is a critically important point. A convention is has crystallized over time into a legally binding norm. And the Supreme Court of Canada has recognized this in a variety of different cases, in particular the patriation reference way back under another Prime Minister Trudeau. This is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a practice, a custom that has happened for a fairly long period of time, formally since about 1949, not for 141 years. That has been departed from. That has been departed from. And that's critical. When Bud Spence was appointed from British Columbia instead of an Ontario pick, it highlighted the fact that this was not a convention, but merely a custom. And a custom may be departed from, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I am very touched by the praise that I hear about people from Atlantic Canada and the ability that has been cited by our colleagues from the official opposition, and yet their outgoing leader said to everyone that these very same people who they are praising today have a culture of defeatism. So I'm very surprised that they have all of a sudden changed their minds. To come back to today's motion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the honourable member for Niagara Falls for his motion, and I'd like to thank the Chamber for responding to it. It is clear that the population in Atlantic Canada and in other regions of the country truly wish that regional representation on the Supreme Court of Canada, the highest court in the country, be maintained. And as the members of the House know, the Supreme Court is an essential element of the constitutional architecture of Canada. The Supreme Court, which is made up of the courts of the highest instance for all legal references across the country, plays a key role in terms of respecting fundamental rights and the rule of law. The Supreme Court has ruled on major legal issues that are entirely diverse across this country, such as medically assisted dying, the equality of same-sex marriage, and the accommodation measures for Aboriginal people. The way we selected the judges on the Supreme Court is thus of the highest importance for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that is why in August our government announced a new process of appointment to the Supreme Court, which is open, transparent, and responsible. And with that, an advisory board, an independent and non-partisan advisory board, was created and was mandated to put forward candidacies of highly qualified, top-caliber, functionally bilingual judges who represent the diversity of our great nation.
This consultative committee, which is presided by former Prime Minister Kim Campbell, is made up of 7 members who have links to the 4 corners of this country. 4 of them were appointed by professional independent organizations, and the committee includes a number of non-jurists. This committee will look at applications and will present to the Prime Minister a short list of 3 to 5 candidates. When the Prime Minister announced the new process, many were surprised to learn that the person who will replace Justice Cromwell will be chosen from a list which will not include only candidates from one of the Atlantic provinces. And I understand that this possibility might be surprising because it goes against the practice which has been in place up till now. That having been said, we believe it's time to look ahead. We are aware of the importance of the composition of the Supreme Court, and certain aspects of that are set out in law. At least 3 judges must come from the Courts of Appeal or the Superior Courts of Quebec or from the Quebec Bar. This is not just a geographic requirement, but it takes into account the 2 legal systems in Canada. Mr. Speaker, like many of my colleagues know, Quebec's legal system follows a civil law system, while the majority of the other provinces are based on the British common law system. The appointment to the Supreme Court of 3 judges from the province of Quebec ensures that the highest court in the land is made up of jurists who understand the civil code system. It's also important to take into account other important elements which go well beyond geography. Since the nomination of the Honourable Bertha Wilson to the Supreme Court in 1982, who was the first woman on the Supreme Court, a number of other women have been appointed. It's important that we respect gender equality on the Supreme Court. However, there are other groups who have been underrepresented and who have not been properly represented on the Supreme Court. The government is determined to ensure that the Supreme Court of Canada reflects the diversity of Canadian society. By allowing candidates from across the country to be part of the new process, we hope that we will be able to reflect this great diversity of our country in the Supreme Court of Canada for many years. We believe that the court will benefit not only from their great knowledge and experience in the field of law, but also from their life experience. For example, Canada is proud to have more and more Indigenous lawyers and judges. And our country has a number of talented lawyers who come from the LGBT community, who come from ethnic communities, or who don't come from the traditional background of those who have become Supreme Court judges. We want to encourage exceptional jurists to apply to join the Supreme Court. And the process that we have put in place is based on concerns that have been raised with previous processes. The open nature of this process is without precedent, and it responds to several concerns that have been raised. The Supreme Court has been made up of some of our best legal minds, and that since the very beginning. We will continue that tradition. We will strengthen it even by putting in place an open and transparent process that is nonpartisan to choose judges for the Supreme Court. This process, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that the best and best qualified people will be appointed to the Supreme Court. Our government has put in place a new uniform process which will allow for a greater diversity of judges to be part of this tradition, no matter where they come from, no matter which region they hail from. So jurists who better represent the diversity of our country will have a better opportunity to play a role in our country's top court. I'm proud of this process and what it represents. I am proud to know that there are jurists from the Atlantic provinces, high-level, highly qualified judges, are able to compete with their colleagues from across the country, and they have been part of this process. I am reassured, Mr. Speaker, to know that a number of those will be on this short list of 3 to 5 candidates, which will be given to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are anxious to see the results of this process for Canada. This new process, which will lead to a new judge on the Supreme Court of Canada. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
For Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we spent a great deal of time talking about the importance of Atlantic Canada having representation. But one of the pieces that we have not picked up on perhaps as clearly as we might have is the Supreme Court, of course, has always been the institution must be bilingual. The Liberal government talks about diversity, 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 and the many sort of realms. You know, as the opposition critic for Indigenous Affairs, and looking forward to having an Indigenous member that would be on the Supreme Court of Canada, that requirement of functional bilingualism is a big change. And in the past, obviously, it is a preferred capacity that the person should have, but to require it is a change. And does he not believe that he is cutting off many, many very appropriate candidates from our Indigenous communities and others who have not had the benefit of learning French as either a young child or as an adult? So in actual fact, I think it's about 22% of Canadians that are functionally bilingual. Are they not creating a lesser diversity with the change that they're making that perhaps has not had as much notice to date?
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud, as someone from New Brunswick, as an Acadian, to see that we have a government that has stood up officially to say that it's important that the Supreme Court must include judges who have working knowledge of both official languages. The fact that the highest court in this land, the guardian of the rights of all Canadians, be able to hear lawyers speak in their mother tongue in one of our two official languages, that's very important. However, that does not exclude the great diversity of Canada. As a lawyer myself, I know that in the Atlantic provinces and across Canada there are diverse judges, sitting judges right now, who are other than Quebecers, Franco-Manitoban, Franco-Ontarian, or Acadian, who speak French. So requiring that a judge be able to speak both official languages in the highest court in our land, that they understand the official languages, that does not exclude diversity, quite the contrary.
Point commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I would ask my colleague, one of the things that I have found somewhat surprising is the total lack of confidence that the official opposition has in the advisory committee, which is actually headed by a former Prime Minister in Kim Campbell. And it's as if they have no confidence in the individuals that are been tasked to take on a very heavy responsibility. And my question to the member is, would he not agree that the process that is there today that this government has established is indeed more transparent, more accountable? It's ensuring, Madam Speaker, the best interests of the Supreme Court of Canada in a way in which we believe Canadians would respect. Contrast that, and it's no reflection on the current members of the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, but it is quite interesting to contrast that to the old system, even when there was a Supreme Court judge appointed while I was here. It's not completely night and day, but it is quite different. And I'm wondering if the member could just provide some thoughts in terms of just how important accountability and transparency really is to this whole process.
In 45 seconds or less, the honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. Clearly, the departing leader of the official opposition, who has long shown a cavalier attitude towards the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, shows to what extent there might be a culture shock, if I can speak that way, between the new way of working of this government, which wants to be more open and transparent when it comes to appointing someone to the most important position in our legal system. So indeed, to answer my colleague's question, I think that it is to the benefit of all Canadians to know that today the guardians of our rights on the highest court in the land will be chosen by a transparent process.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to advise that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from Beauport, Limoillieu, and I think I pronounced that right, so I added the "you" in there. I was told to do that. First of all, Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today. Like many in the House, I have roots in Atlantic Canada. My grandfather came and my grandmother came from Atlantic Canada. I still have family there, and it really gave me great pleasure to go back to Atlantic Canada last week with all of my colleagues as we fanned out to meet Atlantic Canadians and to reconnect with them. And what was interesting, Mr. Speaker, as I traveled to areas of Nova Scotia and Cape Breton, and in some cases traveled beyond where I was supposed to go. There's a long story of getting lost in Atlantic Canada, but it gave me a great opportunity, as it did my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to meet many Atlantic Canadians. And one of the things that we heard consistently, I heard consistently, as I met those great people of Atlantic Canada, was they voted Liberal, but they didn't vote for this. And when I say they didn't vote for this, and when I asked them debt and deficit situations, and there was a significant concern among the Supreme Court and the representation on the Supreme Court for Atlantic Canadians because, quite frankly, they're feeling betrayed. And I'm going to point out a little bit later on, Mr. Speaker, some of those prominent Atlantic Canadians that are feeling betrayed by this Liberal Party and the 32 MPs that were elected to represent them. And so that's why it gives me great pride, frankly, to stand up here today, not only on behalf of family and friends, but as a caucus who truly cares about Atlantic Canada. And I want to address something, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Winnipeg North talked about just prior to my rising in this House. He talked about the transparency of the system as it relates to the advisory board, talked about the advisory board itself, the composition and the honourable members. And no one on this side is doubting the composition of the honourable members of the advisory board. But what's important to see, and we've heard throughout the discussions today, with respect to the mandate letter, it's important to understand that there's one part of the mandate letter that really lacks on the issue of transparency and certainly lacks on the issue of accountability. And there's a sentence in the mandate letter that says, the advisory board will provide the Prime Minister with non-binding merit-based recommendations of 3 to 5 qualified and functionally bilingual candidates for consideration. So in spite of perhaps, dare I say, out of respect for the members of the advisory board, the farcical nature of what this advisory board may come up with, the power to appoint a Supreme Court justice lies with the hands and in the hands of the Prime Minister. So as members of the opposite side, they can say all day that it's an open and transparent system, but in fact, Mr. Speaker, I think that non-binding aspect of that mandate letter certainly opens it up for political discretion. And as a result, may lead to a member not being appointed from Atlantic Canada, as has been the 141-year Constitution of this country. Now, that also leads to the question, Mr. Speaker, what else would they be willing to break? What other constitution of this country, that long-standing constitutions and customs of this country, would they be willing to break? And that will certainly be seen as this decision for the appointment of the Supreme Court Justice comes up. But as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I want to, as our party is doing today, be the voice of Atlantic Canadians and just tell this House and speak for those Atlantic Canadians who aren't being spoken for by the 32 members of this House, just what they're saying about this process, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Bar Association, President Janet Feuer says, the Canadian Bar Association firmly believes that appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada should be based on merit, ensuring that our judiciary reflects the full diversity of our regions, legal systems, and populations. And where are the voices of the 32 members of Atlantic Canada on this? They're silent, Mr. Speaker. The Charlottetown Guardian, Alex Whalen, who's a columnist, on August 22nd wrote, there is no need for improvements in the process to come at a cost of a voice for Atlantic Canada. While admittedly different than regional interests that parliamentarians represent, top judges should come from across the country so as to bring a proper understanding of regional context to their position and judgments. A key facet of the court is to rule on matters of national implication. The view from the High Court cannot be truly national while excluding the entire region of the country. And Mr. Speaker, where are the voices of the 32 members of the Liberal caucus? Silent. They're silent. The Atlantic Trial Lawyers Association, Mr. Ray Wagner, in the Halifax Chronicle Herald, September 20th, just the other day, said the convention in place for 141 years shouldn't be changed without invoking the Constitution's amending formula because the Supreme Court of Canada has already made a similar ruling regarding proposed changes to the Senate. And where are the voices of those 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada on this issue, Mr. Speaker?
Nowhere.
They're silent. Probably the most damning response to the government's plan on this issue comes from an editorial in the St. John's Telegram. Resistance isn't futile on the Supreme Court snub. It says decisions by the Supreme Court are no less important. Members of the court must include the best minds and abilities from each region. The PM's idea of diversity differs from the time-honored convention. Diversity, it says, means recognizing regions. And where are the voices of the 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada on this issue, Mr. Speaker?
Free the Atlantic 32.
The Globe and Mail, September 20th. And these, again, Mr. Speaker, and the reason why I'm bringing this up, because I want to bring the voices of Atlantic Canadians to this House, as we are doing on this side today. Lawyers call on PM to appoint Atlantic judge, Globe and Mail. The Atlantic Province's Trial Lawyers Association applied to the Nova Scotia Supreme Court on Monday for a declaration that the Prime Minister's proposed departure from the Constitutional Convention of Regional Representation on the Supreme Court of Canada requires a constitutional amendment and the unanimous consent of all provinces. But does the tradition of regional representation amount to a constitutional convention? Oh yes, definitely. Peter Russell, a political science professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, told the Globe, an important part of our Constitution is to have the highest court in the land, which interprets the Constitution, has legitimacy in the various regions of Canada. And where, Mr. Speaker, are the 32 voices of the Liberal MPs Atlantic Caucus? Silent. Silent. And finally, Mr. Speaker, editorialist Kelly McFarland of the National Post, and I think this is the most condemning. And again, speaking on behalf of Atlantic Canadians, no government, she says, has so fervently professed its devotion to inclusion, gender, ethnicity, identity, what you have, yet it dismissed more than a century of practice, shrugged off regional expectations, and reduced the Atlantic provinces to second-class status with a casual shrug and a nary a peep of reproof. And where, Mr. Speaker, are the 32 members of the Atlantic Liberal Caucus? Silent. So, Mr. Speaker, I say to you today that on behalf of my family, on behalf of the many families who still live in the Atlantic provinces and the people that we want to have a voice and say a voice for, that's why we're standing up today for them to make sure that the Supreme Court and the nomination to the Supreme Court does maintain that 141-year constitutional convention and that we maintain representation on the Supreme Court for all Atlantic Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're here today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his comments this morning. I wonder whether or not he was present earlier today in the House when the Attorney General of Canada, the Minister of Justice, shed some light on the transparent, open process that she has introduced and the government has introduced, which will ensure that there is consideration of very well-established, very well-qualified candidates from the Atlantic region. I wonder if he might answer that, and I wonder whether or not he might take a moment to acknowledge the very strong representation that we have from the members of this Atlantic Caucus, with whom I am very proud to stand with. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, one of the things that we were hearing about when we were in Atlantic Canada, and we spent a lot of time there last week and visited a lot of communities, is in fact the dissatisfaction with the representation of the members from Atlantic Canada among the Liberal caucus. But I'll bring it back to the advisory board mandate. And there's no question, Mr. Speaker, that there are qualified candidates from Atlantic Canada. We acknowledge as such, and that's why we're saying that the representation on the Supreme Court has to come from Atlantic Canada. But I bring you back, Mr. Speaker, to the mandate letter of the advisory board. And it says they will provide the Prime Minister with non-binding They can have as many choices as they want, Mr. Speaker. They can bring those 3 to 5 representatives, but it means nothing because the Prime Minister will end up making the final decision. And what we're saying today, Mr. Speaker, is if they truly believe in this motion, they won't just agree to it, they'll actually apply it and select somebody from Atlantic Canada to be on the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I really appreciate my colleagues' comments here, and I'm neither a lawyer, I'm not a jurist, I'm not a law clerk, that's not my background. But I do understand this as parliamentarians, when we take a vote in this House, it has to mean something. And I've been hearing from members on the opposite side kind of equivocating over this, it's custom, it's merely a custom. But what we're saying is, when you vote in this House on a motion that calls for you to actually implement the custom, abide by the custom, then you can't go around saying, well, it'll be a consideration later on. Your vote has to mean something. Your vote has consequences in this House. You can't say one thing and do another. So to my colleague, what does he think his vote means when he's going to vote on this motion in support of Atlantic Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in every situation that I vote for, I vote on it as a matter of principle and as a matter of honor and as a matter of integrity. I don't just flip-flop whichever way the wind is blowing. And I come to this House and I take it very seriously, my responsibility to represent the people of Barrie-Innisfil and represent their will in this House. But I think it brings a bigger question, and it speaks to the customs and the constitutions of this convention over the last 140 years, 41 years, Mr. Speaker, and I say it again. If they're willing to break this, if the Liberals are willing to break this convention, what other conventions are they willing to break that have been of a historical nature in this country? And I'm not sure if they break this one, Mr. Speaker, that they won't be willing to break another.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Mr. Speaker, the notion that the loyal opposition is the only opposition, the only party that cares about Atlantic Canada is laughable. But more than that, it's sad. And the reason it's sad is that it's engaging in the politics of demagoguery. It really is. It's politicizing the judicial selection process, a transparent process that has been articulated wonderfully by our Justice Minister, and it's inserting this regionalist division that is totally unnecessary. I would ask the member opposite, speaking specifically to the process, speaking specifically to the advisory board, does the member recognize that if the decision of the advisory board were binding, then it would be unconstitutional?
In 30 seconds or less, the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hold no apology standing up here and speaking on behalf of Atlantic Canadians as the rest of the caucus does. And while I understand the decision rests with the Prime Minister and that the advisory board is going to give recommendations, those recommendations are not necessarily required to be a selection from Atlantic Canada. The Prime Minister is prepared, I believe, to select somebody not from Atlantic Canada. And what we're saying is it needs to be from Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm certain that I don't represent the people of the Atlantic, but I lived there from the ages of 2 to 11, and it's still very much in my heart. In the smack in the middle of the summer, the Prime Minister arrogantly and shamelessly announced that he intended to change the historic procedure used to choose Supreme Court judges, and has been since 1875. This announcement, more than any other made by this government until now, makes me really antipathetic towards the party across. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm outraged, as are many Canadians, by the many actions and the attitude that this government is showing. You can see me saddened by this disconcerting desire expressed very boldly, I must say, by the Prime Minister that intends to engender a change, a significant change in our constitutional morals. One that, after all, has guided our government's actions for such a long time here in Canada. I must say that this Liberal government, if it decides indeed to change the Constitutional Convention on the selection of judges for the Supreme Court without the assent of the members of this chamber, they're going too far, much too far. Following this reasoning, and I'm speaking carefully, the actions taken by the government in the next months make me really fear for the unity of this country. In fact, the Prime Minister is not only interfering in areas of provincial jurisdiction as he wishes, but moreover, he's proposing making significant changes without consulting the parties of the opposition nor the population. This is nothing less than anti-democratic, and I could give a few examples. First of all, the Prime Minister intends to change our voting method that's 150 years old without a referendum, and this is an open secret that he and his followers are doing this for partisan reasons and to ensure their political interests in the future. And the Prime Minister proposed and said shamelessly even this morning that he wants to put an end to this constitutional convention that's 141 years old. I'm speaking here, Mr. Speaker, about the conventional constitution by which the Prime Minister chooses and appoints a judge to the Supreme Court when a seat comes free, while ensuring that the new appointment comes from a region similar to the one judge who was leaving. Mr. Speaker, this Constitutional Convention has as its goal to ensure that the decisions taken by the highest court in the land reflect the regional peculiarities that make up our federation. Must I remind the political party across the way that Canada has 5 distinct regions, and they have, in fact, legal recognition. The Liberal government of the Honourable Jean Chrétien voted on an act and gave a right of veto that's quasi-constitutional to each of the Canadian regions. In this way, the Atlantic provinces have a right of review under the Constitution Act of 1982. And, Mr. Speaker, despite this fact, the British North America Act guaranteed the provinces of the Atlantic an effective and equitable representation in this chamber, 10 seats for New Brunswick as an example. Same in the Senate, 10 seats. And this same convention means that they have a certain number of ministers in the cabinet. So how can my friends across the way justify from one day to the next that there is a threat now to reduce to nothing the presence of the Atlantic provinces at the highest court in the land? If that happens, would it be someday repeated in the case of Quebec someday, the national bastion of French Canadians in this country? It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. I invite this government to think about the following. Can the Supreme Court of Canada make fair and enlightened decisions concerning the provinces of the Atlantic without any representation from that region? To create justice, Mr. Speaker, is to treat Canadians from the Atlantic provinces equally. But, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Liberals simply want to ignore the Canadian regions. And yet, each of them has within their constituent communities very distinct values, hopes, and visions of the world that are reflected in the decisions rendered by the Supreme Court. To let it be known, as the Prime Minister said, that he doesn't want to respect the convention, even if it was for a few seconds, that we reserve a seat on the Supreme Court for the Atlantic region has been seen in the eyes of many lawyers and associations as very serious. That's the case for Janet Fuhrer, who is the president of the Canadian Board Association, Anne Whiteway-Brown, the president of the Canadian Bar Association New Brunswick Division, and it's also the case for the New Brunswick Bar and the Atlantic Association of Litigators, as well as the Société de l'Acadie. So thinking about not respecting this constitutional convention, Mr. Speaker, is to think about depriving 4 provinces out of our 10 from having a seat on the highest court in the country. The Atlantic provinces have a large pool of qualified candidates that are from the region and, moreover, are perfectly bilingual. And above all, these are candidates who have deep knowledge of the legal systems and issues in the Atlantic region. Is there anyone in this House or anywhere who can say the opposite, Mr. Speaker? Even more important, significant constitutional cases that will have major impacts or repercussions on the Atlantic provinces are on the horizon as we speak, Mr. Speaker. As an example, the referral to the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal on the issue involving the abolition of Acadian ridings. Those hearings are underway. This case will have an impact on the representativeness of Acadians, these people who have fought for generations to survive on this continent. Is that really what our friends across the way, the Atlantic MPs, want to do? To silence New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, 2 of the 4 founding provinces of this country? Mr. Speaker, the changes that the Prime Minister wants to make, and as he's free to choose the judges of the court, are nothing more than a dramatic reversal of constitutional customs. Such arrogance. Obviously, he's following in the footsteps of his father. Let us not forget that, like his ancestor, he has made a big change in the constitutional order of our country. But fear not, we in the Conservative Party are not fooled. Not only do we see what he's doing, we know very well that behind this change there is an ideological purpose that is much broader. In fact, there's an underlying will to change the way that the Canadian constitutional arrangements are made and replacing them with a post-materialist vision of the world. In this vision of the world, Mr. Speaker, the main goal is to take away from our governmental institutions, including the Supreme Court, the historic and traditional community characteristics that have made up Canada since its very beginning, and replacing them by individual and associative particularities. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Prime Minister wants to put an end to the political predominance of constituent communities in the Canadian constitutional order, particularly the Supreme Court. They could therefore promote a different political predominance that would include groups over individuals. And even though this may, in certain circumstances, be laudable, this is a profound change, and the Prime Minister is doing this in a way that that changes the judicial powers. That the Prime Minister, therefore, wants to see these kinds of scattered rights. That all of the provinces must protest and make the Prime Minister accountable for his intentions. The Prime Minister must not act unilaterally in this matter. He must appeal to all of the stakeholders concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou for his speech. I have some questions. Is he aware that regional representation is one of the criteria for the advisory board set up by the Prime Minister? And is he aware that we're supporting the motion before us today? And is he able to recognize that the process put forward by the government is clearly superior to what we've had over the last 10 years? Where the bar was set very low, and is he also able to recognize that this process will be open and transparent, and that for the first time in the history of this country, bilingualism will be one of the criteria, and in my mind it is critical. Is he able to recognize all of that? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I would like to respond to my dear colleague from Louis-Hébert that He knows very well that, as I do, that the committee is looking at regional considerations. But it's not a consideration. It should be a fact. The government needs to choose a judge from the Atlantic region. And in terms of the other groups, as I said, it's an open secret that's hiding the Prime Minister's true intent. And before naming the next speaker, I would like to remind the speaker that the comments go through the speaker and not directly to the other member. The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
I've been trying to get up a couple times now from our honourable colleague from Winnipeg's North's intervention a while back, where he spoke of, perhaps the Conservative caucus, our colleagues' confidence or lack of confidence in the highly qualified panel making the selection for the next Supreme Court position. And I want to rather say that, no, much like the provinces of BC, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, the lack of confidence is from the Atlantic Canadians in this government in doing the right thing, because you lied to them over and over again and made promises, and without the approval of a softwood lumber agreement, no approval of any projects, job creation projects. They seemingly have forgotten the promises that they've made during a campaign. So I offer to you, Mr. Speaker, that our confidence, our lack of confidence is not in that of the selection committee, but Atlantic Canadians' lack of confidence in this government.
Order.
Questions and comments on the speech by his fellow member, not responding to something that the member from Winnipeg said.
Thank you. It's that we've allowed a certain amount of latitude throughout the day and throughout the speakers, but I thank the honourable member for his point. The
honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. I can only agree with my colleague and with what he said. And honestly, the essential point here is to recognize that the Prime Minister, in a letter published in a newspaper, announced his intention, his deliberate intention, of changing the process for selecting judges for the Supreme Court of Canada. That's what we have to remember. And my colleague from Louis-Hébert mentioned that his colleagues were going to support this motion, but they only announced that this morning. It's not just an issue of supporting our motion, but it's an issue of appointing a judge from the Atlantic region to the position as the next judge from the Atlantic region. Just a very short question. Questions and comments?
Or Sarnia Lampton, a very short question.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very concerned because when I went to Halifax last week, I heard that people are concerned. There aren't a lot of questions asked by the members from the Atlantic provinces.
I feel that if the people in the Atlantic provinces don't feel represented here, that it's going to be even worse if they're not represented in the Supreme Court. And I wonder if my colleague shares that concern.
In 45 seconds or less, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I agree with her entirely, particularly because if we're going to be loyal to our Atlantic colleagues, we have to recognize that since 1867, the Atlantic's been a great loser in the Canadian Federation in terms of creation of wealth and a recognition of constitutional conventions within the House of Commons here, within the executive of the government and the Supreme Court are extremely important conventions. And we have to leave some space for the people in the Atlantic because they're in the minority in terms of their numbers.
I remind the honourable members, sometimes we get excited and things go on, and I just want to remind the honourable members that if they do want to speak in the House, they have to be in their seat when they bring up a point, whether it's a point of order or a speaking point. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to point out that I do plan to share my time with the honourable member from Long Range Mountains, who's sitting just to my right here. Mr. Speaker, it's always an honour to rise and speak in this House on any issue that has the importance that it gets to the floor. But today I'm particularly excited because I have the opportunity to speak to an issue that I'm not only familiar with, but that I care about, inspired me to get involved in politics in the first place, and that impacts a region that I care about more than any other place on planet Earth, and that is Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, today we're debating a motion in the House involving the appointment of Supreme Court justices, and namely the custom to appoint a Supreme Court judge to fill a vacancy that was left after the retirement of a judge from that same region. Mr. Speaker, this whole debate arises out of the new process that the Liberal government introduced to introduce an open and transparent process that is independent from the executive and nonpartisan in that it has a former progressive Conservative Prime Minister, and that's different, chairing the committee that's overseeing this whole operation. This is the kind of process that the International Commission of Jurists implored the previous government to introduce when it came to the appointment of Supreme Court justices. But, Mr. Speaker, if we set aside just for the moment, but I'll come back to it, the importance of regional diversity on the court, this process would be stellar. There would be no questions, and I expect it would not even be controversial enough to make it to the House because it would get universal support. However, on the issue of regional diversity, it is important, and I am supporting the motion for this reason. It's about federalism. Mr. Speaker, federalism is part of the constitutional fabric that makes Canada the country that it is. As discussed by the Supreme Court of Canada, an institution I deeply respect, they described it as a political tool that promotes diversity within our country and enhances national unity at the same time. And the Nadan reference, which I'll come back to again in a moment, the Supreme Court flagged that, it's not just about Section 5 and 6 of the Supreme Court Act that makes regional representation in government important. It's also about the understanding of legal traditions and social norms. You could supplant Nova Scotia's name where Quebec's is, and the argument would remain the same. And I do support regional diversity on the court, and I hope Atlantic Canada is represented on the court. This idea that 32 Atlantic MPs are silent when we're actively speaking out like this in the House of Commons is laughable and false. But, Mr. Speaker, what I really have to get to here, and this is the grand takeaway from my remarks, is that given the messenger, it is hard to take this criticism seriously when we had 10 years of a Conservative government that sought to undermine the integrity of the Supreme Court of Canada, the justice system in Canada, and indeed diminish Atlantic Canada as a region in our federation. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the Nadan reference previously. That case revolved around the attempted unconstitutional appointment of a Supreme Court justice. In that case, what made it worse is on the back end of the decision, the Conservative executive, the Prime Minister's office, was involved in a spat with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada. She is a tremendous jurist that we are lucky to have in this institution. And instead of abiding by a decision that they disagreed with, which would have been the mature thing to do, they launched an adolescent spat to try to undermine the integrity of our most preeminent legal institution in our country, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Mr. Speaker, in addition to their disrespect for the Supreme Court of Canada, their attitude towards justice in Canada boggles my mind. What they've sought to do is spend millions of Canadians' taxpayer dollars to defend charter violations time and time again, which makes it hard to take criticism legitimately from the opposite side on how we're dealing with the Supreme Court of Canada. When it came to assisted dying legislation, they sought to ensure that the legislation the Supreme Court required would not get passed. When it came to protecting vulnerable people like drug addicts and sex workers, they sought to introduce criminal legislation that would make these people less safe, and the Supreme Court of Canada said, no, you are not allowed to do that. When it came to their attempts at Senate reform, the Supreme Court said, you're doing it wrong again. When it came to trying to deny full access to Aboriginal title to our indigenous population in Western Canada in the Chilcotin case, the Supreme Court said no. When it came to a ban on medicinal marijuana on the basis that marijuana can't be a medicine that patients use, the Supreme Court said no. And when it came to introducing mandatory minimum sentence, the opposition, when they were in government, took the attitude that we're better positioned as legislators in Ottawa than a jurist sitting on the ground with the accused before them and full access to a full body of evidence. That I can't understand it. And again, the Supreme Court said no, that is not allowed. But it is not just the Supreme Court that they attacked. It was the justice system from top top to bottom. We need to look no further than their attempts to, again, spending taxpayer dollars to refuse the integration of Omar Khadr into Canadian society. When it came to the case of Ron Smith, they got tied up in litigation that was based around their refusal of diplomatic services to protect a Canadian who was on death row in another country. And Mr. Speaker, I apologize in advance if I get emotional about the next one, because it strikes home with me. They spent $1.4 million of Canadian taxpayers' dollars to deny health care benefits to refugees. I'm particularly emotional about this one, given the experience that my community has had in welcoming refugees to rural Nova Scotia on the Eastern Shore, in Pictou County, and in Antigonish. I feel compelled to draw your attention to one example, and it's now become my friends, the Hadad family in Antigonish. They ran a chocolate factory in Damascus that employed 30 people, and in a week they lost everything, a lifetime's worth of work to the war. When they landed in Nova Scotia with nothing but the goodwill of the community that welcomed them, they started from scratch, but they said, if we have to start from scratch, we're going to start today, and they started making chocolate in the basement of the home the community found for them. When they got their feet under them, they decided they wanted to give back, and when the wildfires broke out in Fort McMurray, they donated a month's worth of profits to the relief efforts in Fort McMurray. Mr. Speaker, these are not only the kind of people we should be welcoming as newcomers to Canada, but we should be aspiring to be as Canadians. While we welcomed them to our shores, the Conservatives, now in opposition, spent $1.4 million seeking to deny them access to a full range of health care benefits, and it was disgraceful. But, Mr. Speaker, continuing on the theme that it's hard to take this criticism legitimately, there's a latent narrative they're trying to push in the motion that Atlantic Canada is not being effectively represented, despite that there are 32 strong Liberal MPs. You know what, I find it ironic. The Conservative Atlantic MPs have been silent on this, perhaps because there are none, because they don't speak to issues that matter to Atlantic Canadians. Since the election, we have been focused on growth in Atlantic Canada. We're constantly advocating for the rights of Atlantic Canadians and investment in the region. Just this summer, when the Prime Minister visited New Glasgow and 4,200 people came out to see him, we had announcements of $119 million in infrastructure, $75 million in affordable housing, and $50 million in small craft harbour. These investments create work in the short term, but lay the framework for economic growth in the long term, and that is what matters to Atlantic Canadians. But what excites me most is that these are not one-off investments. These are part of a strategy that was announced in July called the Atlantic Growth Strategy. And this strategy was not something that we campaigned on. It was not in our budget. It was a plan that was formed in direct response to the feedback of 32 Liberal MPs working with the government to ensure that the interests of our region are represented in the priorities of the government, and we are having success. This plan focuses on immigration, innovation, infrastructure, trade, and tourism. These are the priorities of the Atlantic caucuses that have made it into federal policy and will help Atlantic Canada grow. So it's difficult, after 10 years of watching them diminish my region economically by revamping EI that encouraged, their plan for Atlantic Canada was to encourage young people to move to Alberta. Mr. Speaker, the kinds of investments we're making is going to allow young people and families to stay in our region. I cannot stand here and listen to criticism either about the role of the Supreme Court of Canada or their supposed defense of Atlantic Canada after the record they had in government. I'm very pleased to stand up here knowing in my heart of hearts that we have been standing up for the rights of Atlantic Canadians, acting on their behalf. I will continue to act as an advocate within our caucus and in public for my region, because that is the job I was elected to do. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. I want to take it back, and the question will also apply to this speaker. But we heard earlier this afternoon many of the members speaking and trying to change the intent of this motion. This motion was put forward to bring forward the attention of, and the importance of appointing a Supreme Court judge from Atlantic Canada. Now they have tried to twist the intent of that motion into simply respecting a custom and they'll show interest in it. Nothing to say that they would enforce having that Supreme Court justice from Atlantic Canada. If they're going to try to change the intent of a motion, they should follow parliamentary procedure and put forward a formal amendment. But I see no one from that side. especially from Atlantic Canada, even thinking about putting that type of amendment forward that would enforce and strengthen the wordings to make sure we had a Supreme Court judge from Atlantic Canada. So would they be willing to put that type of an amendment forward or not?
The honourable member for Central Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I find that question bizarre. We're getting a question about the opposition's motion on why we should amend it to suit their purposes. The motion on the floor specifically refers to a custom in respect of replacing Justice Cromwell's seat on the Supreme Court of Canada. It's something that I support, but I also suggest that the member, when we finish question period, logs on to CPAC and revisits the portion of my remarks that dealt with the importance of federalism to promote diversity within national unity. I've said, and I'll say again, I support the idea of having an Atlantic Canadian justice on the Supreme Court of Canada today, I will tomorrow, and I will next year.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
From Central Nova for his exceptional speech today. And during his speech, he mentioned the Atlantic Growth Strategy, the historic investment in infrastructure in Atlantic Canada, the significant investment in small craft harbors. And I'd just like to ask him, does he think that those would be possible if it wasn't for the 32 strong voices from Atlantic Canada?
The honourable member for Central Nova.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's for the question. The Atlantic Growth Strategy, as I mentioned, was not something that actively formed part of the election platform, though I would say it certainly jives very nicely with the theme of helping the middle class and campaigning on the basis of things that are actually going to help Canadians in my community. But the Atlantic Growth Strategy was something that was developed through the leadership of the Minister of the Innovation, Science and Economic Development, the 4 provincial premiers, and based upon the feedback that the government received from 32 strong Atlantic Canadian Liberal MPs. We're promoting values, ideas and investments that make a difference in our community. Thank you very much.
Point of order, the honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
Speaker, our honourable colleague, his entire rant has got nothing to do with the motion that is before the House today, and indeed the follow-up question from our honourable colleague from across the way is only pandering to that question and that rant. We should be staying on topic. And point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would expect this. Any interventions, any speeches to be to that motion that we have before the House today.
As I've said earlier, we've allowed a certain amount of latitude, and I find maybe the point that you brought up is a little bit more debate than it is a point of order. We have time for another question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you. And my colleague spoke glowingly to the process that they put in place and the criteria. What is he going to say to National Chief Bellegarde and Senator Sinclair, who have said the criteria in terms of bilingualism is discriminatory against Indigenous people because, of course, there might be someone that speaks Cree and French but will not have that capacity. And indeed, what they've created with this new system is barriers for Indigenous people to get their first seat ever on the Supreme Court of Canada.
Honourable member for Central Nova, in 45 seconds or less, is possible.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I would say thank you for reaching out to me on this and continuing the conversation that we have been proactively starting with Indigenous leaders across our entire country. The Nova Scotia Caucus met for the very first time with the Nova Scotia Chiefs, First Nation Chiefs. I would say that we're proactively trying to build a relationship like there has not been for at least a decade. And I would say that the court should represent all of Canada. You may not fix every single problem in a day, but we should pursue having an Indigenous leader on the court, bilingual jurists on the court, and regional diversity on the court. These things are not mutually exclusive, and I'd hazard to guess that there are Indigenous leaders that speak more than one language as well.
Resuming debate. Before we continue with the Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business and Tourism, I just want to point out that we have approximately 5 minutes to question period, and what will happen is she'll be able to take up the following 10 minutes once we resume debate on this topic. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here today with some of my colleagues from Atlantic Caucus, all 32 of us. And many of us have been here this morning, and for those of us that weren't here, they were busy doing work for their constituents in parliamentary affairs throughout Parliament today, so they were working hard for their constituents. But get to the order of the day. I'm pleased to be rising in the House to speak on the opposition motion moved by the member from Niagara Falls, which does deal with the regional representation on the Supreme Court, and in particular, Atlantic Canada. The Supreme Court of Canada is something that affects all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. A rigorous appointment process is thus of the utmost importance to ensure Canadians of all walks of life can be represented in this important institution. Our government has committed to an open, transparent, accountable process to appoint jurists of the highest caliber who are functionally bilingual and representative of the diversity of our great country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to discuss what exactly this will mean for the constituents of my riding of the Long Range Mountains in Newfoundland and Labrador. My constituents voted for change, clearly. That change means a functional, effective, and representative government that respects the institutions of our country and our regional diversity. Atlantic Canada's representation on the Supreme Court bench is just one example only of the new tone Newfoundland and Labrador can expect from this government. Our position on the motion, presented by the Minister of Justice, is one that I am proud to take to my constituents and all Canadians everywhere. When appointing Supreme Court justices, the former Conservative government used an opaque, outdated process that desperately needed overhaul. Canadians had limited information about the nominees, and the criteria for their selection was unclear. Mr. Speaker, we heard from Canadians the frustration they felt with the way the former government operated. We listened to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We heard their concerns, and we campaigned on a platform of open and transparent government. In this case, that means when selecting justices for the Supreme Court, our government will make public the members of the Independent Advisory Board, the assessment criteria, the questionnaire that all applicants must answer, and certain answers provided by the questionnaire by the Prime Minister's eventual nominee. Not only that, the Minister of Justice and the Chair of the Advisory Board will appear before the Parliament to discuss the selection process. A number of members of Parliament and senators from all parties will also have the opportunity to take place in a question and answer session with the eventual nominee before he or she joins the bench. That means that members of Parliament can truly represent their constituents in this process of utmost importance for our region. My hometown of Newfoundland and Labrador has its own unique issues, as well as all of Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, I have one of the largest ridings in the country. My riding of the Long Range Mountains starts on the southwest coast of the island, taking in little communities of Grey River and Channel Port aux Basques, then runs along the Great Northern Peninsula to St. Lenaire and Griquet. When I mention the size of my riding, it's not just as a geography lesson for the members across the aisle about a region of the country they forgot about their time in power, but it's just to give folks a scale of the region. To drive to Channel Port aux Basques is about 700 kilometres, or 9 hours. If I go to the areas on the south, it's a 6-hour boat ride. With all due respect, some members from other parts of the country might not realize the sheer size of Atlantic Canada, and why this is just only an example. It highlights the desire and importance to have somebody on the bench who can understand the unique challenges and issues that come up with dealing with court cases at the Supreme Court. The regional perspective is crucial and so important when it comes to future members of the bench. As I said earlier, the Supreme Court has a direct effect on every part of the country, but there are very few numbers of areas in the country where federal government decisions can have such an impact on people's daily lives. People from Atlantic Canada understand the reality. One of the largest industries is the fishery in my riding. Because of that, when I speak with my constituents, as I did on wharves and stages all summer, one thing was always clear to them are the decisions made by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. I raise this, Mr. Speaker, because I find it interesting that the members opposite have suddenly developed an interest in Atlantic Canada. They've suddenly decided Atlantic Canada is important to them. I find it ironic that this recognition was missing for 10 years while they were in government. It was clear they didn't understand or recognize the importance of the Long Range Mountains. And Mr. Speaker, I look forward to concluding my remarks after question period. Thank you.
The member will have 5 minutes remaining in her debate after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Carleton, Canada Carleton. Excuse me.
Right. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to invite you and all my colleagues and all Canadians to the best little fair in Canada, which begins in the small town of Carp in my riding. The Carp Fair, now in its 153rd year, celebrates agricultural excellence and is a great source of pride for the people of Canada Carleton. There will be animals, rides, games, terrific live music, and if you like to eat, Mr. Speaker, there will be an opportunity to thank a farmer. I would especially like to thank General Manager Joyce Trafford, who will be overseeing her last fair. She's to be congratulated for 27 years as the General Manager of the Carp Fair. And I'd also like to congratulate Presidents Ron Bidgood and Tracy Zubkov and the entire leadership and volunteer team for all their hard work. I hope you accept my invitation. I look forward to seeing you in Carp.
A member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a moment to recognize a great Canadian, a great Albertan, and my neighbour, Norman Kwong, who passed away recently at the age of 82. Now, the Minister of Veterans Affairs and the member for Calgary Confederation and I had the opportunity to serve in the Alberta Legislature when Mr. Kwong was the Lieutenant Governor of Alberta. But he's also a Canadian Football League Hall of Famer. He's a successful businessman, but maybe best known for his one-liners at sports dinners. And I would like to repeat some of those one-liners, but I couldn't find one, Mr. Speaker, that was politically correct enough to do in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you a story of when Mr. Kwong was approached by the former Prime Minister Paul Martin to be the Lieutenant Governor of Alberta, and the conversation went something like this, Mr. Speaker. This isn't really you, is it? No, it can't be you. Finally, the Prime Minister said, I understand, but it is the Prime Minister, and he said, but if I were called at 8:30 in the morning by someone and he said he was Normie Kwong, I wouldn't believe him either, Mr. Speaker. So that one is politically correct enough. I would like to thank Mary and their 4 sons for sharing Normie Kwong with us as Albertans in the Alberta Legislature. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Bonjour, guten tag, hola, tuanse, namaste, satsirikal, konnichiwa, marhaba, ni hao, hello. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the Waterloo Regional School Board and the Waterloo Regional Crime Prevention Council on the 10th anniversary of Say Hi Day. On this day, students are encouraged to say hi to other students. Within the broader community, people are encouraged to greet neighbors they don't know by saying hi. This is a great opportunity to meet someone new, make more friends, and to help build a greater sense of community in our region. Saying hi helps connect people in our community, it nurtures a sense of belonging and inclusion, and it removes barriers that separate people. I believe that we can learn something new from everyone we meet. That is why I encourage you to not be shy, just say hi. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 38th Annual Buckwheat Pancake Festival will be held from September 30th to October 9th in Louisville. This fun and family-friendly event has been attracting festival goers from across Quebec and Europe since 1978. There's something for everyone, particularly when it comes to traditional gastronomy. You can, tip back a caribou, taste the famous buckwheat pancakes, and try many local products. I'd like to congratulate President André Auger, Honorary President Paul Janina, and all the members of the organizing committee who bring this festival to life. I would particularly like to thank the volunteers who contribute to its success. And I invite everyone to come party with us in buckwheat country, taste a great little pancake, and participate in the many shows and activities. Have a great festival.
Member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to James Alexander Mackenzie, who passed away earlier this year at the age of 75. Dr. McKenzie, born and raised in Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, leaves a lasting contribution to Canada through his dedicated work as a professor of law and a chief negotiator. He worked tirelessly to resolve the claims of Indigenous groups across this country. Jim's negotiations of commercial fisheries agreements in Atlantic Canada, implementing the Marshall Decision of '99, set out the foundation for greater economic self-sufficiency for these communities. Also, his leadership on the negotiation of the Labrador Inuit land claim led to the establishment of the Nunatsiavut government in Labrador in 2005, as well as the creation of the Torngat Mountains National Park. Jim will be remembered by his wife, Sandra Banner, his 5 children, his grandchildren. His efforts have made them proud and all of us in Canada very proud.
Right on.
Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to update this House on my private member's Bill C-277, a bill designed to create a framework for consistent access to palliative care for all Canadians.
Yeah.
Over the summer, many groups stated their support for this bill, including the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Nurses Association, the Pallium Foundation, the Canadian Society of Palliative Care Physicians, the Canadian Cancer Society, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Kidney Foundation, Mental Health Commission of Canada, ARPA, and 38 hospices and related organizations across the country. Canadians who have access to good palliative care choose to live as well as they can for as long as they can. The need for these services is increasing. Please do your part to help make this a reality by supporting my bill, C-277.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is great to be back. I had an amazing summer in Brampton East, connecting with my constituents. Almost every Tuesday, a group and myself, a team of volunteers, knocked on doors. We heard from constituents. They were very impressed with our new government's direction. They liked the Canada Child Benefit.
Hear, hear.
They really liked the middle class tax cut and the improved tone of our government. Mr. Speaker, democracy works best when we have an opportunity to connect with the people that sent us here in the first place. That is why I've always personally committed to being an accessible member of Parliament. Even though we are here in Ottawa, I will always be fighting for the people of Brampton East. As an advocate for using sports to build core skills, I continue to use every Sunday to host a drop-in basketball session throughout the summer. I invite all members of Parliament, if you're in the Brampton area, swing by and play some hoops. And most importantly, let's go Blue Jays.
The honourable member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, September 25th is Franco-Ontarian Day, and for me and for many, it's the opportunity to think of our departed colleague, the Honourable Maureen Bélanger. But today I'd like to take this opportunity to salute another great Franco-Ontarian, one of our great artists, one of our nicest voices, Paul Demers. Do you know which anthem he gave us? The anthem of the Franco-Ontarians, Notre Place. I've often been happy to sing this song with at other francophones at gatherings throughout Ontario since my days in high school in Kapuskasing and still today in my riding of Sudbury. Paul was founding president of the APCM and a mentor for generations of young francophone artists across Canada. A strong, courageous man, he fought Hodgkin's disease for over 30 years. It's a fight he continues today. Sudbury and French Ontario recognize him for his career and his music. On Franco-Ontarian Day, I salute Paul Demers, a pillar of Franco-Ontarian identity. Thanks to him, we have Notre Place, our place. Thank you.
Honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. September 8th was truly a remarkable night in my hometown of Clinton, Ontario. A tremendous hockey game took place. CHL champion, OHL champion London Knights played Erie Otters in a huge crowd, 1,400 enthusiastic fans for a town just over 3,000 people. So truly remarkable. Special thanks to Brent Scrimmager and his army of volunteers who put on a great game. Over $5,000 was raised. Money goes towards the Blythe Brussels Hockey Association, the Clinton Rec Department, which supports figure skating and minor hockey. The Alzheimer's Society Huron County had a raffle. The Clinton Kinsmen put on a fantastic barbecue. tremendous. And the Huron Heat Women's Hockey Association also raised money. Mr. Speaker, small town communities like mine can put on world-class events, and the Hunter Boys, let's see you back in 2017. Thank you.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate our Olympians and Paralympians from coast to coast to coast that represented Canada at the Summer Games in Rio. These athletes have shown Canadians that through hard work and a relentless belief in yourself, you can and will succeed. The riding of King Vaughan is home to opening ceremony flag bearer and back-to-back gold medalist Rosie McLennan of King City, bronze medalist Eric Lamaze of Schomberg, and Jason Burnett of Nobleton. Sachez
No.
que King Vaughan sont une fois de plus très de vous. Mr. Speaker, I am humbled to represent these athletes as Member of Parliament for King Vaughan, and I ask this House to join me in congratulating all our Olympians and Paralympians that participated in the Summer Games. 2020, here we come.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, the last time that I rose to speak in this House before the summer adjournment was to invite my colleagues in the House to come enjoy the Quebec City Summer Festival, and I'd like to thank everyone who came and discovered my magnificent reason. Today I have another invitation, and it's a little bit more serious. I would like to invite everyone from my region who take democracy to heart to come and participate in a consultation on electoral reform on October 11th at the Grand Salon of the University of Laval, joined by my colleague, the member for Quebec. This will be an opportunity for everyone to come and share their ideas and hear the ideas of Professors Derlinique and Massicotte from the Political Science faculty at Laval, as well as from Florence Côté, president of Forum Jeunesse de la Capitale. So it's important for everyone who takes our electoral system to heart to come out October 11th, the Grand Salon, University of Laval. I hope to see everyone there.
Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, last month the Prime Minister went to China to attend the G20 meeting. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, that China is one of the PM's favorite places. We can all recall him saying in the past, I actually have a certain level of admiration for China. Their basic dictatorship allows them to turn their economy on a dime. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's alarming for a Prime Minister to say he admires dictatorships. It's even more alarming for a Prime Minister to turn a blind eye to the brutality of some dictatorships. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, we all know in China the human rights abuse record is abysmal. Yet this Prime Minister tried to appease them by saying that Canada's human rights record is not so perfect anyway. Mr. Speaker, it's one thing to be a Prime Minister in this country, it's another thing to represent our country internationally, but that, of course, didn't stop the Prime Minister from posing for pictures, Mr. Speaker, because as we all know, that's what he's good at.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate His Highness the Aga Khan for receiving the inaugural Adrian Clarkson Prize for Global Citizenship last night in Toronto. This prize is given to an individual who has, through thought and dialogue, encouraged strategies and approaches that strive to remove barriers, change attitudes, and reinforce the principles of tolerance and respect. As the 49th hereditary spiritual leader of the Shia Imam Ismaili Muslims, His Highness has dedicated his life to improving conditions for the world's most vulnerable populations and in fostering an understanding of the importance of pluralism and diversity to promote global harmony. His Highness continues his steadfast commitment to the ideals of inclusion and belonging through the Aga Khan Development Network. I wish His Highness the Aga Khan good health and continued success in his work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I return to Ottawa re-energized after an inspirational summer in Wind City and my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh. First, I'd like to congratulate all the local yet world-class Olympians who made us so proud in Rio: Kylie Massey, Brian McBride, Maya Marie Langlois, and Ryan Cochran, Noel Montcalm, and of course the Tecumseh Thunder Baseball Organization for clinching the senior championship for the second year in a row.
I salute Jan Wright and her team for putting on the Terry Fox book sale and Terry Fox Run, and to the amazing young people at Maya's Lemonade Stand for organizing another successful food drive. I appreciate the informative discussion for those who joined me at my electoral town hall that I hosted, and everyone that I've been able to meet and talk with at the fairs and festivals and barbecues. The people of Windsor-Tecumseh have an impressive social constance and a sense of solidarity, and it is they who truly inspire my own commitment to...
The honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Racism has no place in our open and pluralistic society. Bigoted anti-Sikh posters recently appeared on the campus of the University of Alberta. I know I speak for all members in denouncing these expressions of hatred. Mr. Speaker, many Sikhs have fought bravely for our country with the turban, including our Minister of Defence, as a sign of their fidelity. And I'm proud to have belonged to a government that defended this and other expressions of religious freedom, such as the right of Sikhs to wear kirpans in schools, in this Parliament, and our embassies abroad, and that stopped mandatory removal of turbans at airport security screening. But while condemning prejudice directed at Sikhs and other religious minorities, we must also win hearts and minds. That's why I'm delighted that Alberta Sikh youth like Arundeep Singh Sandhu are organizing a Funk Your Turban event at the U of A campus next Tuesday. I encourage all Albertans to attend to show their solidarity for our Sikh community and for Canada's pluralism.
Honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise in the House to welcome Chinese Premier Li on his visit to Ottawa today. Earlier this month, I also had the privilege of joining our Prime Minister on his successful first official visit to China, where we worked to build a foundation for a stronger, more stable Canada-China relationship. Canada is back on the world stage, Mr. Speaker, and it is critical that we engage with the world's second largest economy and our second biggest trading partner to promote sustainable growth and investment. In Shanghai, 56 agreements worth over $1.2 billion were signed between Canadian and Chinese companies. These contracts will not only benefit industries like Canadian beef and tourism, but they will also help create jobs, strengthen our middle class, and generate long-lasting people-to-people ties between our two countries. Through international engagement, our nations can only become stronger as we work together to address global challenges like climate change.
Canada is better off when we are open to the world. Today, Mr. Speaker, we welcome China. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, across the country, Canadians are struggling to find work. Imagine you're a mom who's lost your job and facing a mortgage payment without any idea how you'll come up with the money. Now imagine that same mom waking up this morning to find out the Prime Minister gave $200,000 to his friends to move from Toronto to Ottawa to work in his office. With so many Canadians struggling for work, how can the Prime Minister possibly justify these incredible payouts?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As the member opposite Wells knows, this is a policy that was put in place by her government, and indeed similar policies have been there since the 1970s when Prime Minister Trudeau was in office. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we followed all the principles and rules in place, both in the policy and the administration of the policy, and we can point out that the Prime Minister's office is now significantly smaller than it was under the previous Conservative government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of families have had their universal childcare checks cancelled, their tax-free savings accounts clawed back, their tax credits for their music lessons or their soccer camps ended. All of this to pay for Liberal spending. Now we find out that spending included $220,000 to move two members of the Prime Minister's staff from Toronto to Ottawa. And this was a special deal signed off by him. How can he possibly justify this to families whose child care checks have been cancelled?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I find it pleasing that the member opposite actually highlights all the extraordinary things we've done for Canadian families. We stopped their program of sending child benefit checks to millionaire families, and instead we're giving them to the 9 out of 10 Canadian families who need more help. The members opposite actually voted against decreasing taxes for the middle class so we could raise them on the wealthiest 1%. That, Mr. Speaker, shows how out of touch the members opposite continue to be.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to repeat that millionaire families like his don't need government assistance, and yet he needed the help of Canadian taxpayers to pay for his nannies. And now we have heard that members of his staff have received hundreds of thousands of dollars to move from Toronto to Ottawa. Can the Prime Minister explain to us why this expense is not an abuse of public funds? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As the member knows very well, this is a policy that was put in place many years, in fact decades ago, and it was the former Conservative government that updated just a few years back. So we followed all of the principles of the rules. The reality is this former government continues to not understand that voting against tax reductions for the middle class and increasing them for the wealthiest Canadians is good policy, and it's disappointing that they voted against C2. Incredible. They're using the Mike Duffy excuse, Mr. Speaker.
Yesterday brought yet more job losses for Albertans, dozens losing their jobs at Western feedlots, with its closure a key part of the Western beef industry. Company President Dave Plett says that recent government policies like Bill 6 and the carbon tax contributed to the decision to close their operations. So with yet more proof that carbon taxes kill jobs, will this government please reconsider its ideological determination to impose a job-killing carbon tax on Alberta?
Prime Minister.
Take this opportunity to remind the member opposite that he is actually still in Ottawa and not in Alberta yet.
Order. I know members want to hear the answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
The fact is, farmers in Alberta, like farmers across the country, are pleased with the news that we have settled the canola issue with the Chinese, that we have actually offered also progress on bringing bone-in beef to China. It is the hard work that this government is doing to create opportunities for our farmers, for small businesses across this country to engage with the growing Chinese market that we are so pleased with today.
Now, member for Calgary-Mindapore.
So whether it's here or Alberta, I'll always fight for people's interests, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I put a motion in this place, the same that we proposed as a vote last June, to recognize that the crimes against humanity being committed by the so-called Islamic State against the Assyrian, Yazidi, Shia and other religious minorities of Mesopotamia constitute genocide. Now this has been recognized by the European Parliament, the US Congress and the British House of Commons. So why did the government yesterday again reject this motion, the second time, once in June and then again yesterday? Will they not recognize the reality of this genocide against these minorities?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It is a real shame to see the extent to which people are willing to play politics with the lives of the most vulnerable people in the world. This government recognizes that acknowledging genocide should be done on the basis of extraordinary facts and wise counsel internationally, and not just political grandstanding by members like the member opposite.
Honourable member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister once said that Chinese dictatorship is something that he admired. We now learn that that wasn't a slip of the tongue. It is a fundamental principle of Canadian democracy that you do not send people to be tortured or killed. Canadians agree on that. Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch confirm the systematic use of torture and frequent executions in China. The immigration minister sees the profound moral problem of an extradition treaty with China. Why doesn't the Prime Minister?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what this renewed and stable relationship with China allows for is an airing of concerns and difficulties faced by both countries. The fact that we now have an ongoing dialogue where we can highlight concerns we have about consular cases and indeed in some cases resolve them, the fact that the Chinese can bring up issues that they have requests or questions about is what a strong relationship is all about. But as I have reassured Canadians many times, as I have said to the Chinese leadership, as I am happy to say in this House, Canada has very strong principles around the rule of law, around extradition treaties, and we will not bend those principles for anyone.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Worth if it comes from a dictatorship that abuses human rights, Mr. Speaker. La Chine est une...
China is a dictatorship, and it doesn't respect the rule of law. They systematically violate people's rights, according to Amnesty International. And the Prime Minister thinks this is a good area or a good place we could extradite people to. So if China promises and swears that they won't hurt the people that they want deported, will that be good enough for the Prime Minister of Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we need to have relationships with this country to have all kinds of discussions with their government. And the realities are that we have consular issues to discuss, economics, human rights discussions, and these have already borne fruit. The reality is that we have a commitment that allows us to hear what the Chinese are concerned about and what their questions are, while anchoring our principles on rights and protection of values that are dear to us here in Canada. And this is what we will always do.
Le Premier ministre a promis.
The Prime Minister promised that we would have a true nation-to-nation relationship, then it would be established with the Aboriginal peoples of Canada. He also signed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. These two principles require the holding of exhaustive consultations and reconciliation. How can the Prime Minister get out the steamroller for the Site C Dam project, whereas the issue of Aboriginal rights is before the courts? Is that a respectful relationship? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians expect that we will have a renewed relationship with Aboriginal peoples, and that's exactly what we're doing. We are committed to consultations. We want to understand their concerns and work with them to create benefits and economic opportunities for them. We will continue to build a better future for Indigenous peoples in this country in partnership with them and in respect of our processes. This is what Canadians expect from us, and that's what we are doing. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
You say that they are heartbroken by the Site C betrayal, and it's not difficult to understand why. The Minister of Justice said that the government was, quote, running roughshod over Aboriginal title rights. But now she's been silenced. Instead, we have the Fisheries Minister saying that it's actually the responsibility of BC Hydro to hold consultations and respect Indigenous rights. Will the Prime Minister assume the responsibility to consult instead of bulldozing Aboriginal rights?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to respect the concerns that Indigenous peoples have on a wide range of issues because we continue to listen, consult, and work in partnership with them. We know that we need to move forward on both protecting environmental stability and on protecting economic growth. Canadians expect that, Indigenous Canadians expect that, and we will continue to work with the kind of respect we have always shown towards Indigenous Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, we now know that the exorbitant moving fees for two employees of the Prime Minister's office were, in fact, for his Chief of Staff and best friend of the Prime Minister. But putting a face on these expenses does not make it any more acceptable. Mr. Speaker, having the right to claim something does not give the right to abuse the money of taxpayers and to spend carelessly. How can the Prime Minister justify these expenses to Canadian families? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has a policy for officials moving and has had this since the 1970s. The rules in place were rewritten in 2008. In this case, most of the costs were associated with legal fees and with the real estate sales involved. This has the great majority of these costs are, as I said, legal fees and real estate fees and in line with the rules. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, when this government claimed that it would be open and transparent, Canadian families did not expect that they would openly waste their money. With all due respect to the Liberal Party, giving more than $200,000 to one employee and a friend of the Prime Minister is quite unacceptable. It was unacceptable at the time of the sponsorship scandal, and it still is today. When will the Prime Minister understand that Canadian taxpayers' money is not his money? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we have set up a team of passionate Canadians who are very competent, and they will be offering Canadians the change for which they voted. These people had to sell their houses and move their families here to Canada, as with all of the moves were carried out in compliance with the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, we learned yesterday that the almost over $200,000 that the Prime Minister signed off on was to move his two closest friends here to Ottawa, spending over $200,000 to do so. And his excuse, his justification was, the rules made me do it. Mr. Speaker, that is not sufficient. My question for the Prime Minister is, does he think it is appropriate to spend over $200,000 to move two people from Toronto to Ottawa?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we built a team of passionate, hard-working, extremely qualified Canadians to deliver the change Canadians voted for. The government has had a relocation policy for public servants and ministerial staff since the 1970s. The current rules in place were written in 2008 and have been followed by every minister's office since. Any relocation was done in accordance with the guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, those rules came into effect in 2004 by Paul Martin. But regardless, that answer is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's own letter to his cabinet instructs them to use taxpayers' dollars with the utmost care and prudence. Again, I ask the Prime Minister, is using over $200,000 to move two people from Toronto to Ottawa using taxpayers' dollars with the utmost care and prudence?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. And in the same document that the member has quoted, it also states that this government has raised the bar on transparency, and we will continue to raise the bar. Let me remind Canadians that any relocation was done in accordance with the guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, is that why we had to go to the Globe and Mail to actually find out these answers? Yeah. Canadians want to know why Liberals gave $1.1 million to Liberal friends. The Justice Minister doled out $114,000, and Foreign Affairs Minister forked out another $146,000. Worse still, the Prime Minister gave his millionaire friends $200,000 to move from Toronto to Ottawa. When will the Liberals tell us exactly how they justify spending this money?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the rules that are in place were written by the previous government. What I find kind of fascinating is the Conservative criticism of the rules that they themselves drafted while in government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Speaker,
Order.
we're going to try this again. You know, Mr. Speaker, it should be too surprising that Prime Minister's best friends learned how to stick taxpayers with the bill. After all, Jerry Butts and Katie Telford learned directly from the Wynne McGuinty Liberals.
Exactly.
In the race to spend and misuse taxpayer money, the Prime Minister is clearly now in the lead. When will the Prime Minister explain how he justified giving his best friend Jerry $126,000?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. The government has had a relocation policy for public servants and ministerial staff since the 1970s. And it's important to note that these are the same rules that also apply to the military, the RCMP, and the public service. Any relocation was done in accordance with the guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. At the time of the revelations of the Panama Papers, we've seen now that there's a new leak of information involving the banks and Canadian businesses. Clearly, the minister's strategy isn't working. New government, but the same lack of action on tax havens. Canada currently has a tax information exchange agreement with the Bahamas. We have to think that it's clearly not working. After yesterday's revelations, does the Minister of Revenue intend to review this agreement to ensure that there truly is an effective exchange of information and that will allow us to deal with tax frauders? The Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government committed to fighting against tax evasion and tax avoidance and to ensure that our tax system is effective for all Canadians. Allow me to be very clear. Most Canadians pay their fair share of taxes, but a minority of rich taxpayers manage to not pay what they owe, and this must come to an end. It's for that reason that the government has put $440 million into the the Canada Revenue Agency to fight tax evasion.
These are the answers from last year, not from this problem. You know, new records from the Bahamas are showing that 3 of Canada's big banks are setting up thousands of offshore companies in the well-known tax haven. Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Luxembourg, Isle of Man, Panama, and now the Bahamas. We have tax agreements with all of them, and we're supposed to get this information from all of them. But instead, we're getting it from media leaks. Enough with the same old platitudes. Can the minister finally get to the root of the problem on tax havens?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government, with its international partners, is working very hard to fight against this, and this collaboration will continue. We will continue to gather and exchange an increasing amount of information, and we are dealing with information coming from the Bahamas in collaboration with its partners, and we need legal orders to continue. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. The economy is stalled, Canadians are losing their jobs, and it's not easy for them to put money aside. What is this government's priority? Is it refunding moving expenses for 2 of the Prime Minister's employees, including one of whom is his best friend? Now that we know everything we need to know about the Prime Minister's judgment, can they stop making fun of people? People don't pay taxes to give their money to the Prime Minister's best friends. When will they stop wasting Canadians' money? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. In the case of these higher amounts, the great majority of the costs were associated with real estate fees and legal fees, and they are in compliance with the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, something they haven't understood here. When my constituents talk to me, they talk about the economy, jobs, the huge Liberal deficit, and security. Those are Canadians' priorities. With this Prime Minister, it's his friends first and then digging into the public purse. That's the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister understand that he wasn't elected to reimburse moving fees of his best friend? Can the Prime Minister start being responsible and demonstrate some rigor when it comes time to managing the money of Canadian families? The Leader of the Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud that we have brought a passionate and competent team to work here and offer the population the changes that they voted for. And it's true. These Canadians that we have on our team have helped us. They've helped Canadian businesses to grow, to innovate, and to export, and to grow wealth, bring wealth to the Canadian population. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister owes Canadians and this House some straight answers. He needs to answer for his lack of judgment. The Prime Minister gave over $200,000 in moving expenses to his BFFs. Mr. Speaker, people in Alberta are losing their jobs and homes, yet this Prime Minister gave six-figure relocation payouts to his buddies. Can the Prime Minister stand in his place and justify to struggling Albertans why he thinks his friends deserve these absolutely egregious payouts?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the diverse team that we have built. I am proud of the people who have chosen to come work with our team to ensure that we can advance the mandate Canadians have given us. Let's talk about some of the work that these hardworking Canadians have done. They have helped Canadian businesses to grow, innovate, create quality jobs and wealth for Canadians. That's exactly the kind of work Canadians expect. That's exactly the kind of work we'll continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Working hard to oversee 10% unemployment in Central Alberta for the first time in decades. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's BFFs made out like bandits, selling their $1 million Toronto homes, raking in over $500,000 each personally in profit. Yet this Prime Minister personally chose to give $200,000 of taxpayers' money to his millionaire friends. The Prime Minister's impaired judgment is astounding, and it's frankly shocking. Can the Prime Minister tell struggling Alberta families exactly why he thinks his entitled millionaire BFFs deserve these outrageous payments?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of Canadians, Canada's best and brightest, have applied to come serve in Canada to help deliver the mandate Canadians voted for. Some people had to sell their homes and move with their families and children to Ottawa. In those instances, the vast majority of those costs had to do with real estate and legal fees. Any relocation was done in accordance with the law, but let's look at the work that Canadians are doing, that our team is doing. We are working to grow this economy for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, there is an overdose epidemic gripping our nation. 2,000 Canadians are expected to die this year alone. Now, stakeholders are unanimous that opening supervised injection sites is one way we can start saving lives immediately. Yet this government has refused to amend Conservative legislation that the former Liberal health critic said was designed to block new sites. Will the Liberals listen to the evidence and amend C2 so that we can take action and start saving Canadians' lives?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I have been working with all of my partners across the country on a comprehensive plan to address the opioid crisis in this country. That includes making sure all the pillars of drug policy are addressed, including harm reduction. One of the most effective mechanisms of harm reduction is supervised consumption sites. I have instructed my department to make sure that there are no unnecessary barriers in place. We are addressing the legislation and look forward to dealing with it appropriately to make sure that those sites will be available for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. There are people who are dying every day, so they need to keep their promise as soon as possible. The minister doesn't seem to have a problem paying a fortune to move his cronies, his chiefs of staff. He's unable to pay public servants who work tirelessly. Now, it appears that there's a report that recommended that Phoenix be rolled out more gradually, but the minister didn't even read it. There are 58,000 public servants who are waiting to be paid appropriately. Why didn't the minister do her homework before the full rollout of the Phoenix pay system?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, it is totally unacceptable for any public service employee to go without pay for work performed. That is why we have worked so hard putting in place additional measures to deal with the situation with which we're facing. Right now, additional employees have been hired. We have put in place measures to make sure that people who have faced hardships are being helped. We are doing everything we can to fix a problem that is none of the employees making, but is one that we will fix.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the campaign, we committed to making significant improvements to Canada's national security framework by improving existing legislation, strengthening the accountability and enhancing radicalization efforts. My question is to the Minister of Public Safety. Can the Minister please update the House about the government's efforts to ensure that both our national security and our rights and freedoms are protected? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday I was very pleased to table in this House a national security green paper which is intended to stimulate public debate as we proceed with unprecedented national security consultations to let Canadians at long last have their say about how to keep our country safe and how to safeguard its open, inclusive and democratic character at the same time. This is in addition to other measures like the Counter-Radicalization Initiative, parliamentary scrutiny through Bill C-22, and other measures that we will put before this House. Mr. Speaker, this is an absolute priority for government, and we're moving as quickly as we can.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are still waiting for answers on the Liberal foreign policy flip-flop with China. The Immigration Minister said in August that Canada would never negotiate an extradition treaty with China while China maintained the death penalty. Only weeks later, the Liberals timidly announced an agreement to begin negotiations for an extradition treaty. Now, the Liberals deny strings were attached to China's sudden, long-overdue release of Kevin Garrett. So, Mr. Speaker, exactly what is the explanation?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's the reality rather than conjecture. We have announced a high-level national security and rule of law dialogue as part of comprehensive discussions on expanding our relationship with China. The U.S. and the U.K. are holding similar dialogues. Canadian officials have met with their Chinese counterparts to discuss counterterrorism, law enforcement, consular matters, and rule of law. And as part of those discussions, conversations on extradition were held. And it was stressed Canada is governed by very high standards. The promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of Canadian foreign policy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are well aware of China's imperfect justice system, the rigged trials, the brutal incarceration, the torture, and the execution. Our allies, the U.S., Australia, New Zealand, don't have extradition treaties with China. The Prime Minister, naively, says Canada has high standards, rigorous processes, but Canada has no control over what happens in Chinese prisons. And, Mr. Speaker, the Chinese have many ways of killing prisoners. Why are the Liberals suddenly humouring China given its cruel justice system?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of our foreign policy and a key aspect of our relationship with China. Both the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs raised human rights concerns with their direct counterparts at every possible opportunity, including the most recent visit to China. These are not easy conversations to have. They represent a policy of engagement, a far cry from a policy of retreat and isolationism of the previous government. Thank you.
Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, again, we are witnessing complete mismanagement by the Liberals with regards to the marijuana file. Over a year ago, the minister was told that marijuana being sold at illegal dispensaries was laced with both pesticides and fungicides. Yet the minister sat on the report and did absolutely nothing. The complete mismanagement on this file and the minister's continual display of horrendous mismanagement is putting Canadian safety at risk. Mr. Speaker, I would like the minister to answer for us today. When will she take the safety of Canadians seriously? When will she take action on this file?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we take the health and safety of Canadians with the utmost seriousness. We have in place a strict regime for access to medical marijuana. That includes testing of products to make sure that they are safe and free from contaminants. There are, however, dispensaries in this country which are illegal. It is not the responsibility of the government to regulate illegal products. We will continue to make sure that legal products are safe for consumption, and we will put in place a mechanism to make sure all marijuana is safe for consumption.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton, order.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Supreme Court appointment process is an insult to Atlantic Canada. The a 141-year constitutional convention guaranteeing Atlantic Canadian representation on the court. Of the 32 Liberal MPs from Atlantic Canada, is there not one who is prepared to stand up against this Liberal attempt to shut out Atlantic Canada?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand up to speak to the process that we've introduced in terms of Supreme Court of Canada appointments, an open and transparent process that respects the custom of regional representation, that speaks to functional bilingualism, that speaks to appointing and identifying high-quality jurists that will fill the next seat, and also speaks to the principle of diversity. I look forward to working with the Independent Advisory Board to make recommendations to the Prime Minister, and I know that there will be highly qualified jurists on that list from Atlantic Canada.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, yesterday's announcement of a potential deal to buy U.S. Steel Canada provides light at the end of a long tunnel for thousands of current and former workers in Hamilton. But the deal is far from complete, and the federal government needs to do its part. The Prime Minister promised to help when he needed their votes, but the Liberals have done nothing since to help Hamilton steelworkers and pensioners with everything on the line. When will the minister sit down at the negotiations and ensure protections for these jobs and pensions?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. I've been very fortunate to work with my colleagues from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, and Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas, who have been very engaged on this file. We've been working very closely with the Hamiltonians. We understand the importance of steel and the importance in manufacturing and part of our innovation agenda as well. So we're working very closely to find any solution to advance this agenda, and we'll make sure that any decision that we make will be in the best interest of Hamiltonians.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have abandoned former Stelco workers, and they failed to stand up for the sector against steel dumping. China's unfair trade practice is hurting Canada's steel industry and putting tens of thousands of good jobs at risk. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce and local chambers, like mine in Windsor-Essex, have urged the government to act, but so far the Liberals have only offered hollow words. With the Chinese premier visiting today, will the Liberals finally act on unfair steel dumping?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International. The Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian steel producers are world-class. We recognize this, and we're working with our international partners to address the issue of global overcapacity. And that's why we're finding ways to curtail access capacity and illegal dumping within our borders. And this is something that was also raised in the North American Leaders Summit in Ottawa. So this is an important issue for us. We'll continue to make sure that we address this in a meaningful way, Mr. Speaker.
For Foothills.
Bring them in the law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great news. Canada is investing $1 billion to double its oil well capacity. Oh, but in Texas. Low oil prices are not the reason that investors are being scared away from Canada. It is inaction and bad policy by this Liberal government. 125 Alberta energy workers are unemployed. These are families who are struggling to pay their mortgage and struggling to put food on the table. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government finally make key decisions to show investors that Canada, like Texas, that does not have a carbon tax, is open for business?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we're in a position to make key decisions when Canadians believe that the process is fair and transparent, unlike the process that we have been working with for the last 10 years, when not 1 kilometre of pipeline was built to Tidewater. And I don't know what words you would describe it, Mr. Speaker, if we were to follow that famed process, but we're looking for a better path, and that better path includes consultation, meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities, and working across the country so that when a decision is taken, Canadians will say that was a process that worked.
For Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 17 pipeline projects were approved under this government. I just want to make sure that's perfectly clear. And Mr. Speaker, the jobs crisis in Alberta has only gotten worse with the announcement yesterday that Western Feedlots will be closing its gates next year, meaning another 85 Albertans are out of work. But this goes deeper. With Western's 100,000 head of cattle off the market, this is going to be devastating for Alberta's barley growers and its beef processors. The main reason for the closure, according to Western Feedlots, is the impending NDP and Liberal carbon taxes. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government admit that this job-killing carbon tax is an attack on rural Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're aware of the closure of the Western feedlots and certainly concerned. But what a day for Canadian agriculture. What a day for the canola farmers in Western Canada. What a day for the beef producers, the ranchers in our country. We obtain access to the Chinese market, and that's vitally important for the Canadian farmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. All that was achieved without the participation of the Agriculture Minister. Here's the results of the Prime Minister bringing his friends here. Alberta energy investment is lost. Agricultural jobs are disappearing. Industries are being hammered. This government's carbon tax scheme is being blamed, and the Liberals have already said that Canadians will be punished with ever-increasing carbon taxes. Mr. Speaker, this is how you destroy an economy, one Liberal policy at a time. When will the Liberals remove their bullseye from the Western Canadian economy?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the government of British Columbia understands about carbon pricing. The Conservative government of Alberta understands about carbon pricing. The newly elected Progressive Conservative government of Manitoba understands about carbon pricing. And across the other way, this government understands about carbon pricing and taxing pollution. We know that the NDP understands the importance of carbon pricing. The Green Party understands the importance. The Bloc understands the importance. Who does that leave, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the Mont-Laurier region has been hit by a case of presumed fraud. The police is investigating a payroll company that declared bankruptcy and its owners. It would appear that payroll deductions of $600,000 from 80 businesses were not remitted to the federal and provincial governments. My team, the CFDC, the CLD, the Chamber of Commerce, and the provincial MNA have all come together to help these people. Can the Minister of National Revenue explain to us how the CRA can help fix this economic disaster for the Upper Laurentians? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle for his important question. The CRA is very sensitive to issues of fraud. Usually in this type of situation, the agency sets up special teams in order to centralize the files to ensure fair processing. I urge the taxpayers affected to communicate and to cooperate with the CRA. We are working with private individuals to solve their problems as we discover more information, and we are monitoring this situation very closely, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the Mayor Labombe of Quebec City had 4 priorities, including the Northern Institute, and the Liberals promised to fund it. On February 22nd, the member for Louis-Hébert said that everything was coming together for federal funding for the Institute, but this funding is still has not come. The Liberals are turning their back on the North. The Prime Minister never visits that area. The North is no longer represented on Cabinet, and the Institute has not been funded. When will the government fund the Northern Institute? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, our government has been very clear in supporting our post-secondary institutions and helping businesses commercialize their R&D investments with those institutions. That is why we put forward a strategic investment fund of $2 billion that will help colleges and universities across Canada. That includes institutes like this that have funding in the past, and will continue to work with them with funding opportunities going forward as well. We have not neglected the region. In fact, we've made significant investments to help diversify the region, to grow the economy, and create good quality jobs.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
The United Nations and women's organizations from across the country have been calling for a national action plan to end violence against women. While this government took some good first steps this summer, their scope doesn't seem to include policing, education, or women's shelters. So how can you plan to end gender-based violence if you're not going to talk with the police, if you're not going to include policing? Why is the government adopting such a narrow scope in its approach to this vital work?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it has been my incredible privilege to hear from
organizations, frontline workers, in fact, people who work from an enforcement lens, people who support survivors on the ground all summer long. In fact, many of those conversations have been so heartfelt and moving that it has brought me and my staff to tears. We are very excited about what we've heard. We're very excited about the collaboration across government to come up with a federal gender-based violence strategy that will ensure that women and girls have the full opportunity to participate in this country regardless of where they live. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, I met with a large and energetic group of Spanish seniors at the Davenport Perth Community Centre. And last Friday, I met with agencies in Davenport who service the Portuguese community, a community that makes up almost 30% of my riding. One of the key issues raised by both groups was the high price and the lack of affordability of prescription drugs for many seniors. Can the Minister of Health provide an update on what she's doing in consultation with the provinces to reduce the price of drugs for seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Davenport for her important question. In fact, in my discussions around the Health Accord, I have been talking to the health ministers across this country about how we can make sure that medications for all Canadians, prescription medications, are affordable, accessible, and appropriately prescribed. One of the opportunities that we have taken is for the federal government to join the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance. This is a means of negotiating bulk purchasing of medications, and it will already realize annual savings in the order of $700 million per year. I look forward to further discussions with my colleagues to make sure that other steps are taken to reduce the cost of prescription drugs.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Earlier, the government House leader admitted that the bulk of over $200,000 worth of moving expenses for 2 senior PMO staffers were for real estate fees, which means that those were for very high-value properties. So I'm wondering this. There are hundreds of thousands of people out of work in my province right now. And those people expect us to use good judgment, not try to bend the rules for opportunism. So if one of those families who are out of work right now looked into the Prime Minister's eyes and said, was it good judgment to sign off on $200,000 of real estate fees for top staffers, what would he think?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
This government was elected on a promise to help grow the economy. This government was elected on a commitment to create good-paying jobs for Canadians. This government has built a team of hard-working Canadians that are committed to delivering on the mandate that we have been given, the mandate we will continue to work on, and I am proud of the team that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, after having sent his Minister of Health to bully the Quebec government by threatening it with penalties, the Prime Minister is now giving lessons in morality. He says Canadians are tired of governments that point fingers and accuse each other. How dare he? Will the Prime Minister stop taking sick people in Quebec hostage and, instead of making things worse, restore health transfer payments with no strings attached and forget this absurd idea of penalizing Quebec patients? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Canadians expect that when they pay for health care with their hard-earned taxes, they will not have to pay a second time. And that is why we are supporting the Canada Health Act. The deductions provided for under the Act are a last resort, and we continue to work with provinces and territories to strengthen our public and universal health system. The Honourable Member from Mulcatten. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of International Trade says that she is ready to go to court to protect the lumber industry. And that's a good thing, because the Quebec forestry workers want free trade, not a bad deal. Last time, the softwood lumber dispute happened on the Liberals' watch, and it was Quebec that paid the price. That led our businesses to ruin, our workers to unemployment, and our regions to bankruptcy. Now, will the government promise that there will be no tariffs or quotas on Quebec softwood lumber? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. We're working very hard on this file. We heard the positions of Quebec from the industry and from the workers, and I can say that the Conseil du Patronat du Québec underscored the position taken by the Minister of International Trade. They're happy with it, and I can say that the workers that we met said the same thing. So, Mr. Speaker, we're working very hard on this matter to have a good deal for Canada and for Quebec.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Stephen Horseman, Deputy Premier, Minister responsible for families and children and responsible for military affairs for the province of New Brunswick. Orders of the day.
The Thursday question.
Sorry. Excuse me. Pardon me, not orders of the day. But of course, it's Thursday, and therefore, we'll have the usual Thursday question. We can just wait a moment. Get order, please. Order. Ask members to take their discussions outside, and I'll call upon the honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as this is my first Thursday question, as Opposition Leader, I want to congratulate the new House Leader, although I want to say maybe the former one got out just in the nick of time. But no, congratulations. I very much look forward to working with the new House Leader. Could the Minister...
I'm gonna ask... Sorry. It's not fair to the honourable member for Portage Lisgar. It's not fair to the honourable member to ask her to pose the question when there's so much noise still in the chamber. So I invite members on both sides to exit and take their discussions outside. The honourable member for Portage Lisgar has the floor.
Thank you. Could the Minister advise the House what business the government intends to call for the remainder of this week and next week?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
I look forward to working with you as well. Congratulations on the new role. Monsieur le Président, cet après-midi...
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue our study of the Conservative Party's motion, and tomorrow we will move on to studying Bill C-4, which deals with unions.
Leaders to find agreement on the handling of the debate at report stage and the third reading of this bill.
Excellent.
I'd like to thank them in advance for their cooperation. We will continue this debate on Monday as well, in the hope of concluding third reading debate at the end of the day. On Tuesday, we shall commence second reading debate of Bill C-22, which establishes a National Committee of Parliamentarians. I expect that debate to carry over to Wednesday, and I hope we can conclude the debate on Friday so that we can get the bill into committee early next week. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, next Thursday shall be an allotted day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank the Opposition House Leader and the Government House Leader for their first Thursday question interventions. And now we'll go to hear a point of order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order today with respect to Standing Order 1082. Today at the Health Committee, I attempted to move a motion that was tabled with the committee's clerk in June. The motion stated, and I quote, that the committee should immediately undertake a study into the government's rejection of an expert panel's decision to locate the future Ottawa Hospital Civic Campus on federal land across the street from the existing hospital, and that the committee call the Ministers of Environment, Heritage, Agriculture, and Dr. Mark Christmanson, the CEO of the National Capital Commission, to discuss the matter. Normally, a local hospital issue would not be in federal jurisdiction, but this, of course, is because there is a federal agency which is now, the government has now inserted into the decision of where to locate it, and the federal Minister of Environment has actually interfered to block the hospital's construction in her own riding. Thus, there is a federal connection to the future construction of this hospital location, but the chair of the committee ruled that the subject material was outside of the jurisdiction of the committee. So a hospital is out of the jurisdiction of the Health Committee. Mr. Speaker, he then ruled the debate out of order and prevented even a vote on the motion which was moved before the committee. In accordance with Standing Order 1081 and 1082,
2, committees are masters of their own domains, and they can study any topics they choose and which are referred to them by this House. As well, the Health Committee's own website states that it may also study matters the committee itself chooses to examine. Therefore, there is no legitimate reason for the motion to have been ruled out of order. The committee, of course, being master of its domain, ought to have been allowed to debate and then vote on the substance of the motion of itself, rather than having the chair arbitrarily shut down the debate before it even occurred. This matter is of immense importance to the people of the National Capital Region. The existing civic campus, which represents the amalgamation of 3 hospital sites, is now almost 100 years old. It is falling apart. It is desperately in need of replacement. And after a 9-year process, a site was selected immediately across the street on federal land for its future construction. There was a broad consensus amongst hospital board and management members that this was the right place to put the hospital. It was a decision accepted by the previous government. There were no objections made to that site by the now governing party during the last election. Yet suddenly and arbitrarily, the Member of Parliament for the riding in question and the Minister for the region slammed on the brakes and blocked the hospital construction. Now I'm asking her to come before a parliamentary committee and be accountable for her decision to delay the provision of health care in her own riding. Unfortunately, the Liberal majority is shutting down the debate and preventing any transparency over that decision-making by banning this motion from even being voted upon. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a violation of the standing order I previously read to you, 1081 and 1082, and it falls to the Speaker to intervene when standing orders of this House are violated by chairs of committees, which are creatures, of course, of Parliament. This city needs a new hospital, and it is not the role of the federal government to stop the construction of that hospital. That is precisely what is happening, and it is time that the Liberal Minister of Environment come before a committee and explain why she has done this to her community. Every day that goes by, Ottawa moves farther and farther down the list of priority sites for a future hospital with dwindling provincial health care resources available to the construction of hospitals. We in Ottawa are losing our place in that list and putting the health care of our people in some jeopardy. So all I'm asking for is that there be a debate and a vote on the motion, and that the Minister of the Environment come before the committee to explain her decision to block the hospital, and that we have clear answers so that the residents of Ottawa can hear accountability for the decisions that affect the health of the next generation of local residents. Thank you. Well, I thank the honourable member for Carleton for his point of order and his rather thorough research of the matter. The member for Carleton will know that, of course, matters that are dealt with at the committee, at the standing committee level, as he pointed out rightly himself, are matters that are taken up by the committee itself. He may also know that there is a mechanism by which committees can refer business to this House for debate and or consideration when the committee, in fact, makes a report of such disagreements that may occur in the course of their deliberations. Normally, the chair is reluctant to adjudicate matters here in the House that pertain to committee business until such time as a report has come from that committee to the House for its consideration. So I take the matter certainly under advisement. We'll get back to the member if necessary, but he may want to go back and consider in committee itself whether such a report could in fact be provided, and then the House would have a mechanism by which to consider the matter. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, resuming consideration of an opposition motion on appointments to the Supreme Court standing in the name of Mr. Nicholson.
When the House last took up consideration of the question, the honourable member for Long Range Mountains had 5 minutes remaining in her time for her remarks, and of course the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments. So we'll go now to the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary, in fact, for small business and tourism. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, the Supreme Court has a direct effect on every part of our country. But there are very few numbers of areas in this country where federal government decisions can have such an impact on people's daily lives. People from Atlantic Canada understand this reality. One of the largest industries in the Long Range Mountains is the fishery. Because of that, when I speak with my constituents, as I did this summer and last year on docks, wharves and stages, one thing that's always been important to them are the decisions being made by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. I raise this, Mr. Speaker, because I find it interesting that the members opposite have suddenly developed an interest in Atlantic Canada. They've suddenly decided that Atlantic Canada is important to them. Well, I find it ironic that this recognition was missing for 10 years while they were in government. It was clear under the previous government they did not recognize the importance of the Long Range Mountains, of Newfoundland and Labrador, or of Atlantic Canada. For 10 years we felt ignored by the previous government. Whether it was cutting federal government jobs from Atlantic Canada, our province of Newfoundland and Labrador lost over 1,000, or gutting, pardon the pun, investments in fisheries science and research, which had terrible impact on all our fisheries with hard-working harvesters and plant workers throughout our Atlantic coast, or whether it was pitting the 4 Atlantic provinces against each other for their own political gain. And I find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite like to point out that our party won all 32 seats in the last election, and that they seem to think that they did a drive-by this past summer, and all of a sudden Atlantic Canadians will be fooled by their fleeting political motivated interest. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that those of us on our side of the House who are so fortunate and blessed enough to represent our ridings in Atlantic Canada, we will still be working hard for all our constituents long after the members of opposite have gone back to ignoring Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice stood this morning to tell this House that our government is supporting this motion, and she stood to confirm there will be candidates from Atlantic Canada on the list provided by the Independent Advisory Board. Mr. Speaker, as someone from Atlantic Canada, I am confident in the calibre of our judges, and I am confident that in any national search, Atlantic Canadians can hold their own, and that includes candidates from Newfoundland and Labrador. This new process to appoint judges to the Supreme Court will allow all Canadians to feel comfortable that the selections that will be made will be able to represent everyone in the country. For the very first time in Canadian history, any qualified judge or lawyer is able to apply for an appointment, and Canadians can feel confident that the 7-member advisory board will work tirelessly to select only the best of candidates. An Atlantic Canadian on the bench of the Supreme Court will not only give Atlantic Canada a fair rule, but will help Canadians and Atlantic Canadians feel confident in the system and in all rulings that are handed down by the highest court. What this does show all Atlantic Canadians that we are equal in a member of confederation in this magnificent country. While we have a smaller population that is spread out over some of the largest regions of this country, like my riding of the Long Range Mountains, we only have a population of 87,000 people, but spread out over an area of 41,000 square kilometres. Our entire region is an equal part in this country, and I am pleased the Minister has reiterated the importance of an Atlantic Canadian voice on the court. That is why it is so important in our country that we know we were all treated fairly and we were all judged solely on merit. I am very glad we will be supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to meeting our future nominee. Thank you very much. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member opposite can enlighten us as to any conversation she may have had with members within the provincial government, because as she may very well know, the Minister of Justice for Newfoundland and Labrador actually wrote her government in April of 2016 on the understanding that it was Atlantic Canada's turn to appoint to the bench, and Newfoundland and Labrador made a very strong case, I thought, to say that it was their time. It was their time to have a justice on the Supreme Court bench. They both put out a press release. They had the head of the Law Society come out and talk about the importance of a Newfoundland and Labradorian jurist being appointed to that bench. And I guess my question, Mr. Speaker, is why didn't she stand up to assert that this must happen, as opposed to wait to this very moment when we push the question upon them to make her stand up and represent Atlantic Canadians?
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her question. I'm very familiar with the Minister of Justice in Newfoundland and Labrador. He is in my riding, and we speak often. What he is pleased of now, and all Newfoundland and Labradorians, and as well as all Atlantic Canadians, is that there's a fairness and there's a system in place that will be fair for all. It'll be fair for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, Atlantic Canadians, for Indigenous people, for those of other minorities. And what's great about this new system is that they will be able to apply every time after. So we're excited that there's a system that's all-inclusive for any appointment that's coming up in the judicial system coming down the road. They can apply whenever. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
For the appointment process for a Supreme Court Justice, it is essential to be transparent and credible, and therefore there is the obligation of respecting the diversity of both official languages. We must also make sure that there is a good balance between regions. However, there's another point: the lack of trust in Aboriginal communities with regards to provincial and national tribunals and courts. I therefore have a question. What is the government's commitment to make sure that there is the participation in Aboriginal communities within the Supreme Court?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Colleague opposite first question, it's obvious that Aboriginal and Indigenous issues are important to him and as well as many of us here on this side of the House. Again, I'd like to reiterate what the Minister of Justice said this morning, is that this new process is fair for all groups, especially Indigenous people, from those from Atlantic Canada, from Newfoundland and Labrador, from the Northwest Territories who have never had representation before. So we're fair, we're confident this process is fair and just for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my friend from Long Range Mountains for her excellent speech. One of the things that I've heard so far today in the debate from the Conservatives in particular is that on this side of the House, the Atlantic Canadian members of Parliament that are Liberal, which includes all 32 of them, are not standing up for Atlantic Canada. I would like to ask my friend if she would agree with that comment in particular, and would she also suggest some of the things that she's experienced in her time as Member of Parliament, working with her other colleagues in Atlantic Canada to stand up for our constituents? Thank you.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always like to thank my colleague for that question. Atlantic Canada is blessed. We have 32 seats, and they're represented by 32 passionate people from the 4 Atlantic provinces. We've work as our own Atlantic Caucus, which is unique because we all members of the Atlantic Caucus are from Atlantic Canada. So we work on Atlantic Canadian issues. Weekly, we work on Atlantic Canadian issues in our own caucuses, and we've come together. The Atlantic Accord, which is the Atlantic Innovation Process, which is done through Minister Baines, is incredible. It had input from all 32 MPs, and it's a way forward for us to ensure that Atlantic Canada can grow. We can discover the many, many challenges out there and deal with the opportunities that are coming forward to make sure Atlantic Canada does grow and strive and be a vital part of our Canadian economy. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on an issue that has caught my attention since the first announcement was made in the heat of the summer this year. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Cape Breton Island. I went to law school. I'm very proud to come from the same street as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia, Michael MacDonald. And why I'm proud of that is because it showed me that growing up you could do whatever you put your mind to. That was a very important principle for me, and having the knowledge that a Supreme Court justice was a possibility from Atlantic Canada as a lawyer was very personal to me and very important. I can recall very much when I would be reading law at Osgoode Hall, I'd be looking to see what the various justices from the Atlantic provinces would say, because oftentimes it reflected what I thought and what I felt. And the ironic part, it really didn't have to do with whether or not they were Scottish or I was Scottish, or if they were a man and I was a woman. What really came through was the geographic sensibilities associated with the thought process in taking decisions, because we are, at the end of the day, nothing but a product of the environment in which we're brought up. And indeed, geographic is incredibly important, because when you think of it, every member in this House self-identifies as being from a certain geography. We are the member from Milton. Some would say I'm the member from Cape Breton. Sometimes I'm not. That goes to the members opposite who were here earlier. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, geography has been an incredibly important part of our country. And as you probably have heard from many of the members already on our side here today, the reality is that that was reflected in the bargain for Confederation. That was the precept upon which we came together. And indeed, as an Atlantic Canadian, I would say, I don't know if we got a great bargain, because we only got one out of the total instead of asking for more at the table. And today we find ourselves in a situation where we're being told that you don't even get that one. After 140-some years, we're not guaranteed that position, and I do believe it is a guarantee. I do believe that it was a term that was a precedent condition, a condition precedent for us joining Confederation and continuing along. Throughout the history of the Atlantic provinces, specifically Nova Scotia and Cape Breton, we often say that the best times we had was when we first joined Confederation, and we were at the height. We were the fishers, and we had the forestry, and we were the ones that made the money and the riches. And the minute we became part of Confederation, perhaps we didn't do as well, and perhaps that's a situation we find ourselves in today. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I have a more precise dissertation and I would say a disagreement with the process being put forward. And the process is important, Mr. Speaker, because what I understand from the Minister of Justice this morning is that the reason why we're in the situation today regarding no geographic confirmation for Atlantic Canada is because we've come up with a new process. They said that they had an election promise for transparency, inclusiveness, and accountability, and I accept that. That's what they ran on, and I think those are good principles in order to make sure that we get the right jurist to sit on the Supreme Court bench. But to utilize the example and to utilize the excuse that there is a process that has been set out which may not yield a jurist from Atlantic Canada is not an excuse for not doing it. It's kind of like we heard in question period today. Just because the rules are there and allow you to do something doesn't necessarily mean that thou shalt do it. But it's reversed, because the rules are in place and thou shalt do it. The process, from what I understand, is that the Minister of Justice has set up an advisory committee who will develop a short list. We know that the mandate is that the jurists must be fluently bilingual and reflect diversity in the country. And the end result is that this long-standing convention of geographical representation has been deemed non-necessary. And I think that is not a proper outcome of the process that they put in. And they could very well have made it mandatory within their process to ensure that that precept was respected in the advisory committee. Our motion today restores the notion that having a qualified jurist from the Atlantic provinces is a constitutional requirement and should be respected as such. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I've been thinking about the process, and while I want to thank the official opposition House Leader for reminding me that I'm actually splitting my time today with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. So that's why she is doing such a good job in her new role. And because, quite frankly, I will take up everybody's time here if I want to talk about Cape Breton and Atlantic Canada, so dear to my heart. Let me tell you what Peter Hogg said with respect to the notion of setting up an advisory committee process, because, as many of you may know, Peter Hogg is an incredible jurist that I have utmost respect for. And indeed, he is the foremost person who understands constitutional law in this country. And what he goes on to talk about in terms of what the appointments process is and where we should go in the appointments process, he says the following with respect to an advisory committee at the end of his dissertation, which unfortunately I have just lost off of my iPad here, and I will read to you from my notes. What he basically says, Mr. Speaker, is that he has two objections to advisory committee process. And the reason why he has an objection in the first case is that when you create one of these smaller kinds of advisory committees, you end up with a situation where the advisory committee is so insular, they're afraid to go outside and find somebody who may be a little bit controversial. And in the case, what he recognizes is that there have been some controversial appointments to the Supreme Court in the past. And specifically, he cites a particular one where they decided they were going to appoint somebody of the Jewish faith to the Supreme Court of Canada who may not have come out of a closed advisory committee. And indeed, I agree with Professor Hogg that this is a problem that can happen when you utilize an advisory committee. The reality is that you may not end up with a process as robust. And indeed, I do believe that the Minister of Justice indicated that the Prime Minister would choose from the list provided by this advisory committee. So in a sense, we are handing over to 7 individuals who are probably all fine individuals, and I do not in the least indicate that I don't have confidence in their abilities. However, in that kind of groupthink, you may end up with a result that doesn't yield for you the best jurists. So that's in general. I do believe that you can't hide behind the notion that this advisory committee will make all of the decisions. Some discretion has to be left for the Prime Minister to make the choice of nominating and indeed appointing and approving a Supreme Court candidate. And the flip side of that is ministers in his government cannot hide behind an advisory committee to say, well, they're the ones that chose the individual, because he should and he has the ability to retain it all. Mr. Speaker, one part of the mandate that was mentioned already is that the individual to be appointed must be fluently bilingual. And indeed, we saw today Senator Murray Sinclair and Chief Perry Bellegarde express their concerns about the mandate, much like I'm expressing my concern today about the fact that it's excluded, that in the definition of inclusivity is the notion of geographical designation. Mr. Speaker, Alan Hutchinson is as well a professor that I actually had the pleasure of being in one of his classes a long time ago. And this is what he said with respect to the Supreme Court appointments. And I find it telling and I find it important. And he said this far before the notion of the Prime Minister determining that no longer did we have to cite and abide by this constitutional rule. The Prime Minister nominates and approves a candidate. While he might well seek input from others, the only formal constraint is that of geographical representation. 3 from Quebec, 1 from Eastern Canada, 3 from Ontario, and 2 from the West. This is what the highest jurists in the land, this is what the highest level of legal theory in the land are saying, that it is definitely a part of the Constitution. It is mandatory that you do seek out and include geographical representation, that an advisory committee is flawed in the beginning, and that you need to make sure that you leave some room to pick bold candidates that actually will bring that court to where it needs to be. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, judges are the arbiters of what is reasonable in a free and democratic society. And as the Charter of Freedom of Rights phrases, as the Charter of Rights and Freedoms phrases it, the appointment of these judges and the validation of the process should also be reasonable and it should be democratic. And neither is true in the process that this minister has put forward today.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Milton and originally Cape Breton for her contribution to the debate today. There was a couple of things that were in error, and if I may, I'm going to point them out. She can feel free to respond. She suggested that the criteria for the next Supreme Court of Canada judge is that that person be fluently bilingual. That is not the case. The requirement is that that person be functionally bilingual, and the definition of functionally bilingual is set out. She may also wish to be aware that 13 of the last 15 judges appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada have been functionally bilingual. The motion that has been presented by her party does not refer to the Constitution. It does not refer to a convention. It refers to a custom. And we support the motion, and we agree with the custom, and we will respect the custom. But the suggestion that this has risen to the level of, as she said, a constitutional requirement, a constitutional rule, or part of the Constitution, I'd be interested in her authority for that and why it isn't included in the motion.
Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary knows full well that the Atlantic Canadian Trial Lawyers Association is going to be seeking clarification with respect to the level. I quoted Alan Hutchinson. I didn't hear you quote anybody. I didn't hear the Honourable Member quote anybody in asserting that this was not anything more than a constitutional obligation. And I would very much like to see what his reference points are as well, because I provided mine in this one. And I would like to point out, with respect to the definition on the bilingualism, I will take his point well. It is true. It does say very clearly in the mandate, functionally bilingual. That is not my issue. My issue is pointing out the fact that 2 other people have come forward to have issue with respect to this mandate. This is not a process that is embraced glowingly across the country by any means. As a former Atlantic Canadian and one whose heart still is still there, I very much have a problem with the geographical exclusion, and I understand that Senator Sinclair and Chief Perry Bellegarde has a problem with the bilingual part of this.
Questions and comments? The member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we have new writing names, it takes some time. I would like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. I always recognise sincerity in her commitments and how she speaks. She talks about Cape Breton, and I can tell you that the people of Longueuil-Saint-Hubert have sympathies and are always saddened at the same time by the fact that their fundamental rights have been violated in Quebec. Very often they feel that they are not respected. Of course, the Liberals across the way find it difficult to listen to the arguments of this motion, because even you in 2014, when Justice Nadon was appointed, it had taken too long for the recommendations to be heard. This summer, the government decided to deploy its troops and appoint this justice. Does she not agree that on your side you said things sincerely, but on this side they've made many great promises, but at the end the power is centralized just on the other side?
Question, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate very much the sentiment from the member. On this point, I absolutely do have a commitment to ensuring that we get to the right place on it. I would say this with respect to the reason why we brought the motion today, and it's an important one. In the case of Mr. Justice Nadon, unfortunately, and Mr. Justice Cromwell, as he left, did speak about this in an interview, the importance of having this debate in the House now about how we go about ensuring that the jurist that's going to be appointed to the Supreme Court is has all the attributes we want, including from Atlantic Canada, is because the minute that a government indicates who their preferred candidate is, the debate becomes about the candidate. And we wanted to make the point that this isn't about an individual. This may be a great person that comes out of this process, but this process is flawed. This process takes into consideration things that should not be taken into consideration. And, as I said, what Peter Hogg said, for a single, occasional, high-profile appointment, I do not think the government should be restricted to a short list that's been developed by an advisory committee. I think the full list should be available. I think it should be an Atlantic Canadian appointment. And I think we should have this discussion and this promise from the government before we have somebody with a great name and a great background in this country be thrown into a complete mess.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and be able to contribute to the debate on this important motion. And I want to congratulate my colleagues, our justice critic and deputy critic, for bringing this motion forward. By way of context, Mr. Speaker, I think it's worth reflecting on what an interesting day it has been here for our discussion of our national institutions. We began our day with tributes to the member for Calgary-Midnapore, and I want to join members in paying tribute to his remarkable career thus far as a defender of the conservative tradition of ordered liberty and as an ambassador for that tradition to those who share our fundamental beliefs yet had yet to join the conservative family. Of course, also as a passionate Canadian nationalist and of particular importance to our discussion on this issue as a defender of our institutions. During his speech today, the member for Calgary-Midnapore spoke about the importance of our institutions and about Parliament in particular. And he spoke of Edmund Burke, indisputably one of the greatest parliamentarians and philosophers in the history of the English-speaking world. Burke's political philosophy and our conservative tradition that flows from it centers around two interrelated ideas: the ideas of intergenerational obligation and of the fragility of civilizational goods. On intergenerational obligation, and I've quoted these words in the House before, Burke says in Reflections on the Revolution in France that society is a partnership not only between those who are living, but between those who are living and those who are dead and those who are to be born. Each contract of each particular state is but a clause in the great primeval contract of eternal society. Now, it's because of our obligations to the next generation that we must preserve the integrity of our well-functioning institutions. The second point about the fragility of civilizational goods reminds us that the goods of civilization cannot easily be restored once they are lost. We cannot so easily simply reach into our past and place our traditions back on the shelf if they have been broken and thrown down. Civilization in general, and our institutions in particular, are fragile things that are much easier to keep together than to put back together once they are broken. So it is with this understanding that in particular we, as conservatives, seek to conserve our best traditions, not to oppose change in all its forms. Indeed, Burke himself was sympathetic to the grievances of the American colonists, and he supported Wilberforce's efforts to abolish slavery. Some would have called these things radical in their own time, but rather they were much better understood as reforms which at the same time sought to preserve existing institutions and traditions. We can be reformers without being radicals. Now, the member for Calgary-Midnapore earlier today passionately defended the value and integrity of Parliament as a genuinely deliberative body, a body that talks about things that matter and where words and votes actually mean something. And I'll come back to that. Now, today we're debating a motion about the integrity of another institution, our Supreme Court, and especially of the traditions and customs that surround it. Here's what I think what the motion says, and I think it's very clear, that the House call on the government to respect the custom of regional representation when making appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada, and in particular when replacing the retiring Justice Thomas Cromwell, who is Atlantic Canada's representative on the Supreme Court. This motion could not be more clear. It refers specifically to the custom of regional representation and the need to respect it, which surely in any plausible interpretation couldn't mean anything other than appointing someone from Atlantic Canada to replace the retiring justice on the Supreme Court. I think any Canadian who would read the motion, who would be listening to our deliberations today, would clearly understand what the motion is referring to. We have a tradition of regional representation on our Supreme Court. But it's more than just something we have done in the past. I think it was a tradition developed with a specific understanding, with good reason, and with reasons that remain valid today. And I'll just talk about what I see as 4 reasons, in particular why regional representation on the Supreme Court is important. First of all, diversity of representation is important. And I think the government at least pays lip service to this principle. They understand it in theory. But I'm going to talk about it a little bit as well, and the breadth of diversity that it ought to entail. When people are on an institution that's responsible for making or interpreting laws, be it here in Parliament, be it the Supreme Court, they are going to draw on elements of their experience. Their understanding of the way the world works is going to be shaped by what their lived experience is. I think that's fairly obvious. So a diverse body is therefore more able to draw on the diversity of human experience. It is able to draw on the different experiences that different kinds of people from different kinds of background have to understand what the social realities actually are, what the applications of a particular law or interpretation of law will have. That's why it is important to have diversity of representation, one of probably several reasons. And the same is true, given the importance of our Supreme Court, why that exists on the Supreme Court. And again, I think at least some members of the government understand the value of this diversity. In theory, certainly, we hear it talked about quite a bit. Secondly, I want to underline as a second point that regional representation in no way precludes other forms of diversity. Now, we hear the government talk as well about a range of other kinds of diversity. There is absolutely no reason why we cannot respect this tradition while also ensuring the diversity of our court along other dimensions. And I think that includes cultural, religious, ethnic diversity, as well as regional diversity, as well, by the way, as intellectual diversity. Intellectual diversity is a key element of diversity. People who have different kinds of opinions, different kinds of foundational worldviews. Again, regional representation does not preclude other kinds of diversity. Thirdly, regional representation is a particularly critical dimension of diversity. Now, if you have a group of people that they may be diverse in a range of different ways, but are part of the same geographic community, they have opportunities, in spite of their differences, to learn from each other's differences, frequently, one would hope, being in the same geographic area. But those who are from different regions may not have the opportunity to develop an understanding of the different experiences of each other because not being in the same geographic location, they don't have the regular opportunity to brush up against each other and to learn from and hear about others' experiences. That's why regional representation is a particularly critical dimension of diversity. Because although people in a city in Ontario or Western Canada may have an opportunity to learn from others within their community who are in some ways different, they may never have an opportunity to fully understand the lived experience of those who are from Atlantic Canada. And fourthly, I'll touch on this point briefly because I think it was explained very eloquently by my colleague from Milton, but regional representation is part of the founding bargain of our country. Its specific application, but also the broader principle that regional representation was part of when Canada came together as different constituent parts to say we will respect each region and each region's role in this country. Now, disrespect for our traditions with respect to the court is clear in the approach being taken by this government here in not respecting regional representation. But I think also we see in their approach to this motion disrespect for Parliament, because they said they will vote for this motion, that they will, quote-unquote, respect the custom, but that they won't necessarily appoint an Atlantic Canadian to the court, which is precisely what this motion says. That's obviously a contradiction in terms, Mr. Speaker. It's almost as ridiculous as saying you would sign an extradition treaty with China while respecting human rights. It's a contradiction in terms. Or saying you'll create jobs while eliminating the small business hiring credit. It's a contradiction in terms. Now, we've spoken today about respect for this institution and all our institutions, and yet there is something clearly Orwellian about the way this government is approaching this conversation. So I'd say to the government, have the courage of your convictions. If you believe in our traditions, then vote for them. And if you don't, then vote against them. But this is precisely the kind of things that makes Canadians cynical about our politics, and they deserve better. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his contribution to the debate. I do want to pick up on his very last couple of comments where he accused the government of being disrespectful of Parliament and disrespectful of the court, and perhaps ask him to harken back maybe a year or two with regards to the public spat between his former boss, Stephen Harper, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and ask whether we should take direction from his side of the aisle with respect to respect of the court. And when he talks about respect for Parliament, perhaps I could also ask him to harken back to his time in the office of Stephen Harper, and perhaps tell us about the value of parliamentarians in this process as set out for this appointment as compared to the last one.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this really is real change, isn't it, from the member across the way? But more seriously, we've heard them try and use this argument before. We essentially heard in question period the Duffy defense from the government House leader. Oh, well, we were doing it within the rules. But I think what Canadians expect is respect for our institutions. And that is what we have consistently provided as an opposition, and that's what we're calling for in the context of this motion. And look, I won't say that the previous government was perfect in every respect, but I think we've seen in the last year we've seen things like Motion 6, which go far beyond anything that was ever contemplated under the previous government. We see things like the invocation of closure on C-14, on the euthanasia issue, a deeply sensitive issue, and there was no history under the previous government of bringing in closure on fundamental issues of conscience. That's very clear. In a very short time, this government has come in promising so-called real change and has delivered the... Thank you.
Just watchful of the time here. We're running. We only have 5 minutes. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been absolutely fascinating, sort of like looking in one of those funhouse mirrors. It starts out looking sort of like a coherent picture, and then it gets more and more distorted as we look at the record. For a government that had their Justice Minister, the former Peter MacKay, who had more recalls than the Ford Pinto, fought and gnashed his teeth at the Supreme Court. Oh, mandatory minimums, that got struck down. Prostitution, that got struck down. The Chilcotin First Nation, they fought all the way, that got struck down. Senate reform got struck down. Prostitution struck down. And then their attempt to interfere on the nomination on the Quebec seat with Marc Nadon, who wasn't even technically eligible to sit, and Stephen Harper decided to pick a public fight with a Supreme Court justice. So when I hear my honourable colleague saying it's about respect for the institutions, I'm a little flabbergasted. I'm sure people are having a great laugh at the Tim Hortons back home, but as a credible line of argument, my friend, you got to go give us something a little more to work with.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry for going over time before, and I regret that I won't have nearly enough time to correct all the errors in my honourable friend's question. And I could go through some of the examples he mentioned. For instance, he mentioned the prostitution case and some of the other cases that were overturned by the Supreme Court when we were in government. Of course, he knows full well that those were not laws that were created by the Harper Conservative government. The prostitution law, as one example, was hardly a law that was overturned that had been created by the Harper government. The issue of the Supreme Court, of the Senate to the Supreme Court, that was a reference. We went and asked the Supreme Court. So proactively seeking the input of the Supreme Court on an issue and getting an answer back could hardly be described as respect for the institution, again, in any sort of plausible account of things. So I ask the member, with all due respect, if he takes these institutions seriously, to defend the institutions rather than poking these sort of misleading political cheap shots. We have an important job here to do on behalf of Canadians. We have an important job on behalf of those who sent us here to defend Parliament in its role as a legitimate deliberative body, to have serious arguments, and to respect Atlantic Canada in terms of their role on the Supreme Court. That's what we're doing, and I hope the NDP and the government will be prepared to do the same.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that people are having or it's getting easier for people to say Chesapeake in the House, so I'm happy to see that.
Extremely happy to be here in the House after a 2.5 months of work in the constituency and having the opportunity to be with my constituents. It's good to be back, but I had enjoyed my time back home and doing the real work, the people that elect us. That's where they are at, and we have to do that, of course. I want to mention that I will be sharing my time with the member from West Nova as well. You know, I've been listening to the debate most of the day today, and I don't know what to think anymore about the Conservative Party. Because I'm telling you, in the last 2 or 3 days, they are now, for the first time in 10 years, speaking about Atlantic Canada. So I don't know if it was just because on October 15th they noticed that, my God, maybe we didn't do anything in Atlantic Canada, and maybe we should think about doing something. Maybe we should try talking about Atlantic Canada. Maybe we should try learning more about Atlantic Canada. And there we are. This is what's happening right now. But I can tell you that myself and my 31 colleagues from Atlantic Canada have been working hard on many cases. This is just but another one that we've been working on. You know, when I think about the Atlantic growth strategy that we're working on, that's customized to make sure that it's going to bring prosperity to Atlantic Canada in many ways. That's one. The infrastructure investment across this country and in Atlantic Canada is another. The small craft investments, those are all big investment, tax cut, et cetera, that we've been doing over the last 6 to 9 months. So I'm excited to talk about this topic because I want to make the contrast between the former government and our government. That's the objective of my presentation today. Because in the former government, there was a lot of things done, as my colleague a few minutes ago mentioned, that was by far not open and transparent. Far from. And I think back at the former Prime Minister that was saying that he would not appoint any senators. And guess what? He appointed 57 of them. 57 of them, participant appointments by his government. So what's happening here is that we have a government that's going to make some big changes to many of the practices that we've been using or been under in the last 10 years, and that I'm talking about the Supreme Court and the Senate. As you know, the Liberal Party senators are independent. That was one. That was done by our leader before he was even Prime Minister. That's a clear sign of a path of open and transparency. Now let's talk about this new process. This new process speaks on 3 fronts. The first, of course, is the open and transparent one. Second being Canada's diversity. Third, the merit-based, which is extremely important. So the open and transparent. Canadians, judges, qualified judges from across Canada can submit to become a Supreme Court judge. But let me tell you, I believe, and we know that there are many, many high-qualified Atlantic Canadian judges that will be in that pool. The pool that will be used by the Prime Minister to choose the new Supreme Court judge. They can apply, of course, online. And the government of Canada is actively doing many promotions to invite as many qualified people as possible. The second is the diversity, of course, and the committee must consider, if you want gender parity, It must reflect diversity as far as linguistic, as far as cultural, as far as regional, and employment equity representation. So that's the big piece of the Canada diversity. And finally, on the merit base, that means that the government will be doing everything that it can to attract, of course, as I said earlier, as many qualified people as possible. Maintenant, je suis tellement content.
Now, I'm happy to say that the Government of Canada, our government, has acted on its promise, which was to appoint bilingual judges. This is extremely important because judges or lawyers of the Supreme Court could not present their arguments, if you will, without the help of translators. And so, this is an idea that is a great success. The main issue today is, of course, the appointment of judges from Atlantic Canada, but I wish to emphasize the excellent work of Justice Cromwell, who's from Nova Scotia, and thank him for his service. That is, of course, what opened up the empty seat. And as we know, it's not officially part of the Constitution. In the Constitution, it's indicated that 3 judges from Quebec must be there. But there is regional representation, which is essential, and it is that factor which we must keep in mind. To further emphasize why a judge should be from a region, it's a matter of perspective. It's to be able to bring their vision, to be able to bring their knowledge, whether it be on marine law, legal or cultural, or social cultural knowledge.
These and their competencies in that, I shouldn't have my mic, sorry, on the Supreme Court, of course. So our government, I know, respects this convention, and I know that they are taking this decision very seriously. In fact, you know, this process is simply creating an opportunity for Canadian judges to apply, and we encourage as many, of course. But we are confident in Atlantic Canada. There are many, many very strong and qualified judges that will surface through this process. And that will give them that much more legitimacy, if you want, by being selected through an open, transparent, merit-based process, which is important. So what does that mean? It means that our open process will allow that to function, but it also means that the days of secret backroom deals, side deals, friends, rewards, that's out. That can't happen through this process. That's pretty impressive in that way. So our Canadian government expects better and will do better. So I'm a strong advocate, of course, of the appointment of the next Supreme Court judge from Atlantic Canada, and I have every confidence that our Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice will find many qualified candidates and will choose and make the right decision for Canada, for Atlantic Canada, and for the Supreme Court of Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Sackville for his presentation. I certainly agree with the honourable member that Atlantic Canada has many eminently qualified jurists and lawyers who are qualified to fill the vacancy of Justice Cromwell. And indeed, it is because of that the Canadian Bar Association has criticized this process. It is why the Atlantic Provinces Trial Lawyers Association is challenging this process in court as we speak. Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member really does believe, as is the case, that Atlantic Canada has many, many fine jurists and lawyers, how, as an Atlantic Canadian member of Parliament, can he stand by a process that could single out Atlantic Canada by leaving Atlantic Canada as the only region in Canada without representation on the court?
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. You know, a process that is open and transparent is the right process that we should have. And this process here, when you have the qualified people that we have, there's no question that we're going to find a qualified jurist from Atlantic Canada, and we're going to be successful in doing so. So, you know, sometimes change scares people. But, you know, this government is an open and very strong government for making sure that the changes that are required are made, and this system will allow our jurists to come through in an Atlantic Canadian judge. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. La députée de Trois.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you to my colleague from Sackville, Preston Chesapeake, for his speech. I'm having trouble letting go of a quote from Adam Dudek, who said that the process of appointment of the judges to the Supreme Court looks more complicated to understand than the system for electing a pope. On principle, of course, this motion has my accord, but I can't help but recall the Conservative appointments. There's been a change of government, and I see this new invention, the concept of functional bilingualism, where one could be recognized as being bilingual without speaking French, if I've understood this concept correctly, which seems unacceptable to me. Should we be concerned that one could represent the Atlantic region because one married someone? Will the rules be clear when it comes to bilingualism? Will it be someone who can hear an argument in French and speak to the lawyers in French?
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci, mon collègue, pour la question.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. The old system we had meant that it was impossible to have somebody bilingual. Candidates who expressed themselves in French who could listen well, could read well, could get by. But what's interesting here is that we've demonstrated that there's been progress. We shouldn't be afraid. We have moved forward, whereas the former government did not want to take this approach, which is a much more open approach. Questions and comments?
Say commentaire. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech this afternoon. This motion was put forward to confirm that Atlantic Canada would have representation in the Supreme Court. It was very clear the intent of that motion. Government members on the opposite side of the House today have spoken in support of this motion. In fact, the Justice Minister has also said that she will be supporting this motion as it moves forward. What we want to be really clear on, does this mean that the Prime Minister will appoint a judge from Atlantic Canada or not?
Exactly.
Honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and as well, my colleague, thank you for the question. I can tell you that I will be supporting this motion, and I know that based on the information I've provided and that this side of the House has provided, that the Prime Minister will make the right decision and will have a very qualified candidate to choose from, and I'm confident this is what will happen. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's really a pleasure to rise today in support of this motion proposed by the member from Niagara Falls. I have the pleasure of serving with that honourable gentleman on the Standing Committee for Justice and Human Rights, and I very much respect his long service in this House and also to Canada. At the outset, I want to sincerely thank the Honourable Mr. Justice Thomas Cromwell for his service to Canada and also as being an excellent lawyer, law professor at Dalhousie Law School, a judge of the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal, and finally on the Supreme Court of Canada. He is an extraordinary jurist with common sense and the common touch, He certainly has done Nova Scotia very proud, and I wish him much health and happiness in his well-deserved retirement from the Supreme Court of Canada. Now, of course, his retirement as of September 1st means that a new judge of the Supreme Court of Canada will be appointed. This impending retirement is what has prompted the new process, as well as the debate in the House today, and I welcome that debate. I'd like to outline my connection and interest with regard to this matter in particular. I'm a lawyer from Nova Scotia, and I am on the Justice Committee as well. I was called to the Nova Scotia Bar in 2008 and practiced law in my hometown of Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, until I was honoured with the confidence of the people of West Nova on October 19, 2015. In my practice, I worked both as a barrister and as a solicitor, and had the opportunity to argue cases at all levels of courts in Nova Scotia. I also had the occasion, while articling, to assist on a case and actually attend at the Supreme Court of Canada. It was a matter involving a lobster fishing license and its nature as a tangible property. Clearly, that was a case that mattered very much to the region of Atlantic Canada, and it was important that there was knowledge on the Supreme Court of Canada with regard to the different regions that were implicated. I also served as president of the Western County Barristers Society and had the opportunity to, in such capacity, to represent members of the bar and also get to know members of the bench and their impeccable qualities, both as jurists and as people. I'm incredibly impressed by the caliber, hard work, and dedication of the judges in Nova Scotia. And I also know from my colleagues across Atlantic Canada that our judges and jurists are as good as any in Canada. And of course, Canada has one of the most respected judiciaries in the entire world. So by extension, I have no doubt that there will be excellent applicants from Atlantic Canada for consideration in the new process. And of course, the new process requires that the independent committee have at least 2 members from Atlantic Canada, 2 jurists from Atlantic Canada, be considered for the appointment. I certainly support that an Atlantic Canadian be selected as the next member of the Supreme Court of Canada. But why did we need a new process? And it is an excellent process that we have instituted, that this government has brought forward. It's independent. There's an advisory board which is led by former Prime Minister, Progressive Conservative Prime Minister Kim Campbell. She has the respect of this side of the House in doing a good job, and I believe it shows some question on the current Conservative Party's judgment to not have confidence in the independent advisory board that's led by a former Prime Minister that was a Progressive Conservative. The reason that we need a new process, though, is pretty clear. The former government had a process that lacked transparency and lacked the confidence of Canadians. The appointment and the mess they made of the appointment of the Supreme Court Justice that they advanced, Marc Nadon, became an absolute distraction from the work of Parliament, an absolute distraction from the good work of the Supreme Court of Canada. In fact, former Prime Minister Harper and his government called into question the integrity of the Honourable Chief Judge Beverly McLaughlin. This was uncalled for, this was dangerous to the independence of the judiciary, and in doing so, tried to undermine one of Canada's fundamentally most important institutions to our democracy and the reputation of a person whose integrity, professionalism, and honour are beyond reproach. Further, the Conservatives undermine confidence in the court itself by introducing private members' bills that sought to get around the charter certification here in Parliament, as well as introducing pieces of legislation and passing them with their majority, knowing that they did not meet the constitutional provisions of the Charter. The level of hypocrisy that we are hearing today on the other side of the House, that it's the Liberal Party that does not respect the integrity of the court, is quite simply laughable. Why the new process will carry the confidence of Canadians? Here's why. Because it's inclusive, it requires functional bilingualism to be considered. We know that 13 of the last 15 appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada have been bilingual jurists, and it is now considered the norm in appointing judges to the Supreme Court of Canada. But this makes sure that the process will have somebody who is functionally bilingual, which is important because there are nuances in the law. And in Canada, we have two official languages, English and French. It's important for people who appear before the Supreme Court of Canada to have confidence that they can speak either language, either official language of this country, and the nuances of the law will be understood. The process also seeks diversity. It lends itself to confidence of its independence, and also ensures that judges of the highest caliber in this country are appointed. Almost all of the recent appointments, as I mentioned, have been bilingual, and it reflects the functional bilingualism that is important to Canada being officially bilingual. Over the past number of years, we've seen growing diversity on the bench and bar across Canada. We need to continue to appoint excellent jurists at all levels, including superior courts in the provinces, which will develop a broader diversity of pool of judges to select for the Supreme Court of Canada. This process is a starting point to ensure not only that when those judges have the requisite level of experience and knowledge on the lower courts, it ensures that they will be well positioned to merit the seat on the Supreme Court of Canada. We have seen and must continue to strive for diversity in our law schools, but ultimately, diversity amongst the bench will not only properly reflect Canadian society, but most importantly, encourage more people that have not traditionally been represented as jurists to get into the profession of law, which is so fundamental to our democracy and to our systems here in Canada. The custom of regional representation. I've heard time and again the argument made today that Atlantic Canadian MPs are not standing up, that we've been silent on the issue with respect to this new process. I am a member of the Justice Committee, as I mentioned, and on August 11th, I had the pleasure of the Justice Minister appearing before our committee. And this was brand new. This was the first time that a minister had done so in contemplation of answering questions of parliamentarians about the new process. And I had the pleasure of welcoming the minister along with my committee colleagues that day, but I also clearly stated that the custom of regional representation has served Canada well as a country. And so I was not silent that day. I said that this is an important custom that must be respected, and that the motion here today is asking us for that support, and that is why I am proudly supporting the motion. But it's also important to reflect Canada's regional diversity, and that is what the new process is all about. Respecting and reflecting the diversity not only of regional representation but of bilingualism, of diversity, of Indigenous peoples being appointed to the court. The Conservatives attempted the narrative, though recently, that standing up for Atlantic Canada is something that they're doing and that the 32 Atlantic MPs aren't doing. Well, Stephen Harper infamously said that Atlantic Canada had a culture of defeat. Well, we saw a culture of defeat. It was the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada that defeated the Conservatives in the last election. And that was because they had disrespected Atlantic Canada for the last 10 years that they were in government, reneging on the Atlantic Accord, EI changes that were unfair, slashing funded for cultural heritage like the Acadians, et nos langues officielles. Our veterans were disrespected. Health transfers were totally, Atlantic Canada was not considered when those health transfers were changed. The lack of respect for the environment. So you'll have to excuse Atlantic Canadians for finding their newfound interest in Atlantic Canada a little bit insincere. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canadian MPs have been hard at work, representing their constituents, working together to advance an Atlantic growth strategy, which includes innovation, immigration, tourism, supporting small business. I will stand up for Atlantic Canada, and most particularly for West Nova, every single day of the week, not just on this issue, but on all issues. I have that committee, and I will again, along with all of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the member for West Nova, who I have the privilege of working with and serving on the Justice Committee with. I found it a little ironic that the member for West Nova referred to Chief Justice McLachlin because under this deeply flawed appointment process, Chief Justice McLachlin would have been disqualified at the time that she had been appointed by former Prime Minister Mulroney.
Didn't think about that.
But needless to say, I want to ask the member how he squares the appointment process with the pronouncement in Nadon, wherein the court said that Parliament, and here it's the executive branch, that is seeking to unilaterally overturn a convention going to the composition of the court. The Supreme Court in Nadon said the federal government does not have jurisdiction to do that. How does he square the process with the Nadon decision?
Honourable member for West Nova.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, and certainly serve with him on the Justice Committee and respect his thoughts. With regard to the process as we've laid out, this is an inclusive process that includes Parliament, and in fact we have the Justice Minister come before our committee at Parliament in order to answer questions, and there will be further opportunity to question former Prime Minister Kim Campbell, who leads the advisory committee. She will, independent advisory board. She will come before our committee and answer questions about the new process. Let's compare it to the former process. That former process was done in secret, was not transparent, did not carry the confidence of Canadians. I'm confident that this new system will have the confidence of Canadians and serve Canada well for many years to come. Thank you.
Questions and comments? So the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. If you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding Standing Order 28 or any other usual practice of the House, the following proposed calendar for the year 2017, known as Option G, be tabled and the House adopted this calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on another point of order.
Another point of order, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it, I believe that you will find that there is consent for the following motion, that in relation to its study on Canada Post, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates be authorized to travel to Surrey, British Columbia, Edmonton and Calgary, Alberta, Yellowknife, Northwest Territories, Moose Jaw and Regina, Saskatchewan, and to Winnipeg and Canterbury, Manitoba in the fall of 2016, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Yes? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Carried. We'll continue with questions and comments, and we'll leave the time that just before the points of order, and we'll carry on. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I was a little surprised when I heard my honourable colleague talking about how this government respects the jurisdiction of the court, when last week the Justice Minister filed motion in Ontario Superior Court to overturn a decision by Justice Perrell regarding the payment of compensation to the residential school survivor in Spanish. Now, we remember when the Prime Minister made a solemn promise that his government would stop fighting Indigenous families and survivors in court, but they've applied the same brass knuckles principle. So Justice Perrell of the Ontario Supreme Court found what he called a perverse misapplication of justice for a boy that was raped by a priest. Nobody argued that, but he couldn't remember the date he was raped. And Justice Perrell ordered compensation. And to have the Justice Minister, who I don't see very often speak on any of the issues under her watch, to have her undermine the Prime Minister and go and use her authority to go and challenge the Ontario Superior Court over a payment to a victim of rape in a residential school, I find absolutely shocking. I want to ask my colleague how that government can say they represent anything decent and different than the last government if they are going to use the Justice Minister to have her powers to fight residential school survivors over such horrific acts that they were subjected to. I'd like to hear an answer as to why they're using the courts to fight the survivors.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite clear that that this government has taken the issues of Indigenous peoples in this country extremely seriously. And we have met with and we have consulted with First Nations right across the country and put record investment of $5 billion into the education of people who need it. And with regard to the Justice Minister, she works closely, I know, with the Minister of Indigenous Affairs. They will do the right things for Canada's First Nations people. We're on this side of the House committed to getting it right for First Nations, and we will do exactly that. Thank you.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, in respect to post-secondary education. The honourable member for Regina Capel, in regard to ethics. And thirdly, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, regarding foreign affairs. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Lévis.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the MP for Calgary Shepherd. It is a privilege for me to take the floor today during this day when thousands of Canadians, and I have a special thought for those of the Atlantic, are confused before what the Prime Minister thinks of doing. That is, breaking with the Constitution Act 1867 and the Supreme Court Act. These two acts manage the appointment of justices to the Supreme Court of Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada is unique as a member of Commonwealth, which means that in our country, like in 52 other states, we have common law, a legal principle that is based on case law for the most part. And we also have a civil code in Quebec, which is a heritage from our Francophone tradition. These two systems set Canada aside on an international front with regards to the quality of our legal experts in international law, for example, in maritime law. It is for that reason that the Supreme Court Act provides at least 3 seats for the Supreme Court to Quebec. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight that the University of Moncton in the Atlantic regions of Canada is the only university in Canada that provides a full and complete training in common law in French. That is quite something, Mr. Speaker. This is a unique expertise that we need to acknowledge and respect in our debate today. Because Atlantic Canada, with its assets and its quality legal experts, make the Canadian justice system the envy of the world. The Supreme Court Act sets out that at least 3 Supreme Court justices must come from Quebec, and by convention 3 are from Ontario, 2 from the West, and 1 from the Atlantic regions. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we have Liberal MPs that are supposedly looking over and making sure that we respect the legal framework of the Supreme Court. Up to now, it is surprising, if not worrying, to see that these MPs who have to protect the interests of their constituents are not actually speaking out. And the people of the Atlantic will remember that they were silent on the matter. The government is giving us very nice rhetoric. They say that they are transparent. However, I think that the Liberals' conscience is very elastic when it comes to making decisions and when it comes to being rigorous in following our statutes. We note that statutes, ethics, equity, accountability, that especially moderation, are no longer common currency in this Parliament. The Supreme Court Justice appointment process is a very rigorous one, and I have experienced it in the past. We have to respect the Constitution Act 1867 and the Supreme Court Act. The process must also be non-partisan and extremely confidential, because you will understand, Mr. Speaker, that the committee in question must give a short list of candidates to the Prime Minister, candidates that are the most qualified to the position, of Chief of Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada. And so, for the next cycle, it would no doubt be preferable to ensure that there is a strong representation of Atlantic region candidates. For the reasons I enumerated earlier, I'm sure that all of Atlantic Canada can offer to the Supreme Court a high-quality and bilingual justice, who not only speaks our two official languages, but who understands the subtleties of the definitions and the expressions and interpretations of common law in French. Mr. Speaker, the session has only just begun, and we see that the government has not made any significant decision since it came to power nearly 1 year ago. However, it gets worse. We note that the government seems to be having fun flitting around in all four corners of the world and all four corners of the country on the backs of the Canadian taxpayer. Spending scandals are numerous. The Chief of Staff and the best friend of the Prime Minister received $200,000 to move. Limousines, renting rooms, all very expensive for certain ministers. Let us not forget the billions of dollars of debt in which the Liberal government is going to bring itself and leave to the generations to come. Just a little comment in passing, Mr. Speaker. We can clearly note that the Liberals are spending money that is not theirs. Money that one day will be severely lacking. Now, let us not talk about whether or not they are right when they say they're nonpartisan and transparent. Atlantic MPs do not have the weight they were promised in the government. The Prime Minister, let us say that the Prime Minister is not going to respect our statutes and will not appoint an Atlantic region justice. Do you know what all taxpayers will have to pay for this? The fees that will come to be if the Supreme Court of Canada will have to make a decision on this, which is what the Liberal government is currently doing. This government, Mr. Speaker, is grabbing all rights and is keeping all rights to themselves, which is a true shame for our democracy and our legislative system. We demand that the Liberal government be respectful. We demand that the government continue to choose its justices within the most talented and the most experienced legal experts in our courts in Canada. The government must fill the empty spaces of the highest court of our land, the Supreme Court of Canada, whilst respecting the two statutes implemented, as I already mentioned, the Constitution Act 1867 and the Supreme Court Act. I believe that currently, as is the case for we MPs on this side of the House, there are many people who have turned their gaze to the Liberal government, and we hope that the Liberal government will respect our statutes, the statutes that rule over order and stability in Canada, whilst, of course, respecting the 32 Liberal MPs of the Atlantic regions. They must also guarantee the trust of Canadians in this very important institution. I'm, of course, talking about the Supreme Court of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
You know, I have sat through and listened to a great deal of the debate, and one of the things that I think that really needs to be highlighted is the fact that with this new Prime Minister and government, we've given a very strong vote of confidence in the Supreme Court of Canada and the process. And the process is something in which I believe Canadians want to see, one that's fair and transparent and more accountable. And this is something in which we committed to Canadians in the last election. And so, in fact, what we're doing is we're materializing on a commitment that was provided. And I'm wondering if the member would, at the very least, not acknowledge individuals such as Kim Campbell, the former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister of Canada, who chairs the committee that reviews the applications. Does she not believe, or does the member not believe, that her, amongst the other committee members, are doing a fine job in making sure that Canada does get the best in terms of the Supreme Court of Canada?
Député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that this committee has very large responsibilities. I would like to congratulate all those who are members of this committee. They have to work in a very confidential way, in a very discreet way, in order to ensure that the candidates given to them be well judged. And you know, if I understand rightly from what we heard this morning in the Minister's explanation, the committee will have to provide a short list to the Prime Minister. We do not know if it was 3 or 4 people, but they have to give, in any case, a short list, and it is up to the Prime Minister to make a choice for the Supreme Court. I therefore hope that their work is carried out well. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a pleasure to listen to my colleague for Lévis-Lotbinière. We have heard Conservatives taking the floor. When it comes to appointments for justices or officers of the House, very often in the past we were told that the government at the time had chosen the best candidate, but that they were unfortunately a unilingual Anglophone, but they were going to learn French as quickly as possible. They say that the next justice will have to be selected as an intersection. They must be professionally skilled, of course. They must have an efficient level of bilingualism. They must represent the right region, and they must also represent Canadian diversity. Are we therefore looking for a candidate that has all 4 elements in their CV? The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Trois-Rivières for this very interesting question. Yes, I believe that the next Supreme Court justice should come from the Atlantic region. That is obvious, especially because the Atlantic region has a unique set of candidates with unique skills that will enrich the Supreme Court of Canada. That is not nothing. The common law system is an English system. And in Atlantic Canada, there is a university that teaches it in French. They have the best professors. I know that there is a professor that comes from France itself who analyzes the training every year to make sure that it is adequate. He gives a course that no Canadian can give, and that guarantees that Canadians have the best legal experts in many domains in the world.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Lévis-Lotbinière for his speech. I'm very proud to sit by him in the House. I've known him for many years when I was member of staff for another MP. He was an MP at the time.
Debate since this morning, listened to the Minister and the interventions of all the members of the House. The member for Charlottetown had interesting points to make. I especially appreciated the interventions of the member from La Salle-et-Mar, Verdun, who intervened as a former law clerk and gave his impressions of what the motion meant, and the member was a proud Acadian from Nova Scotia who also made contributions. And when I think about the motion, I look at the wording specifically and what it means to vote for this motion. And so the motion itself says, in part, that the government respect the custom of regional representation when making appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada. And I believe that when you vote in this House, your vote is important. And I also, when I travel through my writing and I go to different schools and I tell students about how we vote and why we vote on things and how it's recorded, and I speak to men's groups and women's groups at different churches, I tell them there's no such thing as a free vote. Every vote has consequences. And John Papal, a journalist and associate professor, has written a great book against reform on this, saying there's no such thing as a free vote. Every vote has a consequence. Something comes out of it. And I think that if the members of the government are going to vote for this motion, then they have to ensure, especially the 32 members from Atlantic Canada, have to ensure that the person who will be appointed to the Supreme Court to fill Justice Cromwell's position, his post on the Supreme Court of Canada, be from Atlantic Canada. If you're going to vote for respecting the custom, you have to therefore assure yourself that an Atlantic Canadian will fill the seat. By the very definition, you're agreeing with the custom by voting for this motion. You can't have it both ways. You can't quibble about the definition between custom and convention. Many law association organizations have said and referred to this matter as a convention, and at which point it becomes the difference between the two is a matter of legal debate, which is why the government could have also gone about this a totally different way, which is they could have tabled a government bill and said, this is how we will appoint Supreme Court justices. These are the series of criteria we're going to use, and then decided that regional representation will not be as important. It will be one criteria amongst many instead of the main criteria with all these other ones we will seek to fulfill as well. But they haven't done that. What they've done instead is a semi-transparent process, not really, kind of a secret process that'll go to the Prime Minister. He'll make the decision in the end and then submit his recommendation to the Governor-General, who will then make, obviously, the decision based on what the Prime Minister tells him to do. So regional representation is just part of the deal when Canada was made. Most of our institutions in this place identify with regions of our country, and as a proud Albertan, a Franco-Albertan, I think it's important to respect those institutions and respect where Parliament was formed and how Confederation was formed. So respecting the custom means that the vote they take here will mean something. It has to mean something. It's not free. It has consequences. So they could say that on the basis of diversity, they will try to fulfill a series of criteria. They've laid it out, some of these criteria they'd like to fulfill. But they could also say, at the end of the day, it'll have to be someone who fulfills as many of these, but from Atlantic Canada. So why not appoint a Newfoundlander to the court? There's never been a justice from Newfoundland. And I believe it's up to the government to find a person of sufficient legal experience with a great legal mind that could fulfill the criteria of the court. So I also think that the Prime Minister's new process doesn't guarantee that at least one justice will be on the court. And there have been two exceptions to the custom, and it's true, but two exceptions don't prove the rule when you've had so many justices appointed to the court. So if at least one hails from Atlantic Canada, then they'll have fulfilled the requirements of the custom at the end of the day. And the custom eventually becomes a convention. So if the Prime Minister were to appoint a replacement for Justice Cromwell, who was from outside Atlantic Canada, it would leave the court without Atlantic Canadian representation, and who knows for how long. When the next justice comes up for retirement, they may or may not. Now it's unclear. If this was a case of Ontario losing a member for maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years, perhaps a case could be made for it. But Atlantic Canada only has one justice on the court. I'm sure if it was an Alberta or a Western justice that was stepping down, us Albertans would be saying, as much as possible, it should be someone from our home province that's appointed, or another Westerner to fill that spot. The only ones who have a requirement or a certain amount of justices on the court that is a legal requirement, as of now, is Quebec, because you have to be a member of the Barreau du Québec in order to be appointed. And having listened to all the debates so far, and now I want to continue something I've been doing in this House since the beginning, I have a Yiddish proverb that I want to share with this House. So if you repeat often enough that you're right, you will discover you're wrong. And the Liberals have been repeating this mantra that we'll respect diversity, we'll vote for this motion, we'll respect the custom, but we're not going to guarantee you that an Atlantic Canadian will actually be appointed to the court. Well, if you're going to vote for this motion saying you respect the custom, but you're not going to guarantee that you'll respect and actually appoint someone from Atlantic Canada, then why are you voting for this motion? Then you should vote against it. Obviously, the custom doesn't matter in this particular situation, and you're free to do that. That's a choice the government is making. That's perfectly all right. We'll disagree on it. We'll vote on opposite sides. They surprisingly have more members than we do, so I assume that the motion would then fail. But they have that choice. They can make that choice, but they're choosing not to. What they're choosing is they want to have it both ways. They want to do one thing, say one thing, and do something else completely different afterwards. I mean, for as long as I've lived in Canada, since my family came here in 1985, that's been pretty typical of most Liberal governments. Say one thing, promise one thing, do something completely different. But to do it on the floor of the House and to vote one way with absolutely no intentions of fulfilling it, absolutely no intentions of going through with it, to pretend that you respect the custom and do something else different, that reaches a totally new level. That's not something I've seen. The Cape Breton Post has an editorial, which I thought was fantastic. It says, "We don't lack diversity." And the header goes on and goes, "The Prime Minister has no excuse for excluding Atlantic Canadians from Supreme Court of Canada appointments." Now, they go pretty far. They say they're being excluded. I'm not going that far. I'm not saying they're being excluded. But I'm saying that the position, the posting, belongs to an Atlantic Canadian, to respect the institution of Parliament, to respect the traditions and the history, where we came from, where this country came from. Now, if regionalism is no longer a valid goal to meet the diversity needs, the government should say that. Again, it could propose a piece of legislation where they say regionalism is now one criteria amongst many to be considered for government appointment. So then, what type of diversity requirements do you want to be met? And how are you going to order them? How are you going to prioritize them? Are you going to have 30 different things you want to do? Or is it going to be 3 or 4 or 5 or 6? Which ones are the most important ones? Those are decisions the government has to make, or we can critique them. Now, over time, if successive replacements to the court take on a certain style, they become conventions. Well, they'll first actually become customs, and then later conventions, depending how long that they continue. Now, the government could have moved again, as I mentioned before, a government bill on this. They could have done, they've had a year to move legislation on this. They've known the retirement was coming. It's not a surprise. It's not as if this came out of the blue. So they could have moved a government bill to propose this is how our appointments will proceed. They could have done it at that point. Now, some members have referred to the Nadon decision, and it came down a certain way. Nadon was disqualified from sitting on the Supreme Court, but the court said that Parliament does not have unilateral right to change the composition of the court. And today it's the executive making that decision, which is equally wrong. If Parliament can't make that choice, then neither can the executive. It should be a constitutional amendment, therefore. And I really think that preserving the seat for Atlantic Canada is, again, a recognition of where Canada has been and where we're going. So to continue respecting that regional representation. Et donc, les libéraux font la promotion d'un...
The Liberals are promoting diversity, and that they appear to be excluding regions, but the regions are important. As a Conservative, we are focusing on the Supreme Court. It's a fundamental institution, and it should reflect the regional diversity and reflect our nation. That is why this is important. We're talking about the constitutional validity of the court being compromised if we do not choose a justice from the Atlantic region.
With a quote from Ray Wagner here, I have it in French, and he says, "Cela soulève des questions."
It raises questions with respect to regionalism, which are very important for Canadians in Atlantic Canada and their participation in the Confederation. The problem is that we will be swallowed up by the regions which have higher populations, which benefit from nominations, and we will be simply marginalized and left out to some extent.
For these trial lawyers from Atlantic Canada who are pursuing now a court case. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe if they're going to be true to themselves, they should vote actually against this motion because they obviously do not believe in this custom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. the last comment from the member from Calgary Shepherd, I'm a little confused. I would have thought that the objective of his speech would be to solicit support for his motion. Now he's encouraging us to vote against it. But we fully intend to support the motion. One of the other things that he said was that while we respect the custom of regional representation, we have no intention of fulfilling it. He must have had some conversation with the Prime Minister of which I'm unaware. At no time that I know of has the Prime Minister ever said that he has no intention of carrying out a full measure of respect for the custom of regional representation. One thing he said that I do agree with, and that is he specifically said there's only one situation where there is a legal requirement, and that is in Quebec. The question I have for him, however, is his reference to a secret process, and I would invite him to offer comments on the role that parliamentarians have in the process of the nomination of a Supreme Court judge, and to compare the role that parliamentarians are being assigned in this process to the one they had in the last one.
Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I thank the member for the comments and the question. I think what really comes down to for myself is the concept of regionalism and the role of parliamentarians in appointing or playing a role in who becomes the head of the Supreme Court or who joins the Supreme Court. And we can all make recommendations. It's as simple as writing a letter and sending it to the Prime Minister. But again, I'm soliciting members to vote their conscience and to vote the way they're actually intending to act. Because we're all responsible for our voting record here, and that's what we're going to take back to our constituencies and have to explain to our constituents and to the residents, to the voters of our riding. I will not vote for things if I can't explain myself to my constituents on why I did that. I also don't intend to vote for something and do something completely different afterwards. If I believe in this custom, which I do, I will vote for the motion. What I'm asking the member and his government to do is to stay true to themselves. If they intend to follow through with the custom, then they should vote for it and then say publicly, commit to appointing an Atlantic Canadian. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with attention to the speech of the member from Calgary Shepherd, and I appreciate the contradiction that he's identified between the government members saying on the one hand that they respect the custom, but when pressed, not being willing to guarantee that they will in fact ensure that Atlantic Canada has a seat on the Supreme Court. And one of the reasons for this glaring silence seems to be that all of the members representing Atlantic Canada come from the governing party. And I'm sure, I won't speak for other parties, but I'm sure if we had a New Democrat representing a riding from Atlantic Canada, that member would be standing up and demanding that there be a judge from Atlantic Canada on the Supreme Court. But through the perversity of the first-past-the-post system, even though the Liberals didn't get 100% of the vote in Atlantic Canada, they got 100% of the seats. And I'm wondering if the member would agree that this very debate is one of the reasons why we need proportional representation in Canada.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for the question. I don't know how pertinent it is to the matter at hand. Maybe we should start a series of consultations to make the government feel more comfortable and then table something for them to consider. Consultocracy. They're a consultocracy. I have a great respect for Parliament, and our system of electing members of Parliament has worked for us for many years. I mean,
it's not working for Atlantic.
It's mostly Liberal governments that have been elected under the single-member plurality system, but even our colonial Parliament had the same one. That's not the matter at hand before us here. It's really the question of will they stick to the custom and actually appoint an Atlantic Canadian. And I believe they should, because I would like to see this custom become an actual convention. And what I would like to really avoid is this matter going before the Supreme Court for consideration and then ruling against the government after they've appointed a judge who may not be from Atlantic Canada. I think that would call the entire process into question. And again, it would be shameful if it led to that. It led to the Supreme Court having to decide who may and may not sit on the court once again. Thank you.
No guarantee.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise today in the House to talk about the appointments appointing of judges to the Supreme Court. This is a very important aspect and debate for me because I tabled a bill that calling for judges to be bilingual. So I will be able to address that and those and other points during my remarks. Before I go any further, I'd like to state that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So she will take the floor after me. Now, this motion urges us to not forget about the issue of regional representation in accordance with customs, and I think that everyone here in the House of Commons agrees with that. In that regard, I too agree. Now, when we look at the announcement, however, that was made by Justin Trudeau in the summer, we were very disappointed, by the Prime Minister of Canada, I apologize. We were very disappointed. And now we are happy that there will be a committee that will analyze or assess the competencies of candidates for the position. We will have to ensure that justices are bilingual and understand both official languages. So people were very happy. Congratulations came in for the Prime Minister on that announcement. However, when my leader, the member, went to the Justice Committee to ask the Minister what it meant to be bilingual for a justice, does that mean to be in a position to speak both official languages? And the Minister of Justice vaguely said that she wasn't really sure exactly what that meant, and understand but not necessarily speak. So it's disappointing that they don't understand what level of bilingualism is required of a Supreme Court judge. So we're very concerned by the remarks made by the Minister of Justice. And I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice will remedy the situation. We need to look back at what the Commissioner of Official Languages called for as well. He called for an ability to not only speak French and English, but to understand the legal vocabulary required to be a justice of the Supreme Court. So we agree with the Conservatives that we need to have regional representation and maintain that tradition. And in this case, we're talking about the Atlantic region. We need to have bilingual judges. That needs to be entrenched in legislation, and I'll come back to that a bit later. And we need to avoid making the same mistakes that the Conservatives made. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there were two appointments who were unilingual Anglophones. The appointment of an officer of Parliament who was a unilingual Anglophone, and other mistakes of that nature. Unfortunately, the Liberals made some mistakes as well in appointing their parliamentary leader who is a unilingual Anglophone, another one to the Senate who's a unilingual Anglophone. So they have made mistakes and not always moved in the right direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about my bill, Bill C-203, which amends the Supreme Court of Canada Act, which changes provisions with respect to the appointment of judges. They will be required to understand and speak both official languages pursuant to the comments were made by the Commissioner of Official Languages. Now, we do need to talk about regional representation, but we also need to bear in mind that the Official Languages Act states that there are two languages, and both are equally important. One doesn't take precedence over the other. So they're treated equally. When someone is at the Supreme Court, both languages must be treated equally as well, and we can't achieve that without having bilingual judges. Now, there are some stories and anecdotes. I'll tell you one, in fact, well, it's a real fact, Mr. Speaker. It's quite worrisome, in fact, but at one point, some years ago, there were remarks being made in French, and the Chief Justice said just a moment, sir, could you slow down, please? Could you slow down because the interpreters can't keep up with you, keep pace with you. And that also illustrated the fact that time is limited for making remarks. So if someone can't present their case in a certain amount of time, they have to go more quickly. So there may be some problems that will flow from that. Now, interpreters do a great job, and I'd like to underscore their work because I know that at this very moment, they are at work here in the House of Commons. The Translation Bureau also does excellent work, as do the interpreters, but sometimes, in fact, what we're dealing with is an interpretation of what's being said. So the interpreters try to interpret the message, but it's not a literal translation. That wouldn't make sense at any rate, but it's not a translation of all of the elements contained in a sentence, because interpretation is an art. It's magnificent, but it is an interpretation of the message as such. So when someone is dealing with something that's important, an issue that is so important that it takes them to the Supreme Court, it's something of critical importance for the country, we can't allow for any mistakes or differences between the message that's delivered and the message that's understood. So that's why all judges must understand both official languages. Now, as I said earlier, I tabled Bill C-203, an act to amend the Supreme Court Act so that judges are bilingual. But there was a lot of work, in addition to that, done by the NDP. As you know, my dear colleague, former colleague, Yvan Godin, who's very well known to everyone who's been in the House for several years, everyone here knew him. He worked for many years, fought for this very point, to have bilingual judges. He tabled a bill in 2008, back in June. He started over in November on it, in 2008 as well. And in 2010, he tabled Bill C-232. And that was more or less the same as the bill that I tabled here, and it was adopted by the House. Or it was because the Liberals voted in favor of it. But it ended up in the Senate, and unfortunately the Conservative senators delayed the process, and then the House adjourned, and then we went into an election, and unfortunately the bill died on the order paper. But it had been adopted in the House. We'd voted on it here, and now the Liberals are in power. They seem to be digging in their pockets to come up with all kinds of excuses to explain why they can't vote in favor of this bill, because perhaps it might be unconstitutional. So, Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals, and to my colleague, the Honourable Member, who's Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, send the bill to the Supreme Court for their opinion, for an opinion? All they have to do is ask the Supreme Court for an opinion. All experts to whom we put the question, is this bill unconstitutional, have said it's impossible to say. We need to get an opinion from the Supreme Court. So if we want to ensure that bilingualism survives, because, well, unfortunately in the past we saw the Conservatives appoint judges who weren't bilingual, if we want to ensure that they are, then we need to enact legislation, and that's why the bill must be adopted. And I hope that the Liberals will take this bill seriously and adopt it, so that we respect regional representation and also ensure that both official languages are treated equally and that one doesn't take precedence over the other, so that all Canadians, regardless of whether they be Anglophone or Francophone, can be equally respected before the law, because we're talking about the highest court of the land, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Que se commentaire? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary for the Minister of Justice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for Drummond. Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. For Drummond for his speech. At the beginning, I talked about the same subject, bilingualism, the bill that has been tabled. I know that he knows that the policy that was announced by the Prime Minister will ensure that judges appointed will be bilingual. We have put together a definition of functional bilingualism, and so the point that I wish to raise, that I wish to emphasize, is that we can't ask for bilingualism because it's already been emphasized by the Prime Minister. The question I wish to ask is this: is it truly necessary to pass a bill when we have a guarantee, when we have a policy that will ensure that the next judges will be bilingual? Why do we have to ask the Supreme Court for an opinion on its constitutionality when the result will be the same? 13 of the last 15 judges had a certain level of bilingualism. The member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice for his question. Unfortunately, I think that the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice thinks that they're going to be in power all the time. The Liberal government will not always be in power, and policies change. And we want to ensure permanence. When something is in a bill, it gives an additional guarantee. When the NDP tabled, thanks to my colleague Alexine Latendresse, the bill on the bilingualism of House officers, we were all happy to do it. And we adopted that bill to ensure that the upper officers of the court are bilingual. When we talk about how the ultimate recourse for citizens is the Supreme Court, we have to make sure that bilingualism is there. The Quebec Minister, Jean-Marc Fournier, asked that this be part of a bill. You have the FCFA, the Canadian Federation of Francophones, and Acadians. They want this to be in a bill. You have the Quebec Bar Association, who's asking that this be in a bill. You have lawyers from New Brunswick and the Atlantic who are asking that this be in a bill. Yes, this has to be in a bill because you won't always be in power, and people have to understand both official languages, and your definition is a bit laborious.
Comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tantôt, j'ai
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I mentioned the fact that all members for the Atlantic region are Liberals, and none of them are ready to say that it must be guaranteed that the region have a seat on the Supreme Court. And I suggested that this might be a problem, given that we have even if they didn't have 100% of the vote, even though there were different votes, when it comes to members that represent the Atlantic, maybe it would have an impact if we had a different electoral system. I would like to know what the member for Drummond thinks. If he thinks that it's true that we could have a different debate and different representation for the Atlantic with a better electoral system. The member for Drummond. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and his relevant analysis. I would like to emphasize, I would like to congratulate the Liberal government for having accepted that they will modify the composition of the committee to make sure that it's proportional in order to correspond to the number of votes obtained. I tip my hat to them because it is openness of spirit to do this democratic reform, which is very important, as my colleague mentioned. The main problem with our system as it is that there are votes that don't count. There are votes that don't count because we don't have any proportionality in our system, which prevents us from having the most enlightened debate possible. In this respect, I think that the consultations that I held this summer in my riding indicated that people do want proportionality in our system, and we'll see the results of this on democratic reform. I hope that the Liberal government will be brave and implement a system that will meet up or match up with what people are asking for. Before I recognize the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for his speech, I must inform everyone that there is about 5 minutes left before the interruption at 5:15. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will try to summarize what I wanted to say in 5 minutes. First of all, I would like to recall a few historical facts. The Supreme Court was created in 1875. It is the court of final recourse in civil matters since 1949. It's made up of 8 judges and a Chief Justice, and they're appointed at pleasure until the age of 75. Or appointed permanently, rather, until the age of 75. When it comes to recognizing civil law and Quebec tradition, we need a judge from Quebec, and we need one from the Atlantic region. The motion comes from this issue. We are basing ourselves on a tradition and not an obligation. As we've seen in the past, under the era of Stephen Harper, there was an appointment of Justice Marc Nadon, which did not meet up with something that was a formal obligation outlined in the Act. For the 3 judges in Quebec, from Quebec, they have to be part of the Bar Association of Quebec, which was not the case. Whereas in this case, it was a legal constitutional obligation, which was not respected before making that appointment. There are precedents, and in this case, this corresponds with an obligation. But now we're talking about something that is a tradition, a custom, not an obligation, and so I can understand that there would be concerns. I think what's important is to solve the problem once and for all. When it comes to the issue of appointing judges to the Supreme Court, to do so, the will of the people should no longer be a custom. It should be part of an obligation in order to avoid having this debate every time there is a new government or a new appointment. We have to understand, and I want to also talk about my colleague for Drummond's bill, because for me, when it comes to the appointment of judges to the Supreme Court, bilingualism is important. I think that the definition that was provided for bilingualism is a bit laborious in the sense that they must understand French but don't necessarily have to speak it. For me, that doesn't make any sense. There are tests, there are exams for both official languages in order to determine if someone does know the language. For example, I'd already done research to work in the United Kingdom. For example, to work, I had to pass an English test and attain a certain level on the English test in order to be able to work over there. We can do the same thing. There are tools to truly determine whether someone really is bilingual, and not just say, well, they have to understand French, but they don't have to speak it. For me, that's nonsense. I also want to remind everyone that to be appointed to the Supreme Court, a candidate must respect several conditions, and they have to have been a lawyer for at least 10 years for provincial bar, which means that we have time to prepare. One doesn't arrive at the Supreme Court 2 years after getting out of university. One has time during a career to say, well, I think the Supreme Court is something that could be interesting to me towards the end of my career. And so, if I don't already know both official languages, I will learn them. As a Francophone, if I had been a lawyer and I had thought that I might want to go to the Supreme Court one day, I would have taken English courses in order to be completely bilingual. It's the same thing for an Anglophone. This is an important point. We don't come to the Supreme Court through magic. This is the result of many years of work. We have time to prepare. People have the opportunity to work in several fields, which means that candidates would have the opportunity to learn the other language in order to have the qualifications required to sit on the Supreme Court. And that's why it's important to stop having an approach based on customs when it comes to appointments and put the criteria about regionalism, representation for the regions, and bilingualism as an obligation and not just a custom that we could decide to apply or not depending on the government or who our friends are that we would like to appoint. We have to stop that and solve it once and for all. That way, we will no longer have to keep coming back to the issue of appointments which might be inappropriate or don't move forward justice for all of Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As it is 5:15, according to the standing order passed today, any question dealing with the opposition motion a vote will be requested Tuesday, September 27th, 2016, at the end of the oral question period.
Bench Secretary, the Government House Leader, rising on a point of order.
Yes, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, you'll find the will to call it 5:30 at this point so we can start private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30? Oui. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés, reprise.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-234, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, replacement workers.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise to address Bill C-234, an NDP private members bill, which would effectively ban the use of replacement workers within federal jurisdiction. And I am, to the great surprise, I'm sure, of my colleagues, going to be speaking against this bill and sharing a little bit about what I think the negative impacts of this bill would be. But let me start with a little bit of the underlying context. I think when we talk about labor relations, it is very important to reflect on the concept of solidarity, certainly a concept invoked by people from different political traditions. The idea of solidarity being rooted in empathy, that we should be concerned about the well-beings of others, that we should stand with others and have empathy for the circumstances of others. Solidarity is a call to regard the humanity in others and to seek their good. Our economy is well served when we emphasize, in particular, though, a lens of universal human solidarity, not exclusively particular group solidarity. In other words, when we reflect on how particular decisions impact the well-being of everyone in society, not just members of particular individual groups, not just, let's say, Mr. Speaker, members of our own group, be it an economic group or otherwise. So, through the lens of solidarity, I would suggest that members approach this bill, reflect on its impact with regard to the interests of all concerned, of all who will be impacted by it. The interests of unionized workers, the interests of the business community, and the interrelationship between the interests of those groups, the interests of society as a whole, in particular the consumers of services that may be provided by businesses and unionized workers in areas of federal jurisdiction. And in particular, I would say, the best interests of the most vulnerable group in our society, in many senses, those who are unemployed. A holistic ethic of human solidarity is about thinking of the common good of all, analyzing the interests of all groups, and in this way, of the four, the way I've sought to divide it up, these four principal groups. Now, I don't think this bill is in the interests of unionized workers, businesses, the public as a whole, or the unemployed. And I'll spend the balance of my time reflecting on each of those groups and the impact of this bill on them. First of all, what is the impact of this bill on unionized workers? As I was preparing to make this speech, I read a speech given in this place on a similar bill, actually by my predecessor, the MP for Edmonton-Sherwood Park, Mr. Tim Uppal. And he had some very good things to say about this bill, and he talked about studies on the impact of this bill on work stoppages. And here I'll just read a quote from his speech. Independent studies have looked at the impact of anti-replacement worker laws on work stoppages. Most found no evidence that a legislative ban had an effect on activity, but some found that a prohibition on replacement workers led to more frequent and longer work stoppages. It's not hard to understand how a ban on replacement workers would have that impact. A ban on replacement workers increases the amount of pain that a strike can impose on an employer. And some might argue it creates then a perverse incentive to have more and longer strikes in the hopes of extracting additional concessions. But workers are rarely well served by extended work stoppages. Certainly they are better served when agreements can be found earlier on without the necessity of resorting to a work stoppage. Obviously, during a work stoppage, workers lose access to their wages, and they lose the opportunity, positive opportunities that comes from being productively engaged in work. So a bill that upsets a good and an appropriate balance that we currently have in federal legislation by creating a perverse incentive for more work stoppages does not serve unionized workers. Unionized workers are not well served by an overly conflict-oriented work environment. Again, the current balance encourages negotiation and collaboration between workers and employers. But upsetting that balance has the potential to create a more conflictual work environment, which will not serve either side. With reference to this particular point, will not serve unionized workers well. And of course, I'll say as well about unionized workers, we know that the economic well-being of workers is intimately tied, especially in the private sector, to the economic position of their employers. If an employer goes out of business, the workers involved lose their job. If employers face a particularly challenging economic time, they may be forced to lay off workers or at least not be able to offer increases in wages that they might otherwise wish to offer. So we can understand that the economic well-being of workers is tied to the economic position of their employers. And that brings to the next point, which is the impact of this on businesses. Economic activity certainly requires certainty. Having an effective functioning economy, when businesses are making decisions about investing here in Canada, about starting in the first place, about expanding their operations, they want to know that they will be able to continue to do business. But if they are prevented from the possibility of in certain circumstances, hiring replacement workers, then that creates a significant level of uncertainty. It discourages investment. It makes it more difficult for them to work here and create jobs in Canada, with the negative impacts on employees, on workers, but also negative impact on employers. And again, we need to be concerned about the well-being of businesses, of job creators, because of those economic interrelationships, because of this idea of of universal human solidarity calls us to reflect on how economically, as well as in other respects, we are interconnected. So doing this kind of a measure, which would be devastating, and various groups have pointed that out, devastating to the activities of business in this country, would be devastating to job creation, would have a devastating impact on workers. Now, I want to talk about the impact of this on the public. When we're talking about federally regulated areas, we're talking about some very important sectors of our economy. We're talking about interprovincial transportation, rail, road, air. We're talking about things like grain handling, mining operations, certain crown corporations, museums, many important areas of our economy. And of course, if we do not allow replacement workers in certain circumstances, the public loses access. The public can lose access to these vital services. And that obviously does not serve the public very well. So with regard for the public, with regard to the importance of our museums, the importance of transportation, of telecommunications, of our crown corporations, etc., I think members should reflect on the negative impacts of this bill and certainly join me in defeating it. Now let's talk here finally about the impact of this legislation on the unemployed. A replacement worker ban would prevent those who are unemployed from gaining temporary employment, which might well provide them with valuable experience and skills and strengthen their position financially and be a real asset to people that are able to take advantage of replacement work opportunities. Again, nobody welcomes a work stoppage, but to say that in a situation where nobody is working in a particular area, that those who are unemployed should not be able to step in on a temporary basis, perhaps learn some skills and gain some valuable resources. To suggest that they shouldn't do that, I would argue, is unfair to those unemployed people. And it's interesting that sometimes the measures we see coming from our friends in the NDP, they don't consider the well-being of the unemployed. And you could use the example of the unfortunate minimum wage hike happening in my home province of Alberta. The impact of that, it's going to hurt job creation, it's going to hurt the unemployed, and the argument is, well, it helps those that are in work, but the negative impact on the unemployed, on those who are creating jobs, and therefore on those who are negatively impacted by the loss of jobs, is very clear. So I encourage colleagues to reflect not on narrow group solidarity, but on this idea of universal human solidarity, how this bill impacts the whole of the economy, and to look at these various different segments of society, Madam Speaker, and I'd encourage my colleagues to join me in defeating this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my privilege to rise today to support Bill C-234. I'm sure my colleagues won't be surprised about that. Sponsored by my colleague, the member for Jonquière. The last debate on this valuable amendment to the Canada Labour Code was fruitful. All members who spoke raised important questions about both the bill itself and its manner of introduction into the House. And before I speak to the bill in question, I will, if I may, respond to some of the objections we have heard. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons expressed his distrust of our motives. This was based on his experience in provincial politics and the NDP's own history of labour-related legislation. He claimed indirectly that this piece of legislation is part of games, and I quote, that are played between the Conservatives and the NDP with respect to labour, end quote. I would like to remind him about the distinction between federal and provincial parties and agendas. I do not hold the federal Liberals responsible for the policies and decisions of their provincial counterparts. This attitude of suspicion really is not helpful for healthy debate and is corrosive, I think, to Canadian politics. Madam Speaker, while I might not agree with them, I respect all of my elected colleagues' opinions, and I equally hold all my colleagues to their word. This is part of good faith discussion and negotiations, without which any bargaining process, whether in the House or over employment conditions, crumbles. My colleague from Louis Saint Laurent took a principled position in opposing our amendment, and while I respect his commitment, I am saddened by his party's continued insistence upon outdated economic theory that sacrifices actual and practical considerations. He said, and I quote, "Let us not forget that striking workers can always go somewhere else to work," end quote. Madam Speaker, individuals are not at their core just economic beings or economic robots that just uproot and abandon their community, their friends, their place, their memory for only financial considerations. And this government should not treat them as such. This brand of economic thought is blind to the realities faced by many working Canadians and insensitive to the demands of everyday life. And sensitive to the demands of everyday life was really at the heart of some of the previous government's destructive economic policies. In addition, Madam Speaker, I would call into question various statistics and citations used by the member from Louis Saint Laurent. First, Madam Speaker, we must all remember that correlation is not causality. The numbers are not, as the member stated, speaking for themselves, but rather the member is speaking for the numbers. Second, while he rightfully pointed to the recommendations of the 1996 Sims Commission, my colleague neglected to mention that the Commission found that Quebec has managed without major difficulty since the general prohibition of replacement workers. He equally neglected to mention the minority opinion of Commissioner member Rodrigue Boulen, who notes that there was neither consensus nor conclusive evidence for the recommendations. Boulen recognized that replacement workers undermine the fundamental principles of bargaining integrity. The member from Louis Saint Laurent did not acknowledge this. Nevertheless, I respect the member's position, his honesty, and his valuable respect for the equality of all members. Now, all members spoke to the balance that exists between employer and employee thanks to the Canada Labour Code and the threat of upending that balance. I commend my colleague from Regina Louvain for his excellent response to this criticism, which was not addressed in subsequent debate, and I wish to return to this point later. First, however, was the member from Cape Breton-Canso's argument for the need of a wide tripartite consultation process instead of piecemeal changes through private members' bills. This process, through deliberation and study, would preserve the employer-employee balance. Madam Speaker, my colleague's comparison of our amendment to labour law changes under the previous government is disingenuous. Bill C-377 and Bill C-525, two bills given as example, were introduced and shepherded through the Parliament by the previous government, which held consultations in contempt and proactively stifled consensus-building discussion. Bill C-234 has been introduced the only way we know how. The Canada Labour Code requires modernization. If the current government is willing to initiate this consultation process, I say, let's do it. The Liberals, however, will not do this. We are nearing 1 year since the election. The government promised Canadians real change, and they have done better than the previous government, it's true. And of course, transparency and wide and thoughtful considerations are necessary to open government. The current government, however, is employing these consultations with partisan judiciousness, putting us in an awkward position. Where was the broad discussion on arms sales to Saudi Arabia? Where are the consultations on Bill C-51, legislation that blatantly infringes upon charter rights and against which experts from coast to coast have been unified? In fact, where is any whisper that Bill C-51 is being put back on the table? How many more experts must speak out against Bill C-51 before the government acts? In many cases, we've seen deliberate delay masquerading as thorough bipartisan concern. The government is willing to listen, it seems, only when it knows it will like what it hears. I should add, Madam Speaker, that unlike my colleague from Winnipeg North, I am judging this government on its own track record. I want now to return to the carefully crafted balance that my Liberal colleagues spoke of previously. The phrase "sunny ways we know" was popularized by Prime Minister Laurier, a famous compromiser. And yet, we also know that Laurier's downfall was ushered in through some of his same compromises. I strongly believe in compromises myself, in listening and negotiating and thoughtfully coming to consensus. But on some issues, talk of balance is misleading. We cannot, for example, support Aboriginal land claims and propose nation-to-nation dialogue and yet greenlight pipeline development without consultation at the same time. To say that we work towards balance in this case is meaningless. We do not need to balance news coverage of climate change with deniers who ignore the science. Likewise, the idea that the current iteration of the Canada Labour Code balances, as the member from Cape Breton Council put it, and I quote, the union's right to strike with the employer's right to attempt to continue operating during a work stoppage, end quote. Management always has the upper hand in the current scenario, and Bill C-234 is merely trying to balance the playing field. The carefully crafted balance that the government claims exists at the moment between workers and employers under the Canada Labour Code appears to be the same as that which exists between opposition and government here today. Management and the government will always have more resources at their disposal. Furthermore, it's undeniable that the use of scab labour makes strikes more bitter and sometimes violent. They also prolong the conflict, and that doesn't really serve anybody. As the 8-month-long strike at the Chronicle Herald newspaper in Halifax drags on, the Herald is losing subscribers and advertisers it may never get back. Workers are losing their regular paychecks and the work they so clearly love to do. Any readers that are left will have lost the quality paper of old. Madam Speaker, anti-scab legislation would help reduce days lost to work stoppages and would facilitate a quicker resolution to workplace disputes. In Quebec, where anti-scab legislation has been in place since 1977, and in British Columbia, where a similar law has existed since 1993, days lost to strikes actually decreased since these laws were enacted. These laws must be working, or subsequent governments would have moved to repeal them. The bottom line is that nobody ever wants to go on strike, says Ingrid Beaumont, president of the Halifax Typographical Union, whose members are still on strike. When we went out, it wasn't because we want more, it was because management wants to take away so much. We are striking in self-defense. She goes on to say, strike pay is much less than what you are used to getting. If you live paycheck to paycheck, slow down, it becomes a problem, and the company is using that as a weapon to bully us into surrendering. They have much deeper pockets than we do. The balance is altogether tipped in the employer's favour. Bill C-234 will extend a ray of sunshine to Canadian workers under the Canada Labour Code. This legislation will restore good faith negotiations at the bargaining table, as both parties, employers and employees alike, will have something to lose by not coming to an agreement. This is not naive theory. This is just a simple fact. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
De Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 seconds, if I may. I'm honoured to take the floor today on a bill on an issue that will have an effect on the balance of labour relations in the country. This is Bill C-234 that bans employers under the Canada Labour Code from hiring workers, replacement workers during strikes and lockouts. Most labour relations are managed by provinces. However, Section 1 of the Canada Labour Code governs federal workers. This affects key industries of our economy, such as international rail and road transport and interprovincial rail and road transport. The same is true for airways and waterways and telecommunications. Some crown corporations like Canada Post are also ruled over by the Canada Labour Code. The code strikes a balance between the right to strike of a union and the right of an employer to try to continue to work during a strike. The current provisions of the Canada Labour Code already limits the options available to employers with regards to replacement workers. Employers ruled by the code are not allowed to hire replacement workers in a way to jeopardise the capacity of a union. I'd like to highlight that opinions on this are very split. Some are for the usage of replacement workers, and those are strongly against. A couple of years ago, the code was revisited, and this provision was added. At the time, it was seen as an acceptable compromise between the unions and the employers. The MP who tabled Bill C-24 has the intention of improving labour relations, no doubt. However, we need to understand that it also has the potential of disrupting the balance between rights and responsibilities between the unions and the employers pursuant to the Canada Labour Code. I'd like to remind the House of our commitment to strike a balance and strike fairness with labour relations on the matter. I would like to immediately highlight that given the scope of what has been proposed, such a measure must take into account the opinions of all stakeholders, employers, unions and the government, and the opinions of others like academics and other stakeholders who could contribute to the debate. What we also need is feedback and participation from all those who will be affected by this measure. Therefore, we have already implemented significant means to try and rectify inequities stemming from Bills C-377 and C-525 that have upset this balance. These bills had severe consequences for workers and unions. Unions and workers are now at a disadvantage, and we believe that these two statutes need to be repealed. Madam Speaker, as is the case with Bill C-24, Bills C-377 and 525 were also private members' bills that were not subject to strict consultation. We should not move forward in a similar way for this question.
With employers, unions having opposing views. However, in the past, both labour and employer organizations have been highly critical of changes being made to federal labour relations legislation through private members' bills without prior consultation with stakeholders. Nous croyons une approche.
We believe that an open and transparent approach for labour relations, we believe in that approach that will favour stability. And historically, Madam Speaker, this is the type of reform that involved consultations among employers, unions, and the government. For example, in 1995, a working group conducted broad consultations on Part 1 of the Canada Labour Code dealing with industrial relations. These consultations were conducted with the union movement, employers, government stakeholders, but also academics and other groups with something to say on the matter. The report of the working group, which was called Towards Balance, was the framework used to make significant changes to Part 1 of the Canada Labour Code that came into force in 1999. Consultation and mobilization are such that our policies are based on facts. And, Madam Speaker, policy development, or the development of policy, labour policies that are fair, balanced, and based on facts are essential for all involved. We will not be supporting Bill C-234 because it does not meet the standards for openness and transparency for labour relations in this country, and it affects the balance of labour relations. The relationship between employers and employees are essential for our economy. Why? Because good labour relations lead to stability, predictability in the workforce, and those aspects underlie our economy. So we must ensure that our labour policies are in the interest of all Canadians. Because in this country we have a long-standing tradition for legislation and labour policy that are designed for all, the well-being of all, and encourage the negotiation of collective agreements and resolving issues for the benefit of all. So we are committed to putting in place a labour policy that is balanced and fair for all employees governed by the Labour Code. This is the spirit of our position, and we will maintain it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to this important issue, because this is an area where I studied, or that I studied in. I'm a nurse by training, but I also went back and did some further studies in occupational health and safety. And in many cases, strikes are not launched or to obtain better working conditions, but strikes are undertaken to prevent dangerous working conditions. And there have been some cases where people felt that their safety was endangered, and in order to implement change or to push for change, even though companies are very careful, there are areas that are very dangerous. Look at people who worked in mines. That's extremely dangerous work. Even if the mining companies go to great lengths to ensure that there are good labor provisions in place, there are injuries every year. So if, for example, the workers go on strike to denounce conditions that put their health and safety in jeopardy, we can't allow strike breakers to do the work. And what happens if they do allow strike breakers in, then the conditions aren't improved. It simply makes or creates a situation where pressure is put on the employers. You're just crybabies, so there are others who are prepared to do the work. So stop complaining. And that's not the right way to improve the safety and the health of workers, especially for people in areas that are particularly dangerous. Now, there's also the fact that when no anti-strike breaker legislation exists, strikes are much longer. Now, prior to 1974, there was a 20-month strike that led to changes to the labor code in Quebec. But prior to 74, there were several strikes, and many of them lasted more than 10 months, and that's almost an entire year where someone doesn't go to work. Clearly, workers who are refusing to work for a 10-month period are doing so for a valid reason. And if the employer can simply replace them by others who are prepared to do the work, maybe because they don't have a job or they take that or have nothing at all, well, concretely speaking, that doesn't help to improve labor conditions for the workers involved. Nor are changes made for occupational health and safety. Now, there have been a number of changes in the workforce, in working conditions. If we think back to our grandparents, for example, in my family, I think there are 4 or 5 men who've had part of their fingers cut off on the job because at the start of their careers, safety standards weren't the same. They worked in manual fields where there were minor accidents, yes, but they did have repercussions on their lives. So bringing in anti-strike breaker legislation is something that's designed to require the employer to negotiate. Now, if there's something that affects the health and safety of workers, well, at some point, it's less costly to improve the practices than to have employees who go on a long-term strike. Now, if other people are brought in replacement workers are brought in, then the weight of negotiations isn't the same, or the influence of those negotiations. So that's why this bill is so important, that changes to the Labour Code made a significant difference in Quebec, and I hope we'll be able to make changes here as well. There are many ways of doing this, of course, but that's why, under our parliamentary system, we have committees. Because what that enables us to do is to go to committee, and the committee can, in fact, choose the length of its study. If it's dealing with a major bill that's extremely important, they could have 10 sessions on a bill with stakeholders and others involved. the committee, in this case, is controlled by the Liberals. So if the Liberals feel that it's important and it requires broad consultations, nothing would prevent them from moving a motion at committee to hold that broad study that would last long enough so that they could hear from everyone required and to make some changes to the bill. This is so important for negotiations, the power for labor relations, that we can't simply reject this bill. It absolutely must be sent to committee so that we can discuss it and settle the matter. At present, there are only 2 provinces that have measures, BC and Quebec, to prevent the use of replacement workers. So concretely, if labor conditions aren't ideal, even though that may be the case, if workers go on strike and they're just replaced, well, they'll continue to work, accepting to work in risky conditions, hoping nothing will happen to them. It's dangerous, and that breaks up families. In my riding of Abitibi-Témiscamingue, I have friends who've become widows because of mining accidents. Young people, young girls, who are orphans at age 6 or 8 because of that, young boys and girls. And I know that the mining companies have done a lot of work to improve safety conditions, and unfortunately accidents still occur. But that's why we need to have legislation in place to make it possible to improve even further these systems so that workers are as safe as possible and so that they're not afraid to denounce dangerous working conditions because they fear that they'll be replaced if there's a strike. This is an important bill. It's a bill that has some history. This isn't the first time the issue's been raised in the House. My friend Yvon Godin talked about these issues on a regular basis in the House. This is a major bill. There are some professions that are under federal jurisdiction that are dangerous, where there are major dangers. Workers on the railways, for example. That's a very physically demanding profession. There are injuries that can occur, people who repair the rail lines. They're working with large spikes, using mallets, very heavy mallets, to pound them in, carrying heavy things. If the repairs aren't done properly, that can lead to accidents. So there are dangers for the workers, but also for users of the rail lines. So there are risks that in these areas that are under federal jurisdiction. And so this kind of protection is warranted with respect to not using replacement workers if employees decide to go on strike. Now, if it's a generalized strike, or even if it's a specific unit, it may happen that a specific segment of the profession feels that the working conditions are not acceptable and that the conditions are okay for other groups. So the conclusion we need to draw is that there are a number of demands being made by workers, whether they're unionized or not, that have nothing to do with wages, but that are linked to their safe working conditions. So adopting legislation like this can help us to save lives, protect lives, improve labor conditions, and to continue to be world leaders on occupational health and safety in a number of areas, in the mining sector, for example, where we're known as leaders, in fact, where we have safe conditions, but I hope that we don't stop wanting to continue to improve. Otherwise, we'll lose some of our international reputation. We hope that the government will choose to better protect workers and show that they don't want to move in the same direction as the previous Harper government. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak to the bill because I think that in my new role, I have an opportunity to do and continue the work that I did a long time ago as a union representative. Now, I don't go back as far as the creation of unions, but I was involved. Unions have long contributed to improving labor conditions for wages, health and safety measures, the work week, and oftentimes people forget that it's not just improvements for unionized workers, but there are also gains that are obtained through these types of battles that are extended to other workers, all workers. Now, as a former union leader and as a representative of teachers, I'm happy to have this opportunity to defend this right to free negotiations. For years, the NDP has been urging the federal government to ban the use of replacement workers during strikes and lockouts. The resolution from our federal wing calls also for changes to the labor code in order to clean up labor relations and to make it healthier and to offer workers an opportunity to freely negotiate their collective agreements. The purpose of this bill is primarily to prevent employers under federal jurisdiction to turn to strike work breakers or replacement workers, and to also strengthen the ability to negotiate for unionized workers. The text of this bill is designed to encourage employers to respect this and to show respect. If the employer hires replacement workers during the duration of the strike, prior to the adoption of legislation in Quebec, the anti-strike breaker legislation in the province, labor relations in the province were marked by episodes, very dark periods in fact, where physical confrontations broke out between unionized workers and strike breakers. Remember what happened in Quebec after a strike at United Aircraft. The negotiations between the union and management dealt primarily with the application of the RAND formula, under which workers who were not unionized had to pay into the union in order to benefit from the same conditions. At the time, the employer hired replacement workers to diminish the influence of negotiations. It turned dramatic when the striking workers and faced off against the employers, and unionized workers took action against these replacement workers. The Quebec police force was called in to put an end to the occupation of the facilities, and the police used force and were arrested. There was another case at Robin Hood where there were shots fired. Why? For the simple reason that they were striking on a picket line outside the facility, and these incidents took place before Quebec adopted its anti-strike breaker legislation. These violent outbreaks generated awareness for the need of this type of legislation. In some cases, companies were forced to slow down, and they weren't effective when these unhealthy conditions existed. All of these reasons led to an update to the labor code for Quebec, and now for the past 39 years, Quebec has given its labor code more teeth and incorporated anti-strike breaker measures and other measures that flow from those policies. Many studies show that since the adoption of anti-replacement worker legislation, labor conflicts are shorter because the employer is encouraged to quickly come up with a different solution. Moreover, a shorter conflict is usually one that has it is less likely to result in violence. Now, the other objective for anti-strike breaker legislation is something that Bernard Landry said. The right to strike, for it to make sense, needs to penalize the company involved. And so a slowdown in activities will require and force the owners to find a resolution to the conflict. We also need to bear in mind that our labor legislation is based on three facts: the freedom of association and recognition for the right to create a union, the obligation to negotiate in good faith, and thirdly, the possibility to turn to economic pressure or tactics in order to reach a collective agreement. And this pillar is what's in fact at stake in the bill that's being presented by my colleague. This is a fundamental right. The Canada Labour Code must not seek to undermine the impact of this democratic right. In the absence of federal legislation in this regard, a labour conflict may drag on and lead to a situation where workers' conditions are not improved. All of society, no one in society, in fact, benefits from that, and the economic performance is hindered as well. In order to ensure that there is a better balance in labor relations, we must ensure that only the two parties involved can negotiate agreement and sit down and do it together. As soon as a third party is involved, the right to strike is adversely affected, and that means a loss of rights for these workers. In order At present, in fact, labor or workers' rights are not adequately protected. Turning to anti-strike breakers is considered legitimate by some employers, and it's on the shoulders, in fact, of the unions that the responsibility is, in fact, to prove what they need to do, and this makes no sense. Now, several stakeholders have criticized this, and allow me again to quote the head of the CSN, Charbonneau, who said this will place an unfair burden on the unions that have to prove the employer's intention to undermine their ability to represent their employees, as if the only consequence of this were that, end of quote. So under this recourse is supposed to be protection, but it's simply not the case. Labor rights are protected in Canada, and the right to strike is protected. It shows that, in fact, companies need to respect their employees' rights. Internationally, and in Canada, we need to update the Labour Code because Canada must set an example for developing countries that they're supposed to be helping in their move towards greater democracy. And it's by improving our own conditions in this area that we can show leadership in this country, that the government can show leadership. Canada voted in favor of the 17 Sustainable Development Objectives for 2030, and one of them stipulates that workers' rights must be protected, and safe work for all must be protected as well. Now, as critic in the area at one point, I can say that the objectives for 2030 don't apply only to developing countries, but to all 193 signatories to the agreement. And this must be universal. It's the reason why it's important to upgrade and modernize our labor code. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, it's high time to update the labor code to bring it up to standards for the 21st century, as well as and to prevent any strategy that will make it possible to sidestep the provisions of this act. The government has a mandate. The government needs to put an end to the provisions that will undermine labor relations put in place by the Conservatives, and we expect the government to show leadership as regards the protection of workers' rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to be able to use the last 5 minutes to debate C-234. In this House, we've spoke about it for 2 hours. This is a bill that would modernize the Canada Labour Code. Furthermore, we added something. This is something that was tabled several times in the House, but in the bill that we are presenting now, It's to negotiate if an establishment is on strike and the employer were to use telework, those would also be identified as strike breakers. Earlier in this House, we were talking about unions, that the government is supporting them. Well, modernizing the Canada Labour Code is proof. We have to say that we're working equal to equal. Things are unbalanced. When we have a business that is under lockout or on strike and employees are in the street, when there are strike breakers that go in, the people in the street are the ones who lose out, and the business continues to make profits, to export, to produce. That's where the lack of balance can be found. It's 2016. We've heard it several times from the government, from the members present. And so, let's act, let's walk the talk. We talked about consultations earlier. This isn't complicated. We just have to vote on it in second reading, bring it to committee. And the government will be able to choose its list of witnesses, we'll be able to talk about it, we'll be able to travel if we have to, we can ask unions, employers to appear and hear what they have to say. If we conclude the debate, there won't be any further debate. And we won't know what people really want. This is where we are. We have the opportunity to vote, to put it forward, and have it studied in committee. My colleagues have talked about long strikes. Yes, some conflicts lasted for a long time. There's a lockout in Saint-Jean that lasted for 3 years. 3 years where men and women didn't have jobs, and the business just kept functioning anyway. That's unacceptable. We need to make changes. Even today, as we speak, there are employees from the old port in Montreal who are on the street. They're going to start to freeze. And why? Because there are strike breakers who are going in and they're offering the essential services, and the other employees don't have a salary and they can't come to an agreement because, and why? Because it works. Why does the government say that they support unions? They say they support them. And now that we really have a chance to prove it, we say no, because the argument is it creates an imbalance. We'll tell that to the employees in the Old Port in Montreal. Let's hear what they have to say, because the imbalance is there. We have the opportunity to act, so let's do so. 12,000 businesses in Canada, over 800,000 jobs. That's a lot. Some went to the cafeteria to get their coffee. It's the person who helps us when we take the plane. It's the person who sells us our coffee. It's the employees in the old part of Montreal. They are the ones we have to help. This doesn't create an imbalance when we change the law. All we do is allow for negotiation between equals. And so, Madam Speaker, I believe that this is the time to update the Canada Labour Code to avoid a situation when there's a strike or a lockout, that an imbalance is created that extends the conflict. We need to make sure employees can negotiate with their employers. I know I'm repeating myself, but we have the opportunity to bring this before committee, so let's do it. Let's hear from people and then make a decision. There are people here in the room who already voted on second reading. Let's do it again. Let's redo that exercise. Let's change the Canada Labour Code. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
Est-ce que la Chambre est prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready to put the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Trudell, supported by Mr. Weir, proposed that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, replacement workers, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Skills, and Handicapped Persons.
Up the motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! I declare the opinion, the nays have it. Oh. Conformément à l'article 93 du règlement.
As per Section 93 of the Standing Orders, Wednesday, just before the period for, this will be referred to the period before private members' business.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My original question dealt with the increasing disparity in access to higher education in Canada, and it was based on a Parliamentary Budget Officer report from May 5, 2016, entitled Federal Spending on Post-Secondary Education. But before getting into the details of that report, I'd like to first set the stage with a broader view of where Canadian post-secondary education funding has been and where it's going. 20 years ago, government funding for post-secondary education accounted for 77% of university and college operating expenses. After years of the federal government downloading costs onto the provincial governments and provincial governments downloading those costs onto universities and colleges, it now covers less than half these costs. And the universities and colleges have been forced to download those costs onto students. So over the same time period, tuition fees have risen by more than 137%. So students are shouldering a rapidly increasing portion of the load when it comes to funding post-secondary education. And increasingly, many students are shouldering that load with crushing personal debt. The average student debt at graduation is now about $28,000, about half of that in the form of federal student loans. And that's the average. Many graduates have debts as they start their careers of over $40,000, and that debt is rising every year. So getting back to the Parliamentary Budget Officer report, that report stated that students from wealthy families are much more likely to attend colleges and universities, and that disproportionate ratio is growing. Right now, 60% of students come from families in the top 40% of incomes. This report also states that the government programs to help students disproportionately help those wealthy students more than students from lower income families. These benefits come in the form of tuition tax credits, RESP savings grants. New measures in this year's budget were supposed to help lower income students. But the PBO found that, and I quote, "These measures will not, however, significantly change the distribution of total federal spending on post-secondary education." Giving lower-income students $1,000 more in grants per year doesn't really put a dent in debt when it costs $15,000 to $20,000 to attend university or college for a single year. In other words, students from wealthy families will continue to benefit disproportionately from government spending on post-secondary education and government programs that provide financial assistance for students. And the purported middle-class tax break won't help either, since it's targeted at these wealthy families that I'm speaking of. Any student with parents individually making less than $45,000 per year won't get a cent from that tax cut, while those with parents making between $100,000 and $200,000 will benefit substantially. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that a good post-secondary education is not a privilege in Canada, but should be available to every capable and enthusiastic student who wishes to take that path. And they should be able to complete that education without mortgaging their life before they even have a job, before they even think of owning a home. I think we have to look at the structural cause of this problem, the declining proportion of government funding to universities and colleges. While the federal government provides funding to the provinces in the form of a social transfer, post-secondary funding is not provided as a dedicated item, provinces are free to spend that social transfer more or less however they choose. So, Madam Speaker, they say that education is the great equalizer, but it's getting tougher in Canada to get a good education. So again, I'd like to ask the Minister, what is...
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker.
Tonight to address the comments of the Honourable Member for Okanagan Sud, Kootenay West, whom I have a lot of respect to bring this very important issue on the floor tonight. And I want to inform this House, Madam Speaker, on what the government is doing to ensure that Canadians are better positioned to access post-secondary education and to graduate. Canadians have proven to be among the world's most enthusiastic supporters of education as a pathway to greater prosperity. As Canada's population ages, its prosperity will increasingly depend on young Canadians getting the education and training they need to prepare for the jobs of today and tomorrow. For this reason, it is more important than ever to ensure that post-secondary education remains affordable for all Canadians, including the middle class and those working hard to join it. The future of young Canadians, and indeed the future of Canada, depends on it. Budget 2016 takes the important step to make education more affordable for all Canadians, and especially for those students struggling with the steep cost of attending post-secondary education. With our first budget, we increased Canada's student grants amounts for students from low and middle-income families, as well as for part-time students. As a result, approximately 350,000 students from middle-class and low-income families across Canada will receive more financial help to make it easier for them to pursue their education. Through Budget 2016, we will also expand the Canada Student Grant Program so that more students receive non-repayable financial help. We will do so by changing the eligibility thresholds beginning in 2017 and 18 academic year. In addition to Canada student grants, students in Canada can also take advantage of Canada student loans to help pay for their education. Our government believes that students shouldn't be penalized for working and gaining valuable job experience while studying. Under the current program, students must estimate their financial assets and income earned while studying to determine eligibility for Canada student loans and grants. But students who work shouldn't have to worry about jeopardizing their grant or loan. For that reason, Budget 2016 proposes to introduce a new flat-rate student contribution model, which will be implemented for the 2017 and 18 academic year. This will see students contribute a flat amount each year towards the cost of their education, and financial assets and student income will no longer be considered when they apply for a loan or grant. This change will allow students to work and gain valuable work experience without having to worry about a drop in their financial assistance. It will also benefit adult learners, many of whom work while studying or have significant financial assets. We also want students not to worry that their debt repayments will be an overwhelming burden after graduation. For that reason, Madam Speaker, through Budget 2016, we will make sure that no students need to start repaying their Canada student loan until they earn $25,000 a year. Budget 2016, Madam Speaker, will also invest $165 million in 2016 and 17 under the Youth Employment Strategy. And I understand from you, Madam Speaker, that my time is up, but this government is committed to post-secondary education and growth in our economy.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to say that I think students, we don't have to help students work more while they're studying. We should allow them to study with the least economic hardship. And
I would just want to re-emphasize the need to tackle the root cause of this problem. The skyrocketing cost of tuition, coupled with steadily increasing costs for housing. Solving those issues through a reinvestment of government funds into post-secondary education would really help us turn this troubling trend around. And I'll just finish there. Thank you.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Honourable colleague, again, to raise this very important issue. But as you saw in what I said, Madam Speaker, this government invested more in post-secondary education to make sure we understand that education is key to prosperity in this country. And Madam Speaker, let me just quote you another number from our last budget. We want to help young people gain the skill and experience they need to fill and keep the good jobs that are coming. This government invested more than $330 million. So I would put to the honourable member that he should be happy to have a government like our government, which believes in education as a growth and which wants to invest in youth, is going to invest in youth and has made significant investment already in youth programs to make sure that our youth will find the jobs of today and of tomorrow. And our commitment, Madam Speaker, will continue. I thank the member for bringing this important issue on the floor and particularly to give me the opportunity to say what this government is doing for our youth in this country.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked a question in the spring about Iran's disregard for basic human rights and about the Canadian government's response to that. Now, the government has indicated that they wish to reopen an embassy in Tehran. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has noted in several of his speeches that the last time we had an embassy in Iran, several movies were made about it. This is true, but I would argue not a sufficient reason for us to reopen our embassy. The closure of the embassy was driven in part by Iran's violation of UN resolutions, its various threats to international peace and security, and its absolutely horrendous domestic human rights record. But it was also driven by imminent concerns about the safety of Canadian embassy staff. Shortly after the closure of our embassy in Iran, a mob of Iranian protesters shortly before, a mob of Iranian protesters invaded the British embassy and a separate diplomatic compound. One building was lit on fire and people were injured. Reports closely linked the militia involved in that attack with the Iranian government. Now, the previous Conservative government understood rightly that our foreign policy, whatever its other goals, could never knowingly put Canadian diplomatic staff into a country where the government would threaten their security and use their very lives as pawns in their cynical political game. Now, Iran has not ceased to do what almost no other country does in this respect: allow or help perhaps facilitate attacks on embassies within its borders in order to make a political point. This year, in fact, while I was visiting the Middle East, mobs stormed and burned Saudi diplomatic missions in Iran. These actions were in immediate response to mass executions in Saudi Arabia, executions which certainly we condemn, but nonetheless which again demonstrated the willingness of the Iranians to use diplomatic properties and diplomats as political tools. Again, this was this year, Madam Speaker. This was in 2016. So I would like to know from the Parliamentary Secretary how the government justifies their policy on Iran. I know that they want to spend more time hanging out with the Iranian government, but can we not agree that preventing the use of the lives of our diplomats as political pawns in Iran's cynical game is a high priority? Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to addressing the issue of human rights in Iran, my question included points about the Office of Religious Freedom. And that office played a critical role advocating for human rights in Iran and elsewhere. Now, this was a better model than an embassy on the ground. It put the focus on advancing our values. It helped religious minorities in Iran and other groups facing persecution, and it didn't put our diplomats in harm's way. Now, this government has eliminated the Office of Religious Freedom. They've created a new office supposedly focused on human rights, but that new office doesn't even have an ambassador. Why couldn't they put an ambassador in place who could be an advocate for these things? Again, we don't agree with doing away with the old model, but the fact that they haven't put an ambassador in place shows their lack of commitment to this whole area of international human rights. This new office, the government has been in place for almost a year, and they have a new office that is, according to a recent National Post story, looking for programming opportunities. Well, I would suggest some programming opportunities. Continue with the work that the previous office was doing. And let's put in place an ambassador who can be involved in vital advocacy on this issue. Again, to the Parliamentary Secretary, why is this government prepared to undertake a policy which may well put diplomatic staff at risk? And why not, at the very least, give this new office a real ambassador?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs has said, it is important not to sever all ties with a regime we disagree with. In order to best protect Canadians and promote Canadian interests, we need to maintain the ability to talk to those we disagree with. Cautious engagement is the responsible strategy. For example, during the height of the Cold War, we maintained embassies in the USSR. During the darkest days of apartheid, we maintained embassies in South Africa. Of course, we disagreed with those regimes and their actions. But those past Canadian governments were wise. They knew that without dialogue, positive change would simply not be possible. Severing ties with Iran has helped no one. It has not helped Canadians, nor our allies, including Israel, and certainly not the people of Iran. The Government of Canada is committed to cautious re-engagement with Iran in a step-by-step manner. This week, for the first time, the Minister of Foreign Affairs met his Iranian counterpart and initiated a dialogue on a number of issues, including human rights, regional security, and importantly, consular cases. This is the value of our cautious engagement. It allows for dialogue on pressing, very challenging issues. We cannot facilitate progress if we are not at the table. Engagement, however, does not mean support for a nation's actions. We have expressed and will continue to express our serious concerns with Iran's atrocious human rights record and support for terrorist groups. We continue to call Iran to account for its actions. For example, Canada intends to lead the resolution regarding human rights in Iran at the UN General Assembly's 71st session. The resolution criticizes Iran's actions and reinforces our human rights expectations of Iran. Engagement allows us to hold Iran to account. Engagement is a much more difficult path than retreat and withdrawal. Our government knows that the harder path is the right path, and Madam Speaker, we are not alone. We are joined by our allies, Sweden, the United Kingdom, France, Finland. All have seen that re-engagement with Iran is the way forward. The promotion and protection of all human rights is an integral part of Canada's constructive engagement, which is why, as part of the Government of Canada's commitment to human rights, the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced the establishment of the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion. The new office includes freedom of religion or belief as part of an expanded comprehensive vision that includes all human rights. This allows Canada to be a more effective defender of universal human rights. Of note, a recent audit report on the former office, the Office of Religious Freedoms, said that the narrow focus on only religious freedom limited the ability of programs to accomplish their goals. By broadening the mandate, our government is better able to promote and protect core Canadian values. Furthermore, we have significantly increased funding dedicated to the promotion of human rights, including freedom of religion or belief. This government allocated up to $15 million for the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion, 3 times the amount originally committed to the former office. Yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced funding support to 3 new projects: the Lifeline Project to help protect threatened human rights defenders, a partnership with UNESCO and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to improve education about genocide, and a project with Equitas International Centre for Human Rights Education in Sri Lanka. I'm proud to say that as part of our efforts, all Canadian heads of mission have been tasked with promoting human rights, including religious freedom, as part of their core objectives. Where the past administration had 1 champion, we have all 135 of our ambassadors. Madam Speaker, there is still much to be improved upon in the field of human rights at home and abroad, and Canada is working continuously to promote positive change. Thank you very much, and thank you to my honourable colleague.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, 4 brief points in my 1 minute. First of all, the Parliamentary Secretary made absolutely no effort to even approach my question about the safety of our diplomats. I hope she will correct that mistake in her response. Secondly, she did not address the fact that this new office does not have an ambassador. It's not good enough to say we have many ambassadors that work on a range of issues. It is critical to have a human rights champion who is providing that education and support. Thirdly, we don't disagree with the need for certain back-channel forms of dialogue on issues that reflect our values and our interests. What we object to is giving something for nothing to a regime which is fundamentally wrong on human rights issues. And fourthly, I wish the Parliamentary Secretary would stop using the banal relativist language, regimes with which we disagree. These are not regimes with which we disagree. Rather, they are regimes that are fundamentally wrong in their view of international human rights and basic human dignity. Thank you.
Right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. Human rights are universal, indivisible, interrelated, and interdependent. The promotion and protection of human rights, including freedom of religion or belief, is an integral part of Canada's constructive engagement in the world. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.